Good morning. Welcome to today's conference, Understanding Halakhah, History and Spirituality, marking the 25th yahrtzeit of Rabbi Professor Yitzchak, Isadore Twersky. My name is Daniel Reinhold. I'm Dean of the Bernard Revel Graduate School of Jewish Studies here at Yeshiva University. And it's our great honor to be putting on this conference today, and with gratitude to the sponsorship of the Zoltan Ereni Charitable Fund of the Jewish Communal Fund. We have a packed schedule, so other than welcoming you, I don't want to take up much time here. I do, however, want to say just one thing. My discipline is philosophy. And I came across Professor Twersky early on in my graduate work when studying Maimonides, and in particular, his project of Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, rationalizing the commandments. And early on, I, of course, turned to Professor Twersky's magisterial work, Introduction to the Code of Maimonides, Mishneh Torah, which contains a lengthy chapter on law and philosophy. And of the many things I learned from that chapter, one particularly sticks in my memory. And that's the history he gives of the interpretation of Dvarim 4:6, to show how Maimonides came up with a novel interpretation of that pasuk that enabled him to cite it as a scriptural proof for his contention that all mitzvot must have reasons, at least in principle, that are accessible to human understanding. So the pasuk, famous pasuk goes, Ushmartem vasitem, ki hi chochmatchem uvinatchem le'enei ha'amim, asher yishma'un et kol hachukim ha'ele v'amru rak am chacham v'navon hagoy hagadol hazeh. That you should observe and do them, for that is your wisdom and understanding in the eyes of the nations, who on hearing of all these chukim will say, surely that great nation is a wise and discerning people. Professor Twersky shows that in Maimonides' interpretation, it's the mitzvot, the chukim in particular, that are the subject of the nation's exclamation that the Israelites are a wise and discerning nation. And Rambam thus interprets this as clear evidence that the chukim have reasons for, he argues. Were that not the case, why on earth would the nations look at our observance of the chukim and admire our wisdom in so doing? Surely they would claim we're a foolish nation for following such arbitrary diktats. The fact they instead admire our wisdom in observing the chukim shows, in his interpretation, that the chukim must have reasons that the nations could understand. The reason I mention Professor Twersky's account of this novel Maimonidean exegesis in introducing today's proceedings is because it's one example of how it's possible to combine dedication to a very particular covenantal commitment, that of Jews and Judaism, with some form of universalism that allows for some degree of mutual understanding. And the reason I mention that is because of the other far darker anniversary that today marks, and that it would be remiss of us not to recall. Because of course today, 9/11, that short phrase has become part of the 21st century's lexicon as an anniversary of one of the most heinous of criminal terrorist acts in history, and one that took place right here in Manhattan 21 years ago. We all, I am sure, in our differing ways, carry the weight of that memory with us today, and remember those who lost their lives to those acts of pure evil. But as Rabbi Jonathan Sachs Upsal wrote in The Dignity of Difference, a book that was largely a response to 9/11, I quote, "Religion has become a decisive force in the contemporary world, and it is crucial that it be a force for good, for conflict resolution, not conflict creation. If religion is not part of the solution, then it will surely be part of the problem," close quote. One small way that we become part of the solution is through enriching the understanding of our faith in the manner that Professor Twersky did, combining fierce devotion to one's own religion with a similar devotion to the explication of that religion in a manner that can speak across divides, to those of all faiths and none. But Rabbi Sachs also used to say that as Jews, we don't generally observe memorials in the manner that many do, through moments of silence. We instead do it through prayer, and I would add, study. So I think it appropriate that we dedicate this, our day of study, to the memory of those who perished on this day in this city 21 years ago, and to being part of the solution, not the problem. Yehi Zichram Baruch. And with that, I wish to invite Rabbi Dr. Ari Berman, President of Yeshiva University, to say a few words.
It's really a distinct pleasure to welcome this august group here to Yeshiva University, to be with my dear friends, to be with Carmi, Professor Horowitz, to be with Daniel, Dr. Reinhold, amazing Dean of Revel, is doing such an incredible job deepening and growing our Jewish academic studies. And to be here to remember and to study the works of Professor Twersky and think about his legacy and what it is that we continue to perpetuate in his memory. You know, I did not know Professor Twersky personally, but I met Professor Twersky in the text. I spent over 5 years with him, closely, poring over his works when working on my PhD in medieval Halakhah. His introduction to the code was, I would say, literally a constant companion to me, as the Rambam was the key focus of my doctorate. And more than anything, Professor Twersky built the bridge for me to traverse between the Beit Midrash and the academy. You know, 1954 marked the 750th yahrtzeit, the anniversary of the death of the passing of Maimonides. The New York Times ran a special feature on the life and legacy of Maimonides and reached out to the Rav, Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik, to comment on his passing. Rabbi Soloveitchik, Zion of the Talmudic School of Brisk, was renowned for his conceptual analysis of Maimonidean texts. When asked by the New York Times for comment, Rabbi Soloveitchik reportedly responded, "This is the first that I'm hearing that the Rambam is dead." Maimonides as a historical figure may have passed, but his legacy as the Rambam to the Mishnah Torah, the Morah, the commentary on the Mishnah, all of his works certainly endure forever. And the person who embodied the integration of the academic analysis of the historical figure Maimonides and his works in the timeless, enduring, living words of the Rambam was Professor Twersky. And of course, Professor Twersky was well equipped to build such bridges because his entire life was a bridge. A Harvard scholar of the highest order and a Hasidic Rebbe. He built bridges between the vitality of Hasidic life, the sober analysis of a scholar in the Lithuanian tradition of Talmudic analysis. He built bridges for his students. He built bridges for his Talmidim. He built bridges for me personally. And like the figures of the Rambam and Revel, to whom he dedicated so much of his life, Professor Twersky meant different things to different people. To some, he was a Rebbe. If you speak to those who live in Boston, who davened in his shul, he was such a Rebbe for them. So intimately involved in their personal lives, so deeply affected by their relationships that carry way beyond his passing and integrate into their everyday lives. For some, he was a professor. For others, he was a loving memory of a storied family. I just spent Shabbat with Rabbi Meir Twersky, and the Twersky name, tradition, continuing through the halls. It continues certainly through his students, my Rebbeim. I am deeply honored to be in the presence of so many of my teachers here. Rabbi Mori, Rabbi Jacob J. Schachter, to be with Dean, former Dean, Professor, incredible human being, Dr. David Berger, my philosophy professor, Dr. David Schatz, to be with a profound mentor who continues to guide me and help me, Rabbi Dr. Ephraim Karnefogel. All of these are people that traverse in Yeshiva University and continue this legacy and continue so much of the teachings and building bridges between worlds. And this is why it's such a privilege and pleasure for Yeshiva University's Bernard Revel Graduate School to host today's events, because it's precisely within the halls of Yeshiva University, in our classrooms, in our libraries, in our Batei Midrash, that we educate our students to encompass all these worlds that Professor Twersky embodied and nurtured. His ultimate academic legacy will not only be from his students who directly studied from him, but from students of his students, like of my generation and beyond, who continue to read, interrogate, and grow from his work, methodology, and ideas. I thank you all for coming here today and participating in this important conversation, and look forward to spending a wonderful day with you here in his works and in his memory. Thank you.
First of all, it is a real privilege to return to my alma mater in an official capacity for the first time, really, in more than 50 years. And I owe a tremendous debt to Yeshiva University for the years that I studied here, which were formative years for me. Formative years in Kodesh and in Chol, in my religious and scholarly development. I want to thank my friend, President Ari Berman, for his being here and for his outstanding characterization of the significance of Professor Twersky. You took the words out of my mouth. I want to thank the Dean of the Bernard Revel Graduate School, where I earned my master's degree, Professor Daniel Reinhold, for his help and cooperation, and Professor Ephraim Karnefogel, who served as liaison and partner in transforming this conference into reality. I want to thank Dean Reinhold's predecessor, Professor David Berger, who was very instrumental in planning the original conference in pre-COVID days, which now a little bit late, but it's taking place now. And I want to thank my colleague and close friend, Professor Michael Schmidman, with whom I consulted in the initial planning of the conference. And my thanks to Sarah Anna Twersky, program coordinator of the Bernard Revel Graduate School, for her help in all the steps in making the conference possible. We're marking the 25th yahrtzeit of Rabbi Professor Yitzchak Twersky, which will actually be on the Yud Aleph Tishrei, the 11th of Tishrei. 25 years is a long time for those, and for those who did not have the privilege to know him, let me add a brief biographical blurb. Professor Twersky was the Litauer Professor of Hebrew Literature and Philosophy at Harvard University and the founder of its Center of Jewish Studies. He was also the Tolner Rebbe in Boston, and he was the son-in-law of the Rav. Later today, at the fourth session this afternoon, we will flesh out a more detailed picture of this unusual scholar, Hasidic leader, and great Talmid Chacham. In addition, we're marking the publication of his book, Law and Spirit, Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, Law and Spirit in Medieval Jewish Thought, Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, Halakhah v'Ruach, B'Yetzirat Chachmei Yemei HaBeinayim in Hebrew, which I had the privilege of editing. It is a collection of 31 of his scholarly articles. 17 were translated from English into Hebrew to make reading them easier. And the other 14, and people have said that they are easier to read in Hebrew than they are in English. And the other 14 were originally written in an elegant rabbinic Hebrew. The book takes the reader on an exciting, I would say, a breathtaking journey through Jewish intellectual history, mainly the period of the Rishonim, but touching also on early modern Jewish history, although in those days there wasn't a category of early modern. It was medieval from Gaonim. When we studied with Professor Twersky, we had to know everything from the Gaonim to Hasidus. Okay, now it's broken up a little bit, it's easier. And also includes some contemporary topics as well. Many of the essays focus on the Rambam, to whom Professor Twersky, as you've heard, dedicated his magisterial and now classic introduction to the Code of Maimonides Mishnah Torah, published by Yale University Press as the introductory volume to their translation of the entire Mishnah Torah. And the new book contains articles that go beyond the areas of Maimonidean Halakhah and thought that were untouched in the book. In other words, not everything in the book, or put it this way, in the new volume there are many other topics that were not included in the analysis of the Mishnah Torah. There are chapters that deal with central themes that preoccupied Professor Twersky in his writing and research. The reciprocal relationship between law and spirit in Maimonidean writings, and this last theme is weaved into the warp and the woof of the new book. Readers will discover as they progress through the chapters that the scope widens and extends outward from the Maimonidean focus to the wider focus of Jewish intellectual history in medieval and early modern times. The sheer breadth of his writings, the myriad of sources from which he draws, from Halakhah, responsa, philosophical works, biblical commentaries, ethical literature, poetry, polemics, and the insights found throughout make the intellectual effort, and it's needed, to master the work very well worth the effort. By giving you a bird's eye view of the topics of the book, you'll get an idea of the breadth of Professor Twersky's intellectual universe. As I mentioned, we'll expand our view of this unique scholar and religious personality in the last session of the day. The book opens with a brief intellectual biography, which I wrote, and the opening chapter, the first chapter, will guide you through the rich and influential religious intellectual world of the Rambam, with a concise but comprehensive view of the Rambam's Halakhic, philosophic, spiritual, and ethical writings. In the following chapters, we are treated to an adventure in Maimonidean thinking, chock full of methodological insights, historical perspectives, conceptual analyses, as we meet Maimonides' startling, original positions on a wide variety of matters. The chapters, always solidly based upon close textual analysis, begin with the probing of the Rambam's own self-awareness of his historical significance, or the historical significance of his writing. Professor Twersky was a historian of ideas, intellectual history, put in abroad, but he emphasizes historical methodology throughout all of his writings. The last chapter of the first section analyzes how the Rambam was viewed later on in the course of Jewish history. What elements of his Halakhic intellectual universe impacted at various times during the more than 800 years after his passing. It's not a Shivchei HaRambam in the conventional sense, but rather a close analysis of the Rambam's historical impact through the many facets of his Halakhic, philosophic, and communal leadership. One of Professor Twersky's central concern is Maimonidean spirituality as it expresses itself in Halakhic and philosophic writings. We are steered through 7 chapters in which Maimonidean fusion of Halakhic, philosophic, ethical, and spiritual tenets are analyzed. He demonstrates how philosophy is woven through the Halakhic fabric of Mishnah Torah, and how the very organization of this Halakhic tour de force is informed by philosophic and conceptual principles. And furthermore, the rationality of mitzvot, as well as the ethical insights that the Rambam attaches to the Halakhah stand out. Halakhah and science and their epistemological implications are analyzed, as well as a number of principles in Maimonidean, Halakhic, and philosophic thought, which are shown to be of major importance in Halakhic as well as in non-Halakhic categories. He demonstrates how, for example, Eretz Yisrael and Galut are central Halakhic concepts and key factors in Maimonidean historiography. The deep, sensitive, ethical, and moral implications of Kedusha, sanctity, are laid out in deep detail. And the deep spirituality associated with prayer and the place of kavanah, intention, are explicated. Of central importance is the manner in which Mishnah Torah and the Moreh Nevuchim are merged as support for Maimonidean positions. This fusion of Halakhah and philosophy in Maimonidean works is of central importance to Professor Twersky's understanding of the Rambam. He was not bifurcated. He was one person. There was Halakhah and philosophy, and there wasn't the Rambam of the Academy and the Mishnah Torah of the Beis Medrash. They were together. Professor Twersky saw Halakhah as the central unifying factor, the axis around which Jewish history, all of Jewish history, revolves. And most of the chapters deal with Halakhah in one way or another. The third section of the book deals with important Halachic figures, particularly the Ravid, which are additions to, beside the book that was published, he has additional material there. And the Ravid's attitude towards Chokhmah, the non-Halachic matters, even though he was generally not seen as one who contributed to that discipline, but he was there and it impacted. In another chapter, Professor Twersky characterizes the Italian school of Halakhah in the period of the Rishonim and suggests a solution to the question that why didn't Chachmei Yisrael in Italy stand out as an independent unit in and of themselves, or center of its own, as in Spain or Provence and Ashkenaz. And in addition, there's an analysis of the writings of the Tosfot Rid, how Poskei Halakhah generally, and Tosfot Rid specifically, balance their commitment to the continuity of tradition and the ability to be mechadshim, to innovate. And there's no contradiction between them. This is part of a theme emphasizing the dynamic creativity of Halakhah throughout the generations, which is a major theme in Professor Twersky's writing. For example, in his article on the Rabbi Yosef Karo's Shulchan Aruch, he addresses the burst of Halachic writing in the 16th century, and we'll hear more of that soon. The patterns of expansiveness and compression in the composition of Halachic codes, and the seeming lack of any meta-Halachic material in the Shulchan Aruch, making it very different than the Mishnah Torah. And Professor Twersky also points out to the serious contemporary scholarly neglect of Halachic works generally, and the Shulchan Aruch specifically, and that is an issue that he wrote about many years ago, and Baruch Hashem, it is currently being addressed in recent scholarship, and we will hear about that progress in the field later today. The fourth section of the book concentrates a group of essays around the theme of Halakhah and meta-Halakhah, or law and spirit. A theme, as I said, runs through many of his other writings as well, and was planned to be the object of a major monograph of Lo Zachinu. It never came to fruition. In these essays, he dwells on the tension between law, a system that requires concrete action, and the spiritual experience that lies at the core of religion, and ultimately at the core of the Halachic act. Halakhah requires a spiritual system that will energize and guard against the stultification of Halakhah into acts bereft of meaning. And just as Halakhah must be intensely studied, the curriculum must include the study of texts that will inspire spirituality and will energize the Halachic act. and he carefully documents and analyzes the various types, the various schools of meta-halacha, as well as the objections that claim that perhaps the study of Talmud is enough, and that dynamic is analyzed closely. In section 4, which focuses on halakha and meta-halakha, represents if section 4 represents a major topical focus of Professor Twersky's writings, section 5, Jewish intellectual history, represents his methodology, which Professor Twersky used throughout his career. And in one of the articles, he spells out in detail what is Jewish intellectual history. How is it done? What are the areas? What is the framework of it? And it reflects his own deep concern, not only with the matter, but how you do it, how you think about it, how you structure the matters. And that theme goes throughout his writings. Broadly speaking, it means seeing Jewish intellectual creativity in its widest perspective, which consists of two aspects. It sees how Jewish tradition draws on ideas and principles from the past and builds on them, and how ideas evolved in Jewish thought, developed and then created new ideas. And the other aspect is seeing Jewish intellectual and cultural creativity in its contemporary, concrete, historical context, analyzing concurrent influences and ideas. So there's the vertical and the both aspects are shown. Furthermore, intellectual history sees importance in weighing, evaluating, and analyzing not only the giants of Halakhic and non-Halakhic thought, but paying close attention to the second tier of thinkers and writers who often demonstrate how ideas of the great scholars are disseminated to a wider audience, to wider circles, and at times are even transformed in the process of this dissemination. The articles in this section would particularly demonstrate Professor Twersky's broad grasp and penetrating insight into all aspects of Jewish intellectual history, Halakhah, philosophy. We mentioned all of the various areas, and all this in their particularly historical context, especially in Provence in the 12th century and in other places. And the last section of the book moves the focus from the Middle Ages to the 20th century and gives us a glimpse into the issues of the day that Professor Twersky saw as important enough to let his voice be heard. One chapter deals with the issue of Jewish survival today, Zionism, modernity, and the state of Israel. And it's a rich article, worth reading closely, and focuses on the proper balance between nationalism and spirituality, a major issue today in the state of Israel. If the focus is exclusively on nationalism and ignoring this rich spiritual legacy of the Jewish people, the result is a distortion of Jewish legacy. The second essay deals with the state of academic Jewish studies in America, specifically. And among other things, and to this audience, I want to emphasize that there is no future for Jewish academic study without graduates of yeshivot. Only with a broad knowledge of sources from the Talmud through the Rishonim and Achronim can one even begin to really study Jewish academics in a university setting. In both of these essays, Professor Twersky stakes out firm positions that rejects the belittling of traditional Jewish values and strongly emphasizes Jewish continuity, not modern Judaism, which implies a changed value, but as Judaism in modern times, maintaining its traditional mode, yet retaining its vibrancy and relevance in modern times. The last two chapters are about Professor Twersky's two teachers, Professor Harry Wolfson and the Rev. Concerning Wolfson, Professor Twersky describes his immense knowledge, his sharp and deep analyses, his intellectual courage, and of particular importance was his theory that all Western religious philosophy developed from the first Jewish philosopher, Philo, who influenced Christianity, Islam, and ultimately Judaism. Rabbi Twersky's hesped for the Rev which appears in this volume in Hebrew, translation of the Hesped that appeared in tradition. It is, in my mind, a stunning, spectacular tribute to his father-in-law, which characterizes the Rav's originality in his Halakhic thinkings, in his philosophic creativity, and his contribution to the revival of traditional Jewish life in America. There, that's it in a nutshell. Zil Gemara. We will move. We will move right into the first session of the conference on Halakhic scholars and the impact in which, and their impact, which will be chaired by my friend, Professor David Berger, former Dean of the Bernard Revel Graduate School, who will introduce the speakers.
I'm tempted to just begin with a comment on one of the things that Professor Horowitz said about how translating Professor Twersky's work from English to Hebrew made it easier to read. I once reviewed the introduction to the Code of Maimonides for the American Historical Review, not an easy book to review in 700 words. And I mentioned something about the writing style in the context of his analyzing Maimonides' writing style. And I said that he had an extremely impressive writing style, which could sometimes be challenging. And the example that I gave was a sentence in which he wrote that the study of law is theoretical interpretative, while the study of custom is empirical consuetudinary. When the Hebrew translation came out, I decided to look up that sentence in the Hebrew, and it was a lot easier to understand. We have here a program with three really distinguished speakers. So let me begin by introducing Professor Kannervogel, who is one of the most distinguished scholars of medieval Jewish history in the context of rabbinics. He began his work with a dissertation on Jewish education in the Middle Ages, which I thought was much too ambitious for someone starting out. I was wrong. It won an award. His recent book, relatively recent book on the intellectual history of Ashkenazic Jewry. Technically, it's called The Intellectual History and Rabbinic Culture of Medieval Ashkenaz, won both the Goldstein-Gorin International Book Award for Best Book in Jewish Thought over a 3-year period, and the Jordan Schnitzer Book Prize from the Association of Jewish Studies for the Best Book in Biblical and Rabbinic Literature, also over a period of 3 years. This is one indication, but I think a very impressive one, of the character and quality of Professor Kannervogel's work. Today he is going to be speaking about the Reed, a major medieval Talmudist. The title is The Intellectual History and Literary Corpus of Rabbi Isaiah Ditrani.
Thank you, Professor Berger. Morai, and I want to mention Professor Horowitz, who's here, Elazar Horowitz, who for many years was a mainstay of our rich Revel offerings in medieval rabbinic literature and intellectual history. Morai, Virotai, Verabotai, it's wonderful to be here. As you will hear, I did not see Professor Horowitz's remarks before he made them, but I, Baruch Shekivanti, as you'll hear, perhaps from a slightly different angle, but here we go. You have, I hope, there's a one-sheet handout, 5 Hebrew texts, which are yours to keep and study. The only request I have is you don't make them into paper airplanes and fly them at me, but otherwise, other than that, they're yours to do whatever you'd like with them. That was an attempt at a joke. Didn't work too well. In 1980, Professor Twersky Zatzal published his massive introduction to the Code of Maimonides, Mishnah Torah, as you've heard. And in that same year, A revised edition of his Ravad of Posquier, a 12th century Talmudist, also appeared, with significant addenda, citing a number of people who are in the room today, not me, I was a little too young. These works reflect the central core of Professor Twersky's scholarly efforts. My goal in this paper is to highlight Professor Twersky's uncanny ability to identify crucial themes within rabbinic writings and collections that were seemingly only peripheral to his best-known research. And of course, the answer is Professor Horowitz's answer. Nothing was peripheral to his research, but we'll see about that and how it works. And to put forward important formulations and trenched analyses that stimulated further research. At just around the same time as these two books appeared, Professor Twersky published an article entitled "The Contribution of Italian Sages to Rabbinic Literature" in a rather difficult-to-find volume in a periodical called Italia Judaica. I remember I was working on my dissertation, and I drove the librarians crazy here trying to get it, but they did, including Mr. Tzvi Rennie, whose name should be mentioned, and we got it. It's an interesting article. But more importantly, the accessibility of this volume his volume that Professor Horowitz talked about, the Hebrew translation of this article is found in chapter 17 of that anthology. The first half of the article lays out an agenda for assessing medieval Italian rabbinic works, stressing the need to ascertain the extent to which rabbinic scholarship in medieval Italy constituted a distinct strain in terms of the Halakhic method and thought, while also delineating the scope of influence of this scholarship on other Jewish intellectual centers and their rabbinic authors. Professor Twersky raised a series of probing issues, including the degree to which Italian rabbinic literature made use of or was influenced by the literature of the Gaonim, which, as we learned from him very well, can serve as a substantive indicator of the nature of the rabbinic culture in a particular area, and the fact that Rabbi Menachem Hameiri of Perpignan, who died in 1315 or 16, seems to have completely omitted Italian figures from his otherwise thorough, inclusive survey of post-Talmudic rabbinic scholars and scholarship. And then Professor Twersky just peels off no fewer than 16 medieval Italian rabbis or significant contributions through the 13th century that could have been included in such a list. The list ends with the prolific Rabbi Zaya ben Mali of Trani, the Rid, who we'll talk about today. He died around 1240. We'll have a little bit more about his biography as well. And Sidkia ben Avram Rofei Anau min HaNavim, who died around 1260, author of Shibbolei Halekhet. Professor Twersky suggests that Meiri's oeuvre did not include Italian rabbinic figures because these scholars did not see themselves as part of a distinct ongoing rabbinic tradition that was rooted mainly within Italy. Thus, Natan ben Yechiel of Rome, died in 1106, author of the Sefer Aruch, includes in his work significant amounts of Gaonic material, commentaries by Rabbeinu Hananel of Kairouan, who died in 1056, and from the Academy at Mainz during the 11th century, along with Provençal material as well. As compared to the writings of Nathan of Rome's two leading contemporaries, Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi, the Rif, who died in 1103 and who was active in Fez and Lucina, and Rashi of Troyes, who died in 1105 and who had studied in the academies of the Rhineland, which often reflect the more local rabbinic origins and contexts of their authors, there is much less evidence within the Aruch for this role of any Italian predecessors or for a work that was directed to a distinctly Italian rabbinic cohort. Professor Twersky notes that Rid, Rabbi Shai de Trani, who flourished more than a century after Nathan of Rome, cites a number of Italian predecessors and is frequently mentioned in turn by Shibbolei Halekhet. However, he too does not appear to identify himself as part of an Italian rabbinic group or tradition in particular. Rid's major sources are the writings of the two leading Sephardic authorities, Rabbeinu Hananel and Alfasi on the one hand, and those of Rashi, to whom Rid consistently refers to as HaMoreh, the teacher par excellence, the Rebbe, along with aspects of Tosafist literature. Moreover, while Rid succeeds in putting the Italian center on the map, so to speak, the rabbinic achievements of that area overall during the medieval period pale in comparison with the Tosafist enterprise in Northern Europe, the copious chidushim composed in Christian Spain during the 13th century, and I'm not sure if I say the word even, but even the rabbinic scholarship of southern France from the 12th century and beyond. At one point, Professor Twersky goes so far as to suggest that, quote, Rid is more Ashkenazic than Italian and should perhaps be identified as a Tosafist, end quote. And if you take a look at your source sheets, and again, these are things to study, I just, in Keta Aleph, I give you a piece of Tosfot. This Professor didn't quote this piece, but I give you an example of Tosfot read to Kiddushin on the question of Oto v'lo Ota, first day Rosh Hashanah laning, that the father must, or a man must perform circumcision, not a woman v'lo Ota. Why the woman needs to be excluded isn't Mila, isn't circumcision, a mitzvah seishas man grama. And the Tosfot on the spot asks the question and gives, if I may say, a very partial answer. There are other Tosfot around that deal with it, including one in Megillah here that I mentioned, which I happen to like personally for reasons that are obvious, by Rabbi Ephraim of Regensburg. But the Rid's answer here is a complete Tosfot-like, but yet Tosfot expansive answer that no one else really came up with. And so it really fits this genre very, very well. Indeed, even Rid's citation of Rabbeinu Chananel's commentaries on Alfasi's Halachot could support such a claim of his being a Tosafist, even though they are Sephardic. Why? Since Rabbeinu Chananel was cited extensively by Tosfot texts from their inception, he was a favorite, and Rif is cited with some frequency in the Rhineland already toward the end of the 12th century by Raviyah of Keln and by his father, Rabbi Yoel ben Yitzchak of Bonn. Nonetheless, the suggestion of Rid's what I'll call Ashkenaziyut, although I think that's the way it is in the translation, in any case, is then immediately downplayed by Professor Twersky as follows, quote, although Professor Urbach in his Balei Tosafot includes Eliezer or Elazar ben Shmuel of Verona, a student of Rie of Dompierre, who died around 1190, as an Italian Tosafist, Urbach omits Rid, who was a student of the German Tosafist Simcha ben Shmuel of Spira of Speyer, who died around 1230. And in fact, if you look at the index to Urbach's Balei HaTosfot, there are 11 scattered references to Rid. It's all about communications of others to Rid or his citations, nothing about his Tosfot, nothing about his place in this area, and that's the opinion that Professor Twersky is stressing here. The position taken by Urbach, who is still considered today, more than 3 decades after his passing, and this is Lahashvot Ben Hagdolim, this is like Professor Twersky is for us, to be the greatest authority on the Tosafists and their writings, was understandably given great weight by Professor Twersky, and I should note that the first scholarly notice published by Professor Twersky following his dissertation, which was completed, I think, in 1956, was a detailed Hebrew review of Urbach's Balei HaTosfot that appeared in Tarbitz. Although the review was far from uncritical, and I think that Professor Urbach may have changed certain things in his revised edition in 1980 of Balei HaTosfot based on Professor Twersky's critical comments. Nonetheless, Professor Twersky's review nonetheless lauds Balei HaTosfot as the definitive treatment of the Tosafists in their work, as if to say, Urbach is the expert, I'm just sort of thinking about it, which that's a machloket hagedolim here, as we'll see. In the second part of his article in Italia Judaica, Professor Twersky moved to assess the specific literary components of Rid's corpus, much of which published only for the first time during the second half of the 20th century. Rid produced extensive Tosafot and separate Halakhic rulings, psakim, on many of the tractates of the Talmud, a collection of responsa, a topical Halakhic work called Sefer HaMachri'ah, with an ayin, which treats more than 90 complex and highly contested matters of Jewish law. Rid's writings were cited already by 2 major Halakhic works of the mid-13th century, Isaac ben Moses of Vienna's Sefer Or Zarua, who was a fellow student in the study hall of Reb Simcha of Spira, to whom Rid also addressed several responsa, and Rid is cited with great frequency by Shibbolei Haleket, as noted earlier. A responsum found among those of Meir ben Baruch Maharam of Rutenberg, not clear if it's his responsum or by someone else, but it doesn't matter when you hear the quote, refers to Rid as one of the most outstanding scholars of the previous generations among the Geonei Olam, alongside Rabbeinu Gershom ben Judah of Mainz, who died in 1028, the Rif, and Rambam. That's good company. The breadth of Rid's oeuvre, his focused use of Talmudic sources beyond the Babylonian Talmud, Tosefta, Yerushalmi, and many other such bodies of literature, and his methodological statements and varied approaches toward the use of Geonic literature and other sources of post-Talmudic precedent make his writings an excellent foil against which to trace these guidelines among other leading medieval rabbinic figures. Indeed, Professor Twersky notes that he often did exactly this as he sought to flesh out the views and positions of Ravad of Poskier. Professor Twersky pointed to Rid's explicit assertion in several of his responsa about the need for complete intellectual freedom in developing Halakhic positions in deciding matters of Jewish law, a view that has been highlighted by both pre-modern rabbinic thinkers and modern scholarship. Professor Twersky locates this strong tendency toward intellectual freedom, all while retaining a deep fealty to Talmudic and Halakhic traditions within the writings of several leading rabbinic figures in southern France and northern Spain. So here he's pointing to the southerly direction in terms of influence on Rid. These include the critiques of both Zrachia, Halevi, Baal Hamar, and Ravad to his writings of Alfasi, along with the defense of Alfasi provided by Nachmanides. Similar formulations can be found in the Sefer HaShlama, Talmudic commentary composed by Meshulam ben Moshe of Bezier, who died around 1240, and in the subsequent work of Menachem HaMeiri. Professor Twersky suggestively notes that the term Melechet Shamayim is one that is often associated with this enterprise, and he's written remarkably about the richness of this particular term in this regard. Rid programmatically explains and justifies, as some of you may know, his independent approach toward arriving at halachic conclusions by citing what he characterizes as the philosopher's parable, Mashal HaPhilosophim, which maintains, and here's the quote, and I'm going to say it carefully in today's PC times, that we are like dwarfs, midgets, short people, standing on the shoulders of giants, whichever is the right one is the one I mean to say, which maintains that the new and creative conclusions that subsequent scholars are able to reach rest upon the older teachings and methods of their predecessors, and you have the clearest citation of that in Keta Bet. And notice that I just interpolated here. The Shibboleth Haleket says, when the Rid says, Shamati me, in line 3, Shamati me chachmei ha-philosophim, I heard from the philosophers, the Shibboleth Haleket, who was the very, very devoted student who never studied with him, min ha-ktavim, but nonetheless, Asher shama me chachmei ha-goyim. He means non-Jewish philosophers, not Jewish philosophers, not the Rambam or something. He means non-Jewish philosophers. And of course, the so-called this parable of the short people on the shoulders of the giants was first enunciated by Bernard of Chartres who died in 1126, his student William of Conches, subsequently by John of Salisbury, Peter of Blois, Gilles of Corbeil. Robert Burton has written a book on the shoulders of giants, which goes through all of this, and the sort of novelist Umberto Eco has a very interesting introduction to one of the editions, which adds some pretty good historical material. In any case, according to this approach, earlier halachic opinions should therefore not be evaluated ad hominem, that is, according to the reputation and standing of their authors, but rather by objective textual and analytical means. In this way, no single rabbinic scholar or group of poskim is necessarily favored, irrespective of the overall quality of their work. Reid intended to go here against those who favored regional or other forms of automatic consensus, what I would call automatic consensus. At the same time, Professor Twersky cites a nuanced statement in Rid Sefer HaMachriah, which demonstrates that while the defense of long-standing ritual customs is always appropriate, there are limits. Indeed, Rid indicates that while Rabbeinu Tam went to great lengths to justify an arrangement concerning the aliyah to the Torah for the one who would be reading a special haftarah on the Shabbat of the Dalet Parshiot, the 4 portions during the period prior to Purim and Passover, or on Shabbat Rosh Chodesh, Reid himself believes that this arrangement is indefensible according to either Jewish law or proper religious practice. That quote is Shelo Halakhah v'Shelo Kadat. And I've given you that in Keta Gimel, and you'll see it's important to defend Minhagim. Rabbeinu Tam is the greatest, but nonetheless, Reid thinks it's absolutely indefensible, and he says so. On balance, Professor Twersky saw Reid as more connected with or inclined toward the Spanish and Provençal centers in Southern Europe, even as it appears that Reid spent time in the Rhineland and was familiar with a range of Rabbeinu Tam's teachings in particular, and some of his students as well. And here the agency, the way this material transferred was that Rabbeinu Tam had German students who came back from his Beit Midrash, where his nephew, the Ri, and others also studied, and they brought this material right back to the Rhineland, and Reid, who apparently was in the Rhineland, was able to derive this material. The fact that Professor Urbach did not consider Reid to be an Italian Tosafist seems to have propelled Professor Twersky in this direction, although, as was his wont, Professor Twersky suggests that Reid's corpus must be investigated further along the lines that he had sketched out in order to yield additional results. Professor Isadore Tashma, a very close friend and colleague of Professor Twersky. I heard more of this from Professor Tashma than Professor Twersky, but they both agreed to that. They were both very good friends. They both respected each other's work tremendously. Professor Tashma took up this task in a series of articles that appeared in the mid-1980s. That's AT, after Twersky. Professor Twersky starts it off. Professor Tashma then sort of moves the ball forward a little bit. In the first of these, Tashma reconstructs, largely on the basis of several little-known sources, the chronology of Rid's life. He was born around 1170 and made his way as a young man to Israel, passed through Constantinople on the way there, spending some time in Alexandria. He expressed the hope to later years to return to Israel and to be buried there, a wish that was not realized following his death in the early 1240s. Before all of that, he left Israel around 1190, apparently, and made his way to the Rhineland, where again he became associated with the Tosafist study hall of Simcha ben Samuel of Speyer, a slightly older contemporary. So his training, his background is certainly varied. He spent good time in a more Sephardic milieu, we might say, but he also spent important time in this Ashkenazic center as well. It was there that Rid met Isaac Moses or Zoroa of Vienna, with whom he maintained a correspondence in later years, as I mentioned. And in the second half of his life, Rid goes back to Italy and Byzantium, where he took great interest in the religious lives and issues of the Romaniot communities, as indicated explicitly within his responsa. Now, I'm just going to try to truncate here a little bit. Tashma discovered, or at least he thinks he discovered, and I think he's right, that one of the Rid's earliest works was a commentary on the Torah called Nimukei HaRid. And that explains why so much of the people who are cited there, the figures that are cited there, are Ashkenazic. Simcha of Speyer, Elazar ben Judah of Worms, even Yudah Hasid, Elazar's teacher, other German figures. And then there are also Tosafists in northern France cited there, including Rabbeinu Tam and his student, Joseph ben Isaac Bechor Shor of Orléans, Rabbi Yosef Bechor Shor. Although I should also note that Rid's commentary on Chumash cites Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim, in translation, of course, and we'll come back to that in a moment. So again, we're getting these mixed valences. Following the completion of his Torah commentary, likely while he's still in the Rhineland, Rid focused on composing his Tosfot, which we had talked about a little bit. By the way, in sections 4 and 5 here on the handout, section 4 is a direct quote from the Rid, where he really just swallows whole chapter 24 of part 3 in the guide on Nisayon, Elokim Nisat Avraham. And it's just a rather unusual thing. He's got the whole piece there. There is some manuscript issue here. There's a Moscow manuscript, which turns out to be a compilatory manuscript, seems to be mostly Rid with a lot of Bechor Shor. Interesting discussion there. And in section 5, I just give you an example from later on in Sefer Breshit. I figured I'll give you some timely examples. You can do, 10 of these mutatis mutandis of a pshat issue on the Chalomot of Paro, where Rid and Bechor Shor are not interchangeable, but the pshat questions, the Pshuto Shel Mikra questions are exactly the same, and the solution sort of revolves around the same axis. Tashma's conclusion, Tashma notes that when Rid sought to decide the Halakhah based on the Talmudic Sugya, just as the classical Tosfot often do, he tended to turn to Halachot Gedolot, Hilchot Harif, and the commentary of Rabbeinu Hananel, even as he could disagree with any of them as well. He could be very disagreeable. That was part of his commitment to intellectual freedom and to calling it as he saw it, although positions of the Geonim are mentioned far less frequently. And interestingly, in his Tosfot, those of Maimonides are barely mentioned at all. All right? Given his commitment to revising his own Tosfot in the absence of local colleagues with whom he could interact and exchange ideas, and his overall sense of independence, Tashma perceptively suggests that Rid is more akin to a group of Tosafists than to an individual Tosafist. He's sort of got a whole program and agenda which makes him look not like the Wizard of Oz, but like he's really representing several different views. And Tashma is explicitly critical of Urbach's omission of the Rid as a Baal HaTosfot. Moving it further, Tashma in another article, and here he cites Professor Twersky's 1980s article. He doesn't hesitate. He almost always begins with Professor Twersky's article, and here are his sort of further thoughts. Twersky, Tashma, I should say, and in a subsequent English article, talks about, again, how Rid, in his Halakhic writings, in his Tosfot writings, barely ever cites the Rambam. Here's just one quote. Throughout the voluminous Tosfot Rid, Maimonides is mentioned not more than 4 times in all. And Maimonides' name is completely absent from Ditrani's book of Psakim and volume of Responsa, and in Sefer HaMachriya, it's mentioned but 3 times. Although Tashma also notes that one volume of Rid's Psakim, the Tractate Shvuot, which is replete with references to Mishnah Torah, is the exception that proves the rule. The 3 of the 5 citations in Sefer HaMachriya are to Hilchot Shvuot, Hilchot Nidarim. So there's something about this area of Halakhah where he liked Maimonides, but other than that, don't hear from Rambam at all. As I've demonstrated in a recent study that's actually appeared in the Festschrift for Professor Lyman, who'll be here later, Rid's approach to Maimonides' works dovetails precisely with that of Isaac Moses of Vienna in his Sefer Or Zarua and the Tosfot on Shas more broadly, because here he's citing Moreh Nevuchim in his Perush on Chumash. In his Halachic works, he's barely citing Mishnah Torah. Which is it? And it's not a question of availability, because others show that these works were available to Rid, and he makes this choice very consciously. Mishnah Torah is cited regularly in Ashkenazic thought, only with regard, with exceptions, to several selected topics for which Ashkenazic authors held that Maimonides' formulations were especially helpful or necessary, despite the large array of sources and analyses at their disposal from within their own Talmudic and Halachic traditions. Consequently, significant references to Mishnah Torah are not to be found in these works in other halachic areas. This decidedly Ashkenazic approach of what I would call citation based on utility also explains why Moreh Nevuchim was cited by Ri and other Tosafists in their Torah commentaries, again in Hebrew translation, of course, since Maimonides' formulations at times provided insights which earlier Ashkenazic biblical exegetical traditions did not. Let me sort of cut to the chase here. We can wrap it up. So Dr. Berg will not have to give me the hook. It is fairly clear by now that even as Rid's Italian roots and his subsequent return to Italy led him to present halachic conclusions in ways that could effectively speak to the Jewish community of Southern Europe and Byzantium, he also functioned as an interpreter of the Talmud and as a halachic authority who was thoroughly familiar with aspects of rabbinic teachings and analytical modes of Northern Europe. Despite the initial significant work done by Stephen Bowman, an important avenue of research that remains open is the more precise tracing of the later Ramoniot phase of Reed's career in order to gauge the full extent to which he sought to address halachic questions and Jewish observances and spirituality in that region within his various works. However, it is equally clear that Professor Twersky was the one who initiated this entire discussion in a meaningful way by drawing attention to the mediating positions that Rid might have played. And it was he who set the parameters for all subsequent scholarly investigation. And so that's, again, what I really want to bring forward here. This was not the main subject of his ongoing research. Again, Professor Horowitz would agree, everything was a subject of his ongoing research, and that's part of the answer, but here he brings out the Rid in this way. Just 2 quick notes in closing. In a somewhat understated way, or a more understated way, several passages in the articles collected in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, the volume of the day, point to the need to look more carefully at the Sefer Zikaron of Rabbi Yom Tov ben Avraham Mishvili, the Ritva, who died around 1325, which occupies a sensitive place between the meta-halachic approaches of Maimonides and Nachmanides, just as Ritva's Talmudic Chidushim straddle the best methods, practices, and products of both Ashkenazic and Spanish Talmudic studies. Another area of Ritva's interest that has not been remarked at all in research is his consistent approach to Agadic passages within his Talmudic Chidushim. These are reminiscent of those of his teacher Rashba's commentary to the Agadah, but there are elements here that are quite different, and they too deserve attention and study. And if you look through the rest of the articles, whether it's something like Talmudist philosophers, Kabbalists' quest for spirituality in the 16th century, or the article on Rabbi Yair Bachrach that I translated in this volume, here again, Professor Twersky sets on points and central issues that in the 25 years since his passing have become absolute mainstays of the research in the field on these figures. So in other words, he had this uncanny ability, as I say, to put his finger on what would be critical in terms of how to look at these figures, their Talmudic studies, their spirituality, and where we go with it, where we put it forward. And here's my concluding paragraph. As we can see, all of this is very typical of Professor Twersky's scholarship, even as he delved very deeply and expansively into the writings and ideas of those figures who are at the center of his research, Gam Mizeh lo hiniach et yadav. He had an incredibly broad view and interest in the writings of, and I think Professor Horowitz is right, all other rabbinic figures, the leading ones, the not so leading ones that appeared in the medieval and early modern periods. This allowed Professor Twersky, these 25 years later, as we can see it in hindsight, which is always close to 2020, to contribute mightily to subsequent scholarship, a process that continues to this day and Bezrat Hashem beyond. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much, Professor Kannervogel. I hope that at the end we're going to be able to have a little time for discussion, but we'll have the three presentations successively first. Jacob J. Schachter is university professor at Yeshiva University and senior scholar at the Center for the Jewish Future. He is a person who cannot be introduced simply in the context of academic work, although that would be more than impressive enough. But he is a major communal, has been and remains, a major communal figure in the Orthodox Jewish community whose activities really cannot be summarized readily, except to say that they are of the first importance. His scholarly work began really as a dissertation with Professor Twersky on Rabbi Jacob Emden, which began a transformed understanding of that very important figure. He has now, just now, published a volume on Slichot, which should become a standard work of both scholarly and religious significance. And his work on Megillat Sefer of Rabbi Jacob Emden, which will be an exceedingly important contribution, should appear in a year or so, and we look forward to it. He said that, he told me right before, that he's going to modify the listed topic and speak on reflections of a student.
Thank you for that very warm introduction. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to be here, and I want to thank Carmi, Professor Horowitz, for inviting me to participate today. I'm sandwiched in between two extraordinary scholars, Professor Kannervogel. I told you many times that Professor Twersky had a great deal of respect for you, and even though you weren't a formal Talmud, you were a Talmud, and he appreciated you. And Professor Marcel Eisenberg, he didn't know you, but had he known you, he would have had a great deal of respect for you. It's really an honor to be here. When Carmi invited me, Professor Horowitz, I'm going to say Carmi, I don't know, you'll be Meichel, I hope you're Meichel. I feel so close to you, we're among friends. When Professor Horowitz, I can't yet bring myself to say Carmi, invited me many years ago to participate, I didn't know what I was going to talk about, so I said I'm going to talk about the Rambam in early modern Jewish history. My focus, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, was in early modern Jewish history. He had a little bit to say about the Rambam. I'll talk about that later. But then when I sat down to prepare, I got very nostalgic and started to think about and reminisce about my relationship with my teacher. And I thought that it would be more meaningful for me, and I hope meaningful for you, for me to speak a little bit about him from a personal perspective. And actually on page 6 of the handout, I actually have the text about the early modern place of the Rambam. So it's not a inganzen a bracha levatolo. I want to begin by thanking Dean Reinhold and the Bernard Revel Graduate School. This is really extraordinary. You're the hosts for this program. Thank Professor Kannervogel for all of your assistance. But I think all of us in this room and beyond owe an incredible hakar satov to Professor Carmi Horowitz. who's really the one who convened this conference. It was a conference in Israel, and this has been part of your image for a very, very long time. And I want to begin my Hakara Satov to you by making reference to a Shalashudis Torah that Rabbi Twersky taught in the Tolner Shtibel on Corey Road in 1993 at Shalashudis. Rabbi Twersky did not say Su'udah Shlishit, he was Makbid, and he called it Shalashudis, and there was a book that was published by Rabbi David Shapiro of Divrei Torah of Rabbi Twersky at Shalashudis. This is volume 1, volume 2 is on its way. And in Parshas Vayechi in 1993, and I give you a copy of the writing, the version of Reb David Shapiro. I hope all of you have a copy of the handout because that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be learning together with you. The pasuk in Parshas Vayechi, Vayikru Yimei Yisrael Lamus, and Nama Tzasi Chem Be'einecha, V'asiso Imadi Chesed Ve'emes. V'asisi Imadi Chesed Ve'emes. Famous Rashi, Chesed Ve'emes, Chesed Sha'osim Imamesim Hu Chesed Shalemes. According to Rashi, summarized Rabbi Twersky, emes relates to the motive of the person performing the chesed, because what could that person do for you? It's a chesed shalemes. It's an ultimate chesed. There's nothing that that person can do for you. I would suggest, went on Rabbi Twersky at that Shalashudis to Tolner Shtibel on Corey Road in 1993 to say, an additional broader dimension to the midrashic term chesed shalemes. Emes relates to the quality, the nature of the chesed. It has to be a chesed which is driven by emes. Chesed shalemes is determined by the criteria of Torah mitzvahs. Torah is emes. See, for example, the following 3 formulations of the Rambam. 3 formulations of the Rambam, 2 of them in the Mishnah Torah, 1 is in the Parish of Mishnayos, where the Rambam refers to Torah as emes. Just this morning, as I was davening Shachris, and I was trying to daven Shachris, but I was thinking about the talk that I was going to give. So in Uval Tzion, it struck me for the first time that I actually said, Tzidkascha tzedek li'olam, v'sorascha emes. You know, how many times do we daven? And it's really wonderful, but every once in a while we have like a gift that something falls into our minds. So thinking about this, it's a beferish volatzion. We have a pasuk. So therefore, Dr. Twersky concluded, top of the next column, emes is synonymous with Torah. And thus chesed shel emes is defined objectively by halakhic norms rather than by subjective feelings. Thus, for example, so in front of 11.5 people sitting at the Shalashudis, he opined on the matters of the day, which is not something that he did on the other side of the river generally. Thus, for example, assisted suicide and abortion are not chesed. Applying the standard of emes to chesed repudiates the Freudian legacy of self-indulgence and self-gratification. On the other hand, halvayas hameis and kvura bekever avos are bona fide chasadim shel emes. So, Carmi, I want to say as I begin that you have fulfilled both of these interpretations. Number 1, you've done a chesed shel emes for your teacher, for our teacher. He can't do anything for you. It's 25 years. What you have done, and you've devoted your life, so much of it, in such a profound way to a chesed shel emes. But in the second way also, that you've made available emes. Torah is Torah's emes. The teachings of Professor Twersky, Rabbi Twersky, were Torah. Over Shabbos, you told me that he told you that whatever we did in Room G was the room where we had our graduate seminars, was Torah, and that Torah you have brought forth, and you're continuing to be devoted and dedicated to bringing that forth. So the chesed is the chesed shel emes in Rashi's perspective, and a chesed shel emes interpreting emes the way the Rambam did from Professor Twersky's perspective. We are all in your debt. All of us know that ideas were extremely central to Dr. Twersky, and he focused on intellectual history. One of his bread and butter courses at Harvard was History 128. And I sat in History 128. I got to Harvard in 1973, so I didn't realize that I'm that old, but it was 49 years ago when I first became a graduate student of Professor Twersky's. And it was a year or two later when I first took History 128. He gave it in Seaver Hall, which is a large room on Harvard Yard, and there were maybe 250 undergraduates in this class. And he divided his entire presentation into intellectual history and not intellectual history. So the first was about 98% of the course, and then the not so much intellectual history. For him, intellectual history was of paramount importance. Personal story, about 5 years in, after I finished my coursework and handed in all my papers, what took me an extra 2 years to finish, and I started preparing for my general exams and thinking about a doctorate. And I decided that I wanted to write about the transference of culture from Western Europe to Eastern Europe. How does a culture transfer itself? Jews are in Western Europe. Slowly, they're getting expelled from Western Europe to Eastern Europe. So how does the culture transference work, the phenomenology of transferring a culture from here to there? What goes into the suitcase, what stays behind, what's at the bottom of the suitcase, it takes 100 years to show up, what's at the top of the suitcase. And I realized that I had to focus on Prague. I saw Prague as a way station. For my fourth field, we had to take 4 fields to study for our general exams. One was general Jewish history, one was Hebrew literature, and one was, we had a choice, we were in the Near Eastern Languages department of either Sumerian, Akkadian, Ugaritic, Hebrew, or Aramaic, so Hebrew was a given. So for some reason, you probably guessed that instead of Sumerian, Akkadian, or Ugaritic, I took Aramaic, and that was one of the foci of our general exams. And then we had a 4th field, which was pretty much open, and I decided to focus on the history of the social and economic history of the late Middle Ages. There was a wonderful Professor David Herlihy, who was, I would say, Mechasidei Umos HaOlam. I studied intensely with him. I immersed myself into the Trumas Hadeshen, into Rabbi Yaakov Weil, Rabbi Yisrael Bruna, the Maharil, the Maharam Mintz, and then I ran into Prague, and then I ran into Czech. And I figured that in order for me to do this right, if I wanted to understand Prague, I would have to read and understand Czech, and that was very formidable for me. So I went to Professor Twersky, and I asked him, so what should I do? So he said, Bezeh HaLashon. I said, I want to know how the Jews lived in Prague and what happened and how they... So he said, why do you care how the Jews lived? You only have to care about how the Jews thought. So that was a very bold statement. Why do you care how the Jews lived? This is 5 years in, and I still was somewhat taken aback by that formulation. You just need to worry about how the Jews thought. And to know how the Jews thought, you didn't have to know Czech. You had to know the sources. And Dr. Twersky also, all of his students will I'm sure, remember that for him, he didn't really run to manuscripts so much because he said that it's right here in front of you. You have to really analyze the text. So manuscripts were not a huge priority for him. So you have the text, what do you have to worry about? And it was very interesting formulation for me. And then later on, as years go by, I decided not to do that topic, and I moved into Rabbi Yaakov Emden. And as I was working on Rabbi Yaakov Emden and the whole notion of memoirs and memoir literature and autobiography, I came across the article on the bottom right of page 1, where I find out that Professor Twersky's formulation, in fact, situates him very significantly, at least according to Cecil Roth, in a Jewish tradition. Cecil Roth begins this article in 1928, The Memoirs of a Sienese Jew. Jewish literature is notoriously poor in works of autobiography. It is indeed only what might have been expected. In a people so predominantly intellectual, the vicissitudes of worldly existence were of secondary importance. by the side of the record of spiritual achievement. The Jew was interested in what a man thought and said rather than in what he did. So I felt a little more comfortable that now we have a community of scholars who agree with this position. But what it did for me was further highlight the centrality of how did Jews think. This was absolutely central and crucial for Professor Twersky. And in the world of how did Jews think, as we've heard already a few times this morning, the Rambam played a central role. Second story, I'm writing my dissertation on Rabbi Yaakov Emden. I was already then in New York. I traveled every 6 months. I would give him a chapter, 100 pages, 200 pages, 300 pages, 400 pages. After 400 pages, he looks at chapter 5, and he opens it up when I give it to him, and he says, so where's the Rambam? So I said to him, Professor Twersky, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, he had a life. He was in the 18th century. There was a lot going on. So he was quiet, and then chapter 6, 6 months later, he opens it up. He says, so where's the Rambam? I said, but Professor Twersky, he had a life. Finally, after 700 pages, I say to myself, what is wrong with you? Give the man the Rambam. Just give him the Rambam. So I sit down, chapter 7 of my dissertation, or chapter 8, is the attitude of Rabbi Jacob Emden to Maimonides. And it turns out that it's really, mamish, very important, very important. I walk in and I give him the chapter, and this is what happened. He opens it up, he says, oh, the Rambam. Schedule a defense. Go to Carol Cross, go schedule a defense. And then he read the chapter, and then we had what to say, but oh, the Rambam. And here I want to thank Professor Beryl Septimus for saving my life. Professor Septimus went to bat for me with Professor Twersky and said, let him go, it's enough already. Had you not done this, I would ad hayom be traversing the Olamis Ho'al Yonim, and I'd be up to page 7,642 and begging to get out, but you saved me, so thank you. In an article, I know, I'm going to be done. I'm just telling stories. In an article that Professor Twersky wrote, top of page 2, it's in Professor Horowitz's book. It is number 29 in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, which he wrote originally in Hebrew. This is one of the original Hebrew articles. It was first published in 1971. Entitled Mada'ei HaYahadut B'Artzot HaBrit, he talks about the bifurcation of the Rambam, which for him was an absolute no-no. In the middle of the second paragraph, I did feel like I wanted to quote from this book, since we are celebrating today, not only commemorating the yahrtzeit, but celebrating the appearance of this extraordinary volume. Sheharambam kana domeh ki letman de palig, second line, second paragraph, Sheharambam kana de olamo, לא רק בגלל שיצא גם מחוץ למחנה, והשפעתו על אלברטוס הגדול ותמאס איש אקווינו חשובה ובלתי מעוררת, אלא אף בגלל חשיבותו בתוך המחנה. אין כל הצדקה אפילו באוניברסיטה לפצל את יצירתו עתירת הגוונים. I mean, his Hebrew was just stunning, poetic, deeply rooted in traditional sources and language and modern Hebrew literature. He was extraordinary, and that wasn't his native language. Lidchok oto la'alma de piruda ulehizdakek rak litzdadim mekuta'im shel mishnato. Maimonides beli harambam hu plag gufa. But it cuts both ways. For Professor Twersky, Rambam Beli Maimonides was also Gamkein Plag Gufa. And in his earliest article that he devoted to this, some non-Halakhic aspects of the Mishnah Torah, it's number 7 in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, this was his first foray into showing the wholeness of the Maimonidean oeuvre. And this article was very repercussive. I want to use the word repercussive because Mori Varabi, David Berger, said to me, only students of Professor Twersky ever use the word repercussive. He has never ever heard anyone else other than this small chabura of us. So I had to be Mekayim Le'ilui Nishmas Morenu and use the word repercussive article. And he writes here, this is number 7 in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, on non-halachic aspects of the Mishnah Torah. We're now on the top of page 3. I remember sitting in History 128, Seaver Hall, huge room, and one time during the semester, he finished class early and he said, "Are there any questions?" So I had not ever remembered him having done this before or since, because he generally filled up the 56-minute time slot. And are there any questions? So an undergraduate raises his hand, and he asks him the following question. On the reading list for History 128 was a passage from Gershom Shalom's Major Trends of Jewish Mysticism on the top right of page 3. And this young fellow, clearly very brilliant, said, "But everything that you've been telling me seems to be contradicted by something that I read in Shalom's Major Trends of Jewish Mysticism." Because Shalom writes at the top right of page 3, third line, "It is a little paradoxical that when Elazar of Worms, at the outset of a Sefer Rokeach, in which he gives an outline of the religious law, makes an attempt, it's paradoxical that in the Sefer Rokeach, he makes an attempt to codify the Hasidic ideal in Halakhic terms. It is remarkable," Shalom goes on to say, "it's a remarkable fact that both Maimonides and his younger contemporary, the Baal Sefer HaRokeach, remarkable, preface their codifications of the law by attempts to extend the Halakhah to matters which, strictly speaking, lie beyond its province. In the case of Maimonides, it's a philosophic and cosmological preface in which the ideas of Aristotelian enlightenment are introduced as elements of the Halakhah. And in the case of the Sefer HaRokeach, it's more issues of Hasidut. The coincidence is hardly fortuitous and throws an interesting light on the significance of the various religious trends in Judaism. Nor is it fortuitous, opined Gershom Shalom, that in both cases the attempts failed. The Halakhah was never organically linked with the quasi-Halakhah which preceded it." So Professor Twersky, Yososer, Gershom Shalom, and Professor Twersky said, "I'm so glad that you asked that question because I absolutely, fully, totally, wholeheartedly repudiate that assessment. He was wrong, it's not true, and in fact, it's exactly the opposite." And he went into a long discussion, but it was passionate. This wasn't already objectively, analytically sitting there in Seaver Hall talking to 250 undergraduates. It was his neshama, this is his life's work. And we today take for granted, like it's obvious, that the Rambam was not schizophrenic, right? Professor Carmi, over here, and he's like this, and over here. It's like, it's milsa dipshitut for us. But it wasn't when he got started. When he got started, he had to fight against this huge mountain of positions and thoughtful, fine scholars who took an opposite position. But for him, it was both. The end of page 3, the second half of page 3, one particular quote, this is in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber number 7, the Shulchan Aruch article. This was 1967. This is way early, very, very early. Third line, fourth line, second paragraph. Halakhah is itself as a tense, vibrant dialectical system which regularly insists upon normativeness in action and inwardness in feeling and thought. That Halakhah itself is not just Talmudism, the study of Talmud, it's not just behavior, but it is itself a dialectical system which insists upon halacha l'maisa, normativeness in action, but also inwardness. To my mind, this was most clearly expressed in his famous Religion and Law article on page 4. He delivered this as a talk at a conference in Brandeis University in 1973 and published it in 1974. I came in the fall of 73, so I missed the Torah Sheba'al Peh version, but I got the Torah Shebechtav version, number 20 in Professor Horowitz's Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, where he goes to great lengths to try to show how, in fact, there is this entire overlay and underpinning of the spirit as part of the law. Bottom left on the page 4, page 69 of the original article, a tense dialectical relationship between what he calls religion in essence and religion in manifestation is at the core of the Jewish religious consciousness. Halakhah is the indispensable manifestation and prescribed concretization of an underlying and overriding spiritual essence. The reason why it's dialectical is because sometimes, and there are some members of the community who emphasize one as opposed to the other. We get so caught up in the minutia, as we need to, of the Maisa HaMitzvah, that we spend all our energy on the technical and we forget the big picture. And then there are others who are very much involved in the spirit and in the big picture, but neglect the actual details of the performance, and both of them are indispensable. And in this article, in footnote number 5, he writes that this story, this tension, and this bringing together extends from the plaintive notes of the prophets to the modern movements of Hasidism and Musar, and he quotes from a Chafetz Chaim. A few months before he died, Shabbos Parshas Matos Maseh in 1997, Professor Twersky gave a Dvar Torah to Talmud Shtibel on Quarry Road. This is going to be in volume 2 of Rabbi Shapiro's collection of Divrei Torah, Shalashudas Divrei Torah. And at that point, he said as follows. The Chafetz Chaim in his Sefer Avas Chesed, 1997. This article appeared in 1974. So Seliktim Nachum Kop, this Chafetz Chaim was very important to him. Chafetz Chaim in the Sefer Avas Chesed asserts that the pasuk in Yirmiyah, the pasuk here is about Sofsei HaTorah lo yidouni. Those who hold the Torah don't know me. What do you mean? How could that be? If you're holding the Torah, how could you not know me? And the Chafetz Chaim says, and I gave you the text on page 5, so you could read it on your own in Professor Twersky's summary. The Chafetz Chaim asserts that this pasuk in Yirmiyah refers to, quote, professional Talmidei Chachamim, who miss the entire point of Torah and mitzvos. They don't internalize its values. It's just an exercise in intellectualism for them. It doesn't make a moral impact upon them. And it needs to make a moral impact. I used to think that, I was talking about, is the Rambam a philosopher? Is the Rambam a halachist? So when I was, my earliest years with Professor Twersky, I used to daven in the Talmud Shtibel during the week to help make a minyan and also to make a good impression. And I also encountered him in room G as a Litauer professor. And I had trouble trying to, so like, who is this person? Like, is he the Talmud Rebbe? Is he the Litauer professor? And I couldn't figure it out. But then as I got older, I realized that it's one person. Just like he devoted his life to make the Rambam one person, I think he was really one person. And if you look carefully, you see hints of both in both places. So he was very careful. He was a professional professor at Harvard University, and he had academic standards, and he was a deeply erlich, incredibly, profoundly spiritual Jew. And he wasn't metashtash the two, but in himself, they both sat, and he held them both with great unity and great significance. So I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to skip the Rambam in the early modern period. I just said the words, I was yahrtzeit, the title. I want to conclude where I began, and that is with an expression of gratitude to Professor Carmi Horowitz. Yesterday, we had the privilege in our home to host Carmi and Sarah as our guests for Shabbos. And Carmi spoke in our shul in Congregation Rinat Yisrael in Teaneck, and he gave a shir, quoting a shir that Professor Twersky gave. And he concluded with a quote that Professor Twersky quoted from Reb Nosson, who was a Talmud of Reb Nachman of Breslov. And Reb Nosson says the following, and here's the quote. Ashrei ha'einayim shera'u et einei Rabbeinu, Ve'ashrei ha'einayim hara'ot et ha'einayim shera'u et Rabbeinu. Praise be the eyes who saw our Master. Praise be the eyes who saw the eyes of the one who saw our Master. So you were zoche to see our teacher, your teacher, my teacher, some of us sitting here, literally our teacher, the rest of the world, our teacher. You saw him. And you saw him in a way that others didn't. And as I told you, Carmi, you have devoted your life to him. I don't know of any other teacher who was zoche to have a student who was as devoted to him as you were to Professor Twersky. I don't know of any other student who was devoted to their teacher as you were devoted to him. And you saw him, and you were lucky. You had a bracha. But what you made possible is that other eyes could see your eyes who saw him, to be able to transmit the teachings, not just the academic teachings, but the fullness of the teachings of the human being, to those of us who didn't have that privilege, but single-handedly to hold on to his memory and to devote yourself, belev v'nefesh, to perpetuating his teachings. We are in your debt, and we thank you. Thank you for coming and participating in this incredible opportunity.
Okay. Our final presentation is by a young and rising star in the field. Professor Tamara Morsel-Eisenberg is an assistant professor at NYU who studies early modern cultural and intellectual history. Her work focuses on the transmission of Halakhic knowledge in Ashkenaz, including questions of religious law and its interaction with scholarly practices, knowledge organization, and technology. She's published articles in numerous journals and publications of the highest quality and standing, including AJS Review, Harvard Theological Review, the Journal for the History of Ideas, and Critical Inquiry. She's now writing a book on the transmission of Halakhah in Ashkenaz between the 15th and the 16th centuries, and another monograph tentatively entitled Law and Disorder on Early Modern Rabbinic Responsa as a form of Halakhah where lack of organization presents an advantage. This requires me to end with a line from Shadal, who was probably the only maskil who didn't like the Rambam particularly. And he said that the Rambam wrote this book called Mishnah Torah, where he placed the entire Talmudic corpus, which is marked by chaos, at least superficially, and he put it in order. And he said this is another example of the Rambam's deviation from Jewish tradition, because there is one time a year where Jews make a Seder, and immediately the child asks, Ma nishtana?
It's really an honor to be here. I'll be speaking about Professor Twersky's article on the Shulchan Aruch. When I first read Professor Twersky's article on Shulchan Aruch in the Jewish Expression, it struck me as a very elegantly simple historical discussion of an important halachic work, much as the author describes it, a genuinely modest piece, albeit one with soaring spiritual conclusions. But every time I revisit this essay, I'm proven wrong in different ways. I was fooled by Twersky's evocative writing, his erudite mode of expression, and his poetic style, which successfully obscure some incredibly thought-provoking and revolutionary arguments. I will reflect upon Professor Twersky's description of Shulchan Aruch in this essay, pausing to appreciate some of the directions in halachic history that he charts. It is no exaggeration to say that some paragraphs in this essay have prefigured articles and perhaps even entire books in the history of Jewish law. More specifically, I was struck by two ideas that surface in this essay. One is an argument against a certain kind of halachic history. The other is an argument about halakha and religious meaning. To put the two arguments too simply, Firstly, Professor Twersky claims that Shulchan Aruch provides evidence against the historian's desire to ascribe intellectual developments to historical circumstances, seeing as its two creators, Rabbi Yosef Karo and Rabbi Moshe Isserlis, had the very same inclinations, despite living in extremely different environments. Second, Twersky sees in Shulchan Aruch's extreme focus on practical religious law alone a lack of spiritual religious engagement, and Professor Schechter already referred to this idea earlier. I had originally hoped to focus on the profound insights encapsulated in both ideas, and also to challenge them in ways that I believe can often be found in germinal form within this essay itself. Because doing so would take too long, I will have to confine my discussion today to the first idea, that of history. The essay's first section is a beautifully worded, rich description of the creation of Rabbi Karo's Bet Yosef, Rabbi Isserlis's Darkei Moshe, and finally Shulchan Aruch, a title that designates, in Twersky's words, and I'm quoting, a composite collaborative work combining the original text of Rabbi Joseph Caro, a Spanish emigre from Toledo who lived and studied in Turkey and finally settled in Palestine in a period of turbulence and instability and apocalyptic stirrings, with the detailed glosses, both strictures and supplements of Rabbi Moshe Isserlis, a well-to-do Polish scholar proud of his Germanic background who studied in Lublin and became de facto chief rabbi of Krakow in a period of relative stability and tranquility. Professor Twersky characterizes Rabbi Karo's decision to write Bet Yosef as an expression of his opposition to what he calls oracular codes and sinewy manuals that were too bare bones. This opposition drove Rabbi Karo to choose the pattern of Rav Yaakov ben Asher's Arba Turim, which was more expansive, rather than Maimonides' Mishneh Torah, which was too concise and monolithic. Right around then, Rabbi Isserlis, too, was confronted with the need to determine Halakhah, and he was criticized for not taking into consideration the full accumulation of Halakhic sources. So he wished to prepare a digest and anthology of these materials, and likewise structured this digest alongside the tool. He, too, was wary of codifications, considering these Delphic manuals, in the words of Professor Twersky, inadequate. However, within less than a decade, Rabbi Karo and Rabbi Isserlis both gave in to the codificatory syndrome and create the abridgments that would form Shulchan Aruch, each with his own methodology. Rabbi Karo employed his famous court of three, and Rabbi Isserlis consulted the most recent authorities, citing the principle of Halakhah kevatrai. The law follows the later authorities. The method chosen by Rabbi Isserlis, Professor Twersky explains, would preserve established precedent and respect local custom. Professor Twersky describes the desire of Germanic Polish Jewry, as opposed to Rabbi Karo's Sephardic audience, for a less what he called classical code, one that instead includes more recent Ashkenazic traditions, as reflecting their historical consciousness. It is interesting that Professor Twersky considers the idea at the basis of Hilcheta Kavatrai, of valuing their specific and recent halachic development and heritage, to be an expression of historical consciousness. When it comes to a broader historical interpretation, however, Professor Twersky considered the case of Shulchan Aruch to present in a way an argument against history. Twersky introduces what he calls a dialectical movement that can often be observed in Halakhah, and I quote, "This dialectical movement characterizes much of the history of post-Talmudic rabbinic literature. Attempts to compress Halakhah by formal codification alternate with counter-attempts to preserve the fullness and richness of both the method and substance of Halakhah. Any student who follows the course of rabbinic literature cannot ignore this seesaw tendency. No sooner is the need for codification met than a wave of non-codificatory work arises." End quote. The dynamism in halachic intellectual history, the movement from one generation of halachic literature to the next, is explained by a dialectic from compression to expansion and back. We should perhaps pause to consider whether this is truly a historical dialectic in the Hegelian sense. Not every pendulum or seesaw tendency is dialectical, in that not every such moment performs the Aufhebung, which includes elements of both opposing sides and creates a third element, thus driving historical change. Inasmuch as halachic texts that compress do tend to preserve the most recent expansions that they summarize, we could probably consider it as such a dialectical move. a back and forth that also generates change and development. This engine of historical change notwithstanding, Shulchan Aruch is presented as proof against historical interpretations of Halakhah. For one, Professor Twersky's own assertion that the move from Beit Yosef Darkei Moshe to Shulchan Aruch in 1 decade is an example of the dialectic in a sense on steroids. This seems in fact to point away from its function as a historical mechanism. And I quote from Professor Twersky, "What is striking in the case of the Shulchan Aruch is that the dialectical movement plays itself out in the attitudes and achievements of the same person. The Shulchan Aruch thus offers an instructive example of the dialectical movement in rabbinic literature as a whole. The full dialectic has here played itself out, radical opposition to codes giving way to radical codification, almost with a vengeance, for the Shulchan Aruch is the leanest of all codes in Jewish history, from the Beit Yosef to the Shulchan Aruch, from the Baroque to the Beer." This is striking indeed, but leads us further from any conclusion that this dialectic drives consecutive historical stages. Perhaps instead, these are simply two aspects of Halakhah, always simultaneously present, expressed in different ways all the time. Such an understanding would explain much about the nature of Halakhah, but not necessarily provide a historical narrative for the development of rabbinical literature. When Professor Twersky explains the reason for the dialectic, he seems indeed to be talking more about the essence of Halakhah than about any historical aspects. And I quote, "A code could provide guidance and certitude for a while, but not finality. Arvach arvat tzarich, your bondsman required its own bondsman. A code, even the eyes of its admirers, required vigilant explanation and judicious application. The heartbeat had constantly to be checked. It became part of a life organism that was never complete or static." The poetic language here conflates a few different ways of approaching the issue of why codification, in a sense, never lasts, one of which is arguably historical. First, when he speaks about guidance and certitude but not finality, this implies an epistemological and a practical issue, the constant growth of the massive knowledge, which makes it hard to know with any finality what the law truly should be. The expression, "your bondsman requires a bondsman," arvach arvat tzarich, on the other hand, points to the limits of legal authority and the lack of finality in deciding and prescribing the law. The act or the fact of codification itself does not render anything authoritative in itself for too long. Finally, the language of the pulse and heartbeat hints at the need to give life to the otherwise dry code, a point he addresses towards the end of his essay. But Professor Twersky's strongest argument against the history of Halakhah is not in this dialectic. It is in the very historical fact of how Shulchan Aruch was created by Rabbis Karo and Isserles. And I quote, "This whole story is important, I believe, because it expands the historical background against which the Shulchan Aruch is to be seen and cautions against excessive preoccupation with purely sociological data, with contemporary stimuli and contingencies. It makes the Shulchan Aruch understandable in terms of the general history of Halakhic literature and its major trends. It provides an obvious vertical perspective, that is, literary categories seen as part of an ongoing Halakhic enterprise, to be used alongside an, at best, implicit horizontal enterprise perspective, that is, historical pressures and eschatological hopes, for an explanation of the emergence of Shulchan Aruch. The story of Shulchan Aruch, then, shows that two rabbis from very different sociological contexts with opposing political situation and eschatological perspectives are doing the same thing at the same time. Thus, this work must be the result of an internal halachic development, isolated from history. It is clear that Professor Twersky's image, or caricature perhaps here, of the kind of history disproven by Shulchan Aruch is one of a reductionist model of history, where spiritual, intellectual, and scholarly achievements are reduced to sociological data, contingencies, pressures, and so on. We will try to present a more nuanced, but nevertheless historical reading. Comparing Rabbi Karo to Rabbi Isserles, Professor Twersky exclaims, "Der Sitz im Leben are so different." In many ways, this is absolutely true. However, there are many ways in which their Sitz im Leben is actually quite similar. I mean in terms of the history of knowledge. The particular problem both rabbis were considering, the trigger that created this perception of crisis, and the type of solution they both proposed was characteristic of this very period in the history of knowledge. Anne Blair has shown the links between printing, the early modern sense of information overload, of there being too much to know, and the turn to organization, and especially printed works of organization, organized for maximum ease in searching and consulting for relief of this problem. Walter Ong, in turn, has explained how print's ability to easily reproduce fixed text and layouts in a stable manner was synergetic with structural approaches to conquering fields of knowledge by means of knowledge organization, as in the case he studied Peter Rames's famous diagrams. Shulchan Aruch can perhaps be understood in such terms. Bet Yosef was one of the first Halakhic works created directly for print, without circulating in manuscript prior. Rabbi Karo was deeply involved in the process for printing his work, and print no doubt played a big role in the work's fast popularity and widespread distribution. As I've shown elsewhere, both rabbis emphasized printed works of responsa when discussing why these new codifications were so urgently needed. While some of the proclamations in the author's introductions are tropes familiar to us from introductions of earlier codes, the length of the exile and its trials, the dispersion of the Jewish people, both Rabbi Karo and Rabbi Isadore, unlike their predecessors, explicitly mention information overload. Why does Karo use his court of three? For one, Professor Twersky explains, it would be presumptuous to scrutinize past giants. And second, as he writes, the process would be too long and arduous. While the former is a familiar anxiety, the latter hints at an issue of information overload. Rabbi Karo writes that it would take far too long to traverse all the sources from the Talmud to the most recent adjudicators. He calls it a thing without end, davar she'eno kitzba. As a young rabbi, Rabbi Iserlis relied on the Talmud and a few important works, and was very soon criticized for having ignored the rulings of the most recent scholars, for example, Rabbi Jacob Weil, the progenitors of contemporary Polish Jewry. In Twersky's words, impromptu ad hoc review and judicious instantaneous application of all this material, this panoply of interpretations and traditions, would be cumbersome, if not impossible. Rabbi Iserlis writes that consulting all these new sources, incidentally almost all newly printed responsa, is impossible. As he wrote, time is short and the labor is long, and I, the laborer, am tired. המלאכה מרובה בימים מועטים ואני הפועל עצל. So here too we see information overload enhanced by print. That this codification was a project of organizing in the context of print technology and its challenges and promises is clear just by looking at it. But here are just some, perhaps more subtle aspects of information overload and organization upon which Professor Twersky touched in his essay. Blair categorizes 4 S's to designate actions that manage information overload: selecting, summarizing, sorting, and storing. The decision to arrive at a clear halachic conclusion is in itself, of course, a form of both selecting and summarizing. Twersky characterizes Karo's disregard for contemporary legislation, innovation, and native usage, right, the decision to focus on more classical sources, as a sign of his being laconic, almost self-effacing. But this is also a way of limiting information overload. Professor Twersky explains that Rabbi Karo used the 14th century Arba Turim as its basis in order to avoid duplication. The simple meaning of avoiding duplication is simply to avoid repeating what the tool already wrote, but implied is another principle of knowledge organization. Choosing a scheme makes sure everything has one and only one precise and rational location, which makes an item easy to find. Additionally, avoiding repetition of the same topic in several places is crucial for legal codes because duplications can harbor contradictions. Keeping one topic in one place ensures that the law can be summarized in one equivocal manner. When Twersky describes what Bet Yosef did to the tool, he employs the metaphor of the legal corpus as body. Rabbi Karo would flesh out the bare-bones codifications, which are too brief and uninformative, but, Twersky adds nevertheless, preserve their sinewyiness and pragmatic advantage by unequivocally stating the psak, the binding regulation, in each case. Thus, even as Rabbi Karo expanded the tool, he made sure to preserve the pragmatic advantage of the code's brevity. When Rabbi Karo changed his attitude about oracular-type codes to create one himself, he once more summarizes, sorts, stores, and selects. In Professor Twersky's words, he himself abridged, fastidiously arranged, and systematized, and clarified. Rabbi Karo chose the tool as the pattern for Shulchan Aruch over Mishneh Torah for, in Twersky's words, its rigid selection of material, the circumscribed scope, but not in the method of presentation, which, in Tool, is rich, varied, and suggestive, while the Shulchan Aruch brooks no expansiveness whatsoever. So if the Tool performs a few of the 4 S's, selecting, sorting, storing, Shulchan Aruch added a 4th, summarizing, extreme summarizing even. The result was a successful, popular, printed code. In Bet Yosef, Twersky adds, Rabbi Karo would incidentally correct the text of the Turim, which suffered many scribal corruptions. Although Professor Twersky does not mention print even once in this article, this too is a typical enhancement introduced in the transition from manuscript to print transmission, addition, summary, and correction. Printers often introduce these changes prominently as enhancements, and the expectations of readers too change to expect standardization and correction. Information overload is not an objective status of there being quantitatively more knowledge in a certain period. After all, we witness expressions of this sentiment at different points in various periods, each with a radically different quantity of knowledge available. Rather, the sense of information overload is the result of an existing world of scholarly practices confronted with new methods that are incompatible and clash with the existing practices. The 16th century, when printed works changed the horizons of knowledge, was such a moment. It is in this sense that the creation of Shulchan Aruch is an argument for Halakhah as part of the history of knowledge. Professor Twersky is, of course, also the scholar who gave us the concept of Halakhah as separate from meta-Halakhah. If Halakhah is isolated from historical occurrences, perhaps in the same way that it's separate from meta-Halakhah, regarding the development of Halakhah as anything but an internal development is hard, and any intrusions of history lead to the kind of contingencies that produce the reductionist historical explanations Twersky spoke against. But if intellectual history is part of the history of knowledge writ large, there's no reason to assume that these two rabbis are not both dealing with similar changes in the history of knowledge, including technology, in this case print, globalization, in this case the Jewish migrations at the time, and information overload, a result of a combination of both print and this new mobility that exposed Jews to different traditions and works. The dialectic of expanding and summarizing knowledge is, of course, a very true one, and will remain true as long as humans have limited brain capacity, a need to respond to the multiplicity of existence, and a desire to reason about it using principles. But it is not in itself a historical dialectic. What is historical is that this dialectic looks different in different periods, and I hope I've managed to show meaningfully so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sort of torn about the question of having a few questions because there has to be some sort of break before the 11:30 session. But let me say that we should take 2 questions and 2 responses. So, for any of the presentations. Yes, please. Could you stand up, please, and speak loud? Someone likes to?
The question was, someone, that's me, but it's the Rid, used the phrase or distinguished between Halakhah and Dat, Daled Taf, when the Rid criticized Rabbi Tam's position about the Haftarot and so on and so forth. So I'm going to punt by saying the following. Normally, Halakhah v'dat could keep us here till whatever o'clock it could keep us here till. What the Rid meant in that specific passage is Halakhah in the sense of how do you derive it Talmudically, and how do you derive it based on rabbinic sources? And dat simply meant correct minhag, correct behavior, which is the narrowest way of looking at it. He wasn't there positing any great meta-halakhic or halakhic comparisons. He was simply saying he didn't like Rabbeinu Tam's psak, I'll use the French, sayin alumdus and sayin aminig. He just didn't like the whole thing. In other words, and those were the two terms, I believe, that simply put he chose to use. So solve that little problem.
I think it's a matter of interest that the word dat in its biblical usage doesn't mean religion. It means law, requirement, behavior, binding custom, and so on.
Thank you very much. We're now going to begin our next session on Jewish intellectual history, medieval and modern. Our first presenter is Dr. Alicia Ross Fishbane, Associate Professor of Hebrew and Judaic Studies at NYU, and a historian of the Jewish communities of the medieval Islamic world and a scholar of medieval Jewish culture, including the legacies of Maimonides in later Jewish life and thought. His first book on the movement of Jewish Sufi pietism in medieval Egypt, entitled Judaism, Sufism, and the Pietists of Medieval Egypt, was published by Oxford in 2015 and awarded the Salammeyer Baron Book Prize by the American Academy for Jewish Research. His second book, Aging in Medieval Jewish Culture, published by the Lippmann Library in 2022, is a study of aging in the Jewish communities of the medieval Mediterranean and Near East, and of old age as a paradigm and ideal in medieval Jewish culture. He's currently working on a book on medieval Jewish perceptions of Islam, both as a religion and as a political power. He'll be speaking today on humility and the pursuit of truth.
Thank you, and a word of gratitude to the institution that is hosting us, to YU, to Revel. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. Yeah, higher? Better? Good. And a special word of thanks to Professor Horowitz, Carmi Horowitz, who is really the mastermind behind this conference, and of course, the occasion, in addition to the yahrtzeit, the occasion for the incredible gathering in honor and recognition of his magisterial work of Kema'ayan Hamitgaber. We're all in your debt for this work, and very much personally, I want to express my gratitude for the work that you've done, and for your kindness. And as we met recently in the streets of Yerushalayim and the shuls of Yerushalayim, and the time that you gave me, most grateful. And I think the paper in some ways reflects some of your own contributions. The new title for the talk is Maimonides on Intellectual Humility, similar but a little bit more focused, in particular on Maimonides. The place of humility in the hierarchy of virtues has long occupied scholarship on Maimonides, who famously made humility one of only two exceptions to the rule of the mean in moral dispositions, maintaining that it is forbidden for a Jew to adopt anything less than extreme humility. And I say here, a Jew in recognition of Mori Rabbi's, Professor Septimus's insight that the distinction that Maimonides draws between the universal rational ethic, requiring the mean in all cases, including humility, and the specific rabbinic strictures that require eschewing the mean in that case, in addition to anger as well. Less appreciated, however, is a second modality of humility, which Maimonides applied not in the ethical, but in the intellectual domain. The Maimonidean ideal of intellectual humility has largely fallen under the scholarly radar due to the fact that Maimonides himself did not directly call it by name. In order to reconstruct this virtue, we will examine the role it plays in several seemingly unrelated passages in the guide and consider how it served as a guiding principle in his capacity as teacher and public figure. A careful review of both reveal a man whose unwavering pursuit of truth demanded an equal commitment to intellectual honesty and humility. It is a privilege to present these thoughts in memory of Rabbi Dr. Twersky, of blessed memory, whose own unyielding pursuit of truth led him to broaden his intellectual orbit to encompass the worlds of Torah and secular knowledge in ways that made him a true disciple of Maimonides. Our inquiry into intellectual humility begins with an old quandary in Maimonidean studies that continues to shape the field. Did Maimonides consider metaphysical knowledge, not only of God, but of all separate, i.e. immaterial, intellects attainable for human beings? The first to draw sustained attention to the question was Shlomo Pines, who first argued against the skeptical position in his translator's introduction to the guide, before thoroughly changing course in a seminal essay on the limitations of human knowledge. Pines argued that, quote, all the texts of the guide that might seem to postulate man's capacity to cognize immaterial being or to intellect without the help of some percepts or images are ambiguous and indecisive, end quote. His own conclusion was that Maimonides viewed any efforts to attain demonstrable knowledge of immaterial beings, such as the celestial spheres or the eternity of the world, as fundamentally unachievable for the human mind. Significantly, Pines noted that, quote, the philosophical doctrine concerning the afterlife is predicated on the existence, i.e. the knowledge of the existence of these separate intellects. Despite the fact that Maimonides affirmed the possibility of the immortality of the soul in his Mishneh Torah and his treatise on resurrection, of course, not to mention in several places in his commentary on the Mishnah, Pines took his reticence on the subject in the guide as evidence that Maimonides was fundamentally a skeptic at heart. More recently, Joseph Stern made a concerted case in support of the skeptical position, yet took it one step further. Stern referred to Maimonides' skepticism of metaphysical knowledge as, quote, the intellectual experience of incomplete understanding, end quote, which he interpreted as a spiritual exercise in the spirit of Pierre Hadot's classic study of ancient Hellenistic philosophy. According to Stern, the limits of metaphysical cognition was no theoretical question for Maimonides, but constituted, quote, practices or exercises that train the reader for and promote a particular way of life. And I continue from Stern, using the story of Pardes, for example. He prescribes how one can and should use inquiry into cosmology and metaphysics to bring oneself to recognition of the limitations of one's intellect and to stop where neither demonstration nor refutation is possible, end quote. But rather than view this as a matter of epistemology alone, Stern understood this posture as a means of, quote, freeing oneself of the insatiable drive to apprehend subjects one can never know. By curing oneself of this major source of intellectual anxiety and unhappiness, one ipso facto restores one's happiness, end quote. In his own overarching study of the guide, Alfred Ivry echoed the skeptical reading begun by Pines, although with an original hypothesis. Ivry proposed that Maimonides changed his position on metaphysical knowledge midstream, only adopting a skeptical position later in life. In his creative reading, the Guide of the Perplexed, though formally addressed to his disciple, may have been primarily intended to resolve his own perplexity. As Ivry put it, Maimonides should be understood as, quote, one of the perplexed for whom he set out to write the work. He further suggested that the intellectual catalyst that set Maimonides on his quest for certitude was the tragic death of his brother David in 1177, which, quote, prompted him to try to resolve a conflict between faith and reason that had been festering in his soul for some time, end quote. By ultimately acknowledging the limits of human cognition, Ivry contends, Maimonides was forced to admit that his ambitious project was doomed to failure. While he, quote, breathes confidence at the outset of his work in the attainment of metaphysical truth as the summum bonum of human life, he eventually came to the conclusion that he, quote, had to settle with less than conclusive proofs, leaving the author, like his reader, in a state of perplexity. At this point, a new question presents itself. Is there a middle way between unadulterated optimism and extreme skepticism? To be sure, when it comes to knowledge of God's nature, Maimonides was unambiguous that all epistemological roads are closed, invoking the words of Isaiah 55:8, for my thoughts are not your thoughts, and my ways are not your ways. Readers of the guide are repeatedly reminded that when it comes to knowing God, all roads other than negative knowledge and knowledge of attributes are firmly closed to the seeker. But in the realm of non-divine metaphysics, i.e. immaterial intelligence, were there a priori limits to human cognition? The answer, I believe, is negative. Maimonides, I contend, left open the possibility that what is not yet known may one day become known through persistent inquiry. The key to appreciating Maimonides' middle position begins with recognizing the importance of intellectual humility in his work. In his inquiry into matters as far afield as the movement of the celestial spheres or the eternity or createdness of the world, Maimonides was perfectly comfortable asserting his own lack of knowledge while allowing for the possibility that others wiser than he will one day arrive at a fuller understanding of the matter. I'll skip a little bit for the sake of time. The first example from the guide is the much discussed passage on astronomy, in which Maimonides declared that much of this essence of the science is conjectural at best, even asserting that the purpose of the astronomer, quote, from the guide, the famous 224, is not to tell us in which way the spheres truly are, but to posit an astronomical system in which it would be possible for the motions to be circular and uniform, regardless of whether or not things are thus in fact. End quote. The reason for settling with mere hypothesis is the inherently obscure nature of the immaterial spheres. The passage that follows, the precise meaning of which has been the subject of considerable debate among Maimonides' medieval and modern readers, is nevertheless the key source for those who read him as denying the possibility of metaphysical knowledge. And here again is a quote from 2:24. "The heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth he has given to the sons of man." This is to say that God alone fully knows the reality of the heavens, but he has enabled man to have knowledge of what is below the heavens. For demonstrable causes of the heavens are beyond our reach, the knowledge of which human intellects cannot attain. To fatigue the mind with, and this echoes, of course, the approach of Stern, to fatigue the mind with that which cannot be grasped and for which it lacks the instrument with which to grasp it, is either a natural defect or some sort of delusion. Let us therefore stop at a point that is within our grasp and leave over that which cannot be derived from reason, to one who was the recipient of the mighty divine overflow, one of whom it can be said, mouth to mouth do I communicate with him. This is all I have to say on this question. It is easy to see why this passage led not a few scholars to the conclusion that knowledge of anything above the lunar sphere, all immaterial intellects, the nature of their motion, and their chain of causation is by definition beyond human grasp. Quote, "The heavens are the heavens of the Lord, and it is best for man to know his place on earth and accept his intellectual limitations. Not to do so is delusional, even if Maimonides hinted that it might be in the tragic nature of man to desire to know beyond his capacity. This is, as Stern put it, channeling Hadot, the intellectual exercise Maimonides sets before the student of metaphysics. Given the finality of Maimonides' concluding remark, this is all I have to say on this question, we could be forgiven for following the advice of the master and leaving the matter quite alone. But to do so would be to read Maimonides incompletely, because despite the finality of his last comment, he did not let the matter rest, but added a few sentences before concluding the chapter. We continue. It is possible that someone else may find a demonstration by means of which the true reality of what is obscure for me will become clear to him. The extreme predilection that I have for investigating the truth is evidenced by the fact that I have explicitly stated and reported my perplexity regarding these matters, as well as by the fact that I have not heard, nor do I know, a demonstration as to anything concerning them." Thus far, Maimonides. If all doors to knowledge were ipso facto closed to the human mind, if all means of investigation and demonstration were merely an exercise in frustration, a sign of madness, why add these lines? Why not leave the matter with the preceding note of finality? One gets the impression that Maimonides did in fact originally conclude his chapter with, "This is all that I have to say on this question," before thinking twice and adding an afterthought. Does the afterthought negate the summary statement that preceded it? Not exactly. To attempt to penetrate something that is beyond our means, given the tools currently at our disposal, is indeed a form of madness. As the science of astronomy currently stands, we would be best to acknowledge our limitations. But much as he did in his commentary in the Mishnah, which I didn't cite for lack of time, he proceeded to allow for the possibility that the quest for truth may yet yield greater certainty than he and his generation currently possess. The common denominator for both of those passages is his skeptical and in both his skeptical and optimistic comments is the principle of intellectual humility. I must admit that to what is beyond my grasp, but I must also acknowledge that my own limits, representing the efforts of my own generation and my predecessors, are not determinative of human potential for all time. What is unknown to me may yet become known to someone else. And even more important, my ability to acknowledge my own perplexity is an indication of my, quote, extreme predilection for investigating the truth. Just to quote Maimonides in his own language. Let us turn to a second example in the guide that combines a stark acknowledgement of our intellectual limitations, a personal admission of ignorance, and cautious optimism in the possibility of a future breakthrough. The question at hand, the debate over the creation or eternity of the world, is related to the nature of the celestial spheres and constituted the larger context for the discussion of the motion of the stars. After rejecting the sophistical proofs for the creation of the world advanced by Muslim theologians, Maimonides declared the opposing Aristotelian argument for the eternity of the world equally flawed and devoid of incontrovertible evidence in its favor. He then set out to establish two corresponding principles. First, that the theory of creation is not impossible, and second, that it is more prudent in the absence of proof on either side to adopt the view transmitted by the prophets. In Maimonides' words, quote, "Inasmuch as this question, I mean to say that of the eternity of the world or its creation in time, becomes an open question, creation should, in my opinion, be accepted without proof because of prophecy, which explains things to which it is not in the power of speculation to exceed," end quote. In an attempt to explain Maimonides' preference for prophets over philosophers in case of doubt, Alfred Ivried observed that the choice was philosophically unwarranted but politically expedient. Quote, "Given an apparent philosophical stalemate, Maimonides opts for tradition, his people's theological tradition." I will return momentarily, or maybe not for the sake of time, we'll see, to what I believe is the real reason for Maimonides' preference for the authority of prophecy in case of doubt, but for the time being, suffice it to say that it was not out of blind adherence to tradition. Maimonides says so himself several chapters later when he explains that were it warranted, he would have no qualms reinterpreting the biblical text in accordance with the truth, even if that meant defying the consensus interpretation of his fellow Jews. In other words, if someone were to provide demonstrable proof of the eternity of the universe, he would accept the results and reinterpret the prophetic account of creation accordingly. Let us consider his own words on the subject. "Know that our shunning the affirmation of the eternity of the world is not due to a text figuring in the Torah, according to which the world has been produced in time. For the texts indicating that the world has been produced in time are not more numerous than those indicating that the deity is a body. Nor are the gates of figurative interpretation shut in our faces or inaccessible regarding the subject of the creation of the world in time. For we could interpret them figuratively," he uses the word here, ta'wil in Arabic, "as we have done when denying his corporeality. Perhaps this would even be much easier to do. We would be very well able to give a figurative interpretation to those texts and to affirm as true the eternity of the world, just as we have given a figurative interpretation of those other texts that have denied that he, may he be exalted, is corporeal." That's far Maimonides. Like speculation on the celestial spheres, the debate over the origins of the world remains, in Maimonides' assessment, quote, "an open question." In his language, al-masala mumkina. The two opposing camps have many arguments in their arsenal, but no decisive proofs. In both cases, the absence of demonstrative knowledge led Maimonides to accept the authority of prophetic tradition, or as he put it in the second case, to tip the scales in their favor. And most importantly for our purposes, Maimonides did not take his own perplexity as decisive, but acknowledged that ongoing investigation could still yield the required proof on either side. True to form, the, quote, "extreme predilection for investigating the truth is not about the individual seeker, but part of a universal quest for answers. The humble quest for the truth must remain a selfless one, admitting his personal perplexity and acknowledging that another thinker may resolve this perplexity were for him two sides of the same coin." Before turning to another model of intellectual humility in the guide, it is worth lingering on at least one of several related points. And here, again, I want to acknowledge Professor Horowitz's conversation with me in Jerusalem for pointing me to this discussion of Melechet Shamayim, Twersky's conception of the labor for heaven in rabbinic literature, which he cites and discusses on several occasions, including in his introduction to the Code of Maimonides. And here I want to just quote from what's a very lengthy and a beautiful citation or passage, where he says as follows: "This open-minded concept, which says that given the nature of Talmud study and the indispensability of hypothesis and relentless investigation, the responsible Talmudist will eschew misplaced dogmatism. On the one hand, he will not consider himself free to desist from recording a novel interpretation or original conclusion just because no previous writer mentioned it. On the other hand, the significance and solemnity of Halakhic study will so sensitize and humble him that he will cite views of predecessors even if opposed to his own position. Inasmuch as these opposing views may be correct, he is morally obligated to deflate his own authoritativeness, curb the passion of his convictions, and keep the realm of the possible and conjectural open." The words of Professor Twersky, beautiful as he always wrote. In rabbinic and philosophical inquiry alike, truth is a given, yet often elusive to the scholar. The humility of the pursuit demands that the investigator admit perplexity while acknowledging that the collective enterprise may or may not validate one's own conviction. I'll skip a little bit. Just a moment. Okay. How much time do I have? Okay, good. So I don't have to skip too much. Our inquiry into intellectual humility in Maimonides' guide would be incomplete without a discussion of another passage that also connects the attainment of metaphysical knowledge with intellectual humility, although quite differently than in the earlier examples. In a philosophical excursion early in the guide, he broached a question he would return to on several occasions, and one that exercised many philosophers, ancient and medieval: the proper order of scientific inquiry. In order to underscore the importance of orderly and patient inquiry, Maimonides presented a model of intellectual humility as exemplified in the seeker of truth, who does not race ahead with unverified propositions, but admits to what one does not yet know in order to patiently progress from one inquiry to the next. He opened the chapter, and this is 1.5, by paraphrasing Aristotle's approach on the subject of graduated study as a model for his Jewish audience. At the outset, it is important to establish that what initially looks like audacity in the scholar's quest for knowledge is, when understood properly, an admission of ignorance and an overwhelming desire to understand. And here I quote from the Guide 1.5. When the chief of the philosophers began to investigate very obscure matters and to attempt a proof concerning them, he excused himself by making a statement, the meaning of which was as follows: a student of his books should not, because of the subject of these researches, ascribe to him effrontery, temerity, and an excess of haste to speak of matters of which he had no knowledge, but rather he should ascribe to him the desire and the endeavor to acquire and achieve true beliefs to the extent to which this is in the power of man. In his call for the patient quest for knowledge, Maimonides presented two complementary models: Aristotle, the chief of the philosophers, and Moses, the chief of the prophets. Aristotle is cited at the outset for his explanation of the pursuit of truth not as a mark of temerity, but as a sign of modesty. In the original Greek, which Maimonides accessed through a medieval Arabic translation, the key terms summarizing the philosopher's state of mind was modesty. Now quoting from the original in the Aristotle translation of the original, we must do our best to give the most plausible solution, looking upon a readiness to do so as evidence of modesty rather than of rashness. If the seeker out of thirst for philosophy rests content with but a little enlightenment in matters where we are surrounded by such unfathomable obscurities. End quote from Aristotle. Aristotle, as a model philosopher, had the modesty to admit his own ignorance in the face of inscrutable mysteries. The mark of philosophical modesty, is not withdrawal from the quest, but an acknowledgement of perplexity and an unflinching desire to understand the world in all its complexities. In his application of Aristotle, Maimonides described the need for cautious self-restraint as one steadily grows in knowledge, maintaining an honest assessment at each stage of what one can claim to know and what one has yet to learn. As the student progresses, quote, he should not make, quote from Maimonides, he should not make categoric affirmations in favor of the first opinion that occurs to him, and should not from the outset strain and impel his thoughts toward the apprehension of the deity. He should rather feel awe and refrain from and hold back until he gradually elevates himself, end quote. I'll just repeat that last line. He should feel awe and refrain and hold back until he gradually elevates himself. According to Cedric Cohen-Scally, a scholar of Abravanel, a comparison of the terms used by Aristotle and Maimonides suggests that the latter's use of the term he should feel awe, used to ha, in this context, was meant to correspond to Aristotle's language of modesty. But his prime exemplar of the awe-filled seeker of truth was not Aristotle, but Moses, the humblest of men. In the passage that follows, Maimonides contrasted the modest approach of Moses following the revelation at Sinai with the more impulsive path, in Maimonides' interpretation, taken by the elders of Israel. In Exodus 20, 9-11, the elders are described enigmatically as having gazed upon the God of Israel. Unlike Moses, who, like at the vision of the burning bush, averted his gaze as an expression of humility, it was on account of Moses' modesty, expressed through his cautious and gradual ascent in the ladder of knowledge, that he was privileged with an even greater prophetic overflow in a perception of metaphysical reality. By contrast, the overreach of the elders led not to greater vision, but to false apparition. And I quote from Maimonides. It is in the same chapter, 1.5. It is in this sense that it is said, and Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. Moses, peace be upon him, was commanded for this, and God may be exalted, let overflow upon him so much of his bounty and goodness that it became necessary to say of him, and the figure of the Lord shall he look upon. The nobles of the children of Israel, on the other hand, were over hasty, strained their thoughts, and achieved only an imperfect apprehension. Hence it is said of them, and they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, etc. They were solely to blame for the form that their apprehension took, inasmuch as it was sullied by an element of corporeality, this being the result of their over hasty rushing forward before they had reached perfection. Ad kan Rambam. Just as Moses was the paragon of humility in moral virtue, so too was he a model of intellectual humility. In contrast to the haste of the elders, Maimonides demonstrated the need for slow and patient assent. Moses demonstrated the need for slow and patient assent, thoroughly mastering one domain of knowledge before deeming himself ready for the next. His modesty, like that of the chief of the philosophers, was expressed first and foremost by his acknowledgement of his own ignorance and perplexity. In the case of Moses, it was in his capacity as the humblest of men that he ultimately merited the highest degree of intellectual attainment. For those who seek to follow Moses' example, intellectual humility represents the sine qua non of the selfless and unassuming pursuit of truth. Maimonides' readiness to accept unorthodox positions occasionally led him to take a stand out of step with his community and to challenge his fellow Jews to follow suit. As is well known, Maimonides affirmed the monotheistic faith of Islam in his famous letter to Obadiah in the proselytes, among other places. As I have argued elsewhere, Maimonides did not represent the consensus Jewish position in this letter, but felt compelled to make his case forcefully precisely because of the prevalence of the Jewish polemic, in keeping with a common Iberian Christian trope that considered Islam idolatrous. His decision to denounce this position emphatically is all the more striking when we observe in his commentary on the Mishnah that he was originally sympathetic to this polemical view before he recognized his error. As he explained to Obadiah, it is incumbent on Jews to remain intellectually honest even toward those who spread falsehoods against them. And I quote from the letter, "Despite the fact that they lie and invent falsehoods against us, accusing us of thinking that God is a son, we shall not lie in turn and accuse them of being idol worshippers. About other nations, Scripture attests that they are people whose mouths utter falsehood, Psalm 144, while about us it attests that, quote, the remnant of Israel shall commit to no iniquity nor speak lies, nor shall deceit be found in their mouths." And here I'll conclude with a reference to his son, Rabbeinu Avraham ben Rambam. The most iconic expression of Maimonides' commitment to truth at all costs, calling upon his fellow Jews to acknowledge wisdom from unconventional sources, whether ancient Greek or contemporary Arab, appears in the preface to his 8 chapters. Listen to the truth, no matter who says it. Some years after Maimonides' passing, this was the very legacy of the sage remembered and transmitted by his son and successor, Abraham. Echoing his father's words, Abraham made a similar plea to his fellow Jews and interpreted a classic Talmudic story accordingly. And this is from the famous Ma'amar al-Odot Darashot Chazal, which is published in the Ein Yaakov, but is originally from the Kifayat al-Abidin, the Sefer Maspik al-Dovdei Hashem. And I quote, "We ought to refrain from rendering judgment on an issue before it has been determined one way or another, no matter who said it." Same language as his father. "Allow me to adduce here a dictum of the sages of blessed memory, in order to establish and affirm for you their love and acknowledgement of the truth, no matter who said it. In this spirit, Rabbi Judah the Prince said, their words have more validity than ours. Consider what they have taught us in this tradition, and how precious it is. For Rabbi Yehuda Nasi only considered the proofs of the matter without taking heed of the fact that it was the position of non-Jewish scholars. It is truly fitting that his master is known as our saintly Rabbi, Rabbeinu HaKadosh. For whoever casts falsehood aside and affirms the truth, upholding what is true and reversing one's former position in the face of clear contradiction, is without a doubt a saintly individual." Ad kan Rabbeinu Avraham. Not only did Abraham repeatedly invoke his father's exordium to accept the truth no matter its source, his explanation of the epithet of Rabbi Judah the Prince as our saintly rabbi deliberately circumvented the Talmud's own reasons so as to highlight the virtue of acknowledging one's error in the humble quest for the truth. On another occasion, Abraham went so far as to suggest, regarding a Halakhic ruling with which he differed from his father, that he was certain the latter would have acknowledged his error as was his way, had he heard his argument. He painted a picture of his father as a man who embodied the ideal of intellectual humility he so often taught, including a short vignette with which I conclude. Quote, "My father and teacher, may the memory of the righteous be a blessing, used to exhort, admit to the truth, heve modeh al ha'emet. I used to always notice with my own eyes how despite his immense learning, he would concur with the least distinguished of his students whenever it came to acknowledging the truth." Thank you.
It is a privilege and an honor to speak at this conference marking Professor Yitzhak Twersky Zal's 25th yahrtzeit and the publication of this volume of his scholarly articles. My topic today intersects his interests, seeking to explore the thought of one prominent figure in Provence in the 13th century. And I thank you, Professor Fishbane, for straying a little bit away from Professor Twersky, because I was worrying as I'm listening in the first session, everybody is very closely tied with Professor Twersky, so thank you for allowing the option to not stick very closely to his words. Even though, of course, we are all indebted. Those of us who study Provençal Jewry know very well how heavily indebted we are to Professor Twersky's path-breaking work on intellectual life in Provence. Among his many other achievements in this area, he wrote a pivotal article which has now been translated and republished. It appears as chapter 24 in the book of essays we celebrate today. In truth, my intellectual debt to Professor Twersky extends beyond his work on life in Provence. As we have heard from several of the speakers already today, one of his influential books, his Introduction to the Code of Maimonides, in one of these books, Twersky considers in the intro to the Code of Maimonides, Twersky considers the relationship between Maimonides' various interests as Talmudist, Halakhist, as well as philosopher. Twersky grapples with and reconciles contradictory approaches between Rambam's Mishneh Torah on the one hand and his Moreh Nevuchim on the other. In my current project, comparing Radak's linguistic shorashim to his biblical commentaries, of which today's paper is a byproduct, I have been greatly influenced by Professor Twersky's model in this area. He skillfully demonstrates how to reconcile apparent contradictions among multiple modes of one author. Although I never knew Professor Twersky personally, I acknowledge my debt to him for all that I have learned from his numerous weighty writings on topics of interest and from the standard of excellence he established in the field. The phenomenon of kreu k'tiv, biblical words whose written form, according to tradition, differs from the way the word is read, is discussed already in rabbinic literature. Among medieval Masoretes and medieval and modern linguists, philosophers, and biblical commentators, explanations abound for how and why these divergent readings came into being. In many summaries of explanations of kreu k'tiv, Radak's view is prominent, probably owing to its innovativeness, simplicity, and uniqueness, as well as to his stature as a linguist and biblical exegete. Radak lays out his general explanation for the phenomenon of kreu k'tiv in the introduction to his commentary on Yoshua. During the Babylonian exile, biblical books were lost or became worn out by being transported from place to place. And the wise men who knew scriptures died. Thereafter, when Anshe Knesset HaGdolah wanted to formalize the canon, they encountered discrepancies between different versions of these books. In cases in which they could not arrive at a resolution, they decided to preserve both versions, one in the written form, the K'tiv, and the other in the way it was pronounced, the Kri. Radak repeats this same overarching approach at various points in his commentary, demonstrating its importance in his thought. Radak's general explanation for the phenomenon of kreu k'tiv shaped his exegetical method whenever he encountered kreu k'tiv in the biblical text. His method, as stated in his introduction and as implemented consistently in his commentary, was to interpret both the Kri and the K'tiv in every case. This applied method follows logically from his overarching explanation for the phenomenon. Since, in his view, both Kri and Ketiv have equal likelihood of being the original version, both need to be explained. In this method, Radak stands in contrast to most other medieval Jewish writers who did not comment at all on the Kri Ketiv, or certainly not in all cases. As one considers the impact of Radak's general explanation for the phenomenon of Kri Ketiv, it becomes clear that this approach is controversial from a religious standpoint, as it suggests an element of uncertainty in the redaction of various biblical texts. It should not come as a surprise, therefore, that later thinkers challenged Radak's view. For example, in his introduction to the commentary on Yirmiyahu, Rabbi Isaac Abarbanel voices a challenge from a religious perspective. Ve'ech a'aleh al sfatay, I'm quoting Abarbanel, shematza Ezra HaSofer, Sefer Torah Elokim, v'sifrei Nevi'av, u'sha'ar ha'midabrim b'ruach HaKodesh, mesupakim, behefsed u'bilbul. V'hinei zot nechamatenu ba'anyenu, shetorat Hashem itanu b'galutenu. Ve'im nachshov she'avar al Sefer HaTorah ha'efsed b'ha'bilbul k'divrei ha'anashim ha'eleh, meaning Radak, lo yisha'er lanu davar kayam l'shenismoch alav. Now, I'm going to skip this part, but not only is Radak's explanation for Kri Ketiv, where there is Kri Ketiv, controversial, but his explanation for cases where there is no Kri Ketiv is possibly even more controversial, because what he says is that Anshe Knesset HaGdolah, Shechziru HaTorah liyoshna, they found machloket between different svarim, v'alchu mahem achar harov lefi da'atam, which means that Anshe Knesset HaGdolah decided which was the correct one, halchu bahem achar harov, they decided which was the correct one, and they did not put that into the text as Kri Ketiv, which means that potentially there are many more examples where we might or might not have the original text. In the absence of any recorded reflections on his part, one can only speculate about whether Radak viewed as controversial his general explanation of the phenomenon of Kri Ketiv. As a broad characterization of Radak, although he was often vocal in taking a stand to defend the truth as he understood it, at the same time, he struck a conciliatory tone. Therefore, most likely, he did not consider his explanation of the phenomenon of Kri Ketiv to be controversial, since if he did, why would he advertise the controversy by placing his explanation in his introduction? Although it is beyond the scope of this paper to completely characterize alternative views of the phenomenon of Kri Ketiv as opposed to Radak's, many of them describe Kri Ketiv as deliberate rather than arbitrary. Abarbanel and others who considered Radak's approach to be too controversial to accept offered an alternative overarching explanation, that God himself, or the prophet, or the writer of the Ketuvim intentionally included the Kri Ketiv. By this thinking, Kri Ketiv is indigenous to the text from its reception and inception, and conveys some additional meaning beyond what would be conveyed with only one version. Given Radak's overarching explanation for how Kri Ketiv came about, what would be the expected frequency and placement of Kri Ketiv in the biblical text? One would assume that since the whole phenomenon was not planned and came into being only after the fact, b'diavad, the instances of Kri Ketiv would be random and haphazard with little coherent organization. One would also expect this arbitrariness to be reflected in Radak's exegesis, with no similarities linking instances of Kri Ketiv together. However, my examination of his commentaries demonstrates that, in fact, he developed an intricate system for categorizing cases of Kri Ketiv, consistently employing recurring rationales for the discrepancies between the two texts. So now we will analyze these patterns, which Radak discerned and repeatedly pointed out to his readers. These patterns help clarify what Radak meant when he said that the confusion of the exile caused discrepancies between biblical texts. It did not cause random corruptions such as those that might present in a text that was crushed or mutilated. Rather, the confusion of which Radak speaks led to reasonable errors and arguments, as seen in his neat categorization of rationales for their existence. The first four of Radak's categories discussed here are already mentioned in his early work, the Sefer HaShorashim, demonstrating that even when writing his linguistic works in the early stage of his career, he had begun to think, at least to some extent, in terms of rationales for Kriya K'tiv. For the first rationale we will consider, Radak articulates the basic premise that the Kri and the K'tiv, although vocalized or pronounced differently, convey the same meaning. For example, at 1 Samuel 19:18, Radak notes that whether the place name Nayot is spelled with a Vav first, as it is written, or with a Yud first, as it is read, makes no difference for the meaning. Similarly, at Yirmiyahu 2:16, Radak notes that both the written form of the Egyptian city Tachpanes and the read form Tachpanches are correct pronunciations since they are similar. Another rationale Radak uses for Kriya K'tiv is that the read form is deliberately inserted because it is less vulgar than the written form, what we call commonly Lashon Nikiyah. For example, at 2 Kings 10:27, Radak notes that the Kri Lamotzaot is a more refined way than the K'tiv Lamacharaot of saying that they turned the house of the idol Baal into a latrine. A third rationale Radak employs to justify Kriya K'tiv is that the Kri conveys an extra layer of meaning. For example, in Yoshua 8:16, the biblical text recounts that all the inhabitants of Ai attacked the Israelites. The word I is written ear and read I. Radak posits that the written form conveys the meaning that everyone who remained in the city gathered to attack them, while the read form conveys the concept of a greater I, not only people in the city of Ai, but also people in the surrounding cities gathered as reported in the subsequent verse. As a fourth rationale, every so often Radak notes that the K'tiv is a single word, but the Kri indicates that it should be read as two words. At Yechezkel 8:6, for example, after noting that Mahem is written as one word, but read as two, Mahem, he adds, V'hu chad min tet vav milin diktivin milah chada ukriyan tartain milin. This is one of 15 cases listed in the Masorah Gedolah in Bereshit 30:11, which are written as one word but read as two words. By quoting the Masorah Gedolah, Radak unites these 15 cases and signals his awareness of the extent of the phenomenon. There are other categories as well. Frequently, Radak will show that the written and read forms of a word are flip sides of a grammatical coin, so to speak. That is, they are in some ways related or alternate ways of saying the same thing. There are numerous ways that they may be related. For example, one of the written or the read forms is the masculine and the other is the feminine. I'll skip the examples because I think we can imagine either echad or achat. Radak explains that since both forms are appropriate for the noun rotem, this example is at 1 Kings 19:4. Since they are appropriate for the noun rotem, they are interchangeable. A variation of that category is where one of the written or read forms of a word is in the plural and the other is in the singular. For example, at 2 Kings 14:13, the pasuk in its written form says vayavo'u, while the read form is vayavo. Radak comments that the written form speaks about King Yoash and his camp, while the read form speaks about Yoash alone as the head of the camp. An additional subclass covers variations in the parts of speech, as at 2 Kings 11:2, where the verse speaks of B'nai Hamelech Hamumatim. Radak comments that the K'tiv Hamumatim and the Kri, the K'tiv Hamimutim and the Kri Hamumatim have similar connotations, deriving from different parts of speech. The K'tiv form is an adjective meaning the slain princes, And the Kri form is a verb conjugated in the Hifil, meaning the princes who were being slain. A further subtype is when the Kri and the Ketiv are words with similar connotations from different conjugations. For example, in Yirmiyahu 34:11, where the Ketiv is by Vayach Bishum and the Kri is Vayich Bishum, both connoting forcing the released slaves into slavery again. Radak notes that the Ketiv is conjugated in the Hifil form, while the Kri is conjugated in the Kal. Then you have where the two forms are different tenses, one in the past and one in the present, or something like that. Other grammatical differences between the written and read form of a biblical word can also serve as the rationale for Kri Ketiv in Radak's thinking. One subset is when the Ketiv and the Kri differ only in that one of them is missing the He HaYediyah. Or he has, for example, the Aleph, He, Vav, and Yud, which are interchangeable, so one form has one of those letters and the other one has a different letter, but since Radak thinks that the letters are interchangeable, that's the rationale for the Kri Ketiv. Another rationale is that the written form of the word is in the construct state. For example, in Yirmiyahu 28:1, where the written form of the word is bishnat in the construct state, where the word is connected to the number that follows it, but the read form, bashana, in the absolute state, is separated from that number. Radak also notes at Yirmiyahu 51:3 a rationale related to syntax. The written form records repetition of the word, but the read form omits the doubling. Okay, I'm just going to skip some of the categories to get to what I find a very perplexing couple of passages that we find. Then he also has sometimes where the word, the Kri Ketiv, is there so that the word will fit a conjugation of a word early in the pasuk. So, for example, he calls it zivug hamilod or zivug hatznuot. For example, at 2 Samuel 3:25, you have the word et motza'echa ve'et mova'echa. So Radak states that even though the ketiv of mivo'echa reflects the proper inflection, the Kri was changed to mova'echa in order to have its word structure and pronunciation correspond to that of motza'echa. Okay, let's skip here. Taken together, the categories that Radak identified in cases of Kri Ketiv make the phenomenon seem organized and plausible, rather than haphazard. As can be seen from his analyses of these texts, in his view, the types of textual uncertainties that crept in during the exile were questions of understanding, not uncertainty caused by random physical mutilation of text. If he had thought the texts had been randomly corrupted, there would have been no logical organization or boundary to the cases of Kri Ketiv. The neatly laid out rationales for discrepancies limit the open-ended possibility for error one might initially have imagined based on Radak's statement in his introduction. As seen above, most of Radak's comments on Kri Ketiv, could you put up the slide? Thank you. Most of Radak's comments on Kri Ketiv and the categories analyzed in this paper work together with, or at least do not contradict, his overarching thesis concerning how Kri Ketiv came into existence. However, maybe you can make it larger. Would it be possible to enlarge the screen? However, some of his comments do seem to support the alternative view of Kri Ketiv. Thank you. Okay. But just listen to what I have to say before I should have waited, because this is really a key point. Most of his comments that we've analyzed so far work together with, or at least do not contradict, his overarching thesis concerning how Kri Ketiv came into existence. However, some of his comments do seem to support the alternative view of Kriya K'tiv, namely that it is indigenous to the text, and that both the Kri and the K'tiv are essentially significant. For example, when discussing cases in which both the Kri and the K'tiv convey essential meaning, such as the text in Yehoshua 8:16, Radak appears to be saying that neither meaning is expendable. Can you see it? Okay. He says, Ken Ketiv, v'hakri ba'ai, v'hakatuv moreh, shenizaku kol hanisharim ba'ir, lirdov acharehem, v'hakri moreh asher ba'ai ugvula. So what he's saying is that both the Kri and the Ketiv have some essential meaning, and they encompass two disparate meanings, each one conveying a singular piece of information. The rationale put forth here by Radak gives us pause, as it sounds like the words of someone who disagrees with his overarching view. That is because the approach taken here of both the Kri and the Ketiv being important is usually associated with those who object to Radak's overarching thesis, rather than subscribing to it. How can Radak, in his introduction, state that as a result of the exile, the authentic biblical text was lost, which led to scribes not knowing which was the correct version, and here write that both versions convey different significant meanings? Was there not one original text which the scribes no longer knew for sure after the exile? In another case, at Tehillim, thank you very much. In another case at Tehillim 123:4, Radak notes that by reading the word Ligeonim as two separate words, the Kri added new meaning to it. You see, V'hu bakri shtei milot, Ligeonim, v'hosif bo inyan bakri, ki ge'ei kimo ge'im. So instead of understanding it as just one word, geonim, which is really just an expanded form of ge'im, it encompasses both ge'im and yonim, which yonim is talking about oppressors. His wording in the corresponding comment in Shorashim Root Ge'eh is equally puzzling. That's the next text. Thank you. Ubakatuv hu mila achat, v'hu ha'inyan ha'meforash. Uba hakri b'shtei milot lahosif bo inyan, ki ge'eh hu ge'im, v'yonim me'inyan ha'ir ha'yonah, that it adds this new meaning of yonim as oppressors. Here Radak seems to say that the reason for inserting the Kri was to offer the added meaning. His comment implies that the Kri was intentionally inserted in the original text, rather than being the result of a loss or confusion after the fact. One resolution of this dilemma is to note that elsewhere Radak takes contradictory positions. For example, in my work on the interplay between Pshat and Drash in Radak's commentaries, I have shown him, on the one hand, to be beholden to rabbinic traditions, even those that use midrashic methods, while on the other hand, he challenges many midrashic statements. Thus, the circumstance of his contradictory approaches to Kriya K'tiv is not unusual. Moreover, specifically regarding Kriya K'tiv, Radak is not alone in his ambivalence. At the recent 18th Congress of the World Union of Jewish Studies in Jerusalem, Professor Jordan Penkower demonstrated a similar approach to the phenomenon of Kriya K'tiv in Yedidya Nordsi's Minchat Shai. On the one hand, in several instances, Nordsi states that the purpose of Kriya K'tiv is as a basis for drashot, for homiletical interpretations. He also cites Rashba's opinion that cases of Kriya K'tiv were transmitted Halakhah Moshe Sinai. On the other hand, Penkower's reading of Minchat Shai demonstrates that Nordsi also comprehended that the Kriya K'tiv system may have been the result of manuscript variants. According to Penkower, in Nordsi's work, he cited all the evidence that would lead the reader to arrive at this conclusion, even though he never stated it explicitly. Apparently, Nordsi struggled, as did Radak, to reconcile these opposing views. Even if Radak did not consider his overarching thesis concerning Kriuk K'tiv to be revolutionary, he might have understood that some in his audience would find it so. In addition to other resolutions to our dilemma mentioned above, one might take his sporadic statements implying the intentional insertion of Kriuk K'tiv in the biblical text as a sign of Radak wanting to soften, for himself or for others, the potential controversy inherent in his overarching explanation of Kriuk K'tiv. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our third presenter is Dr. Ira Robinson, Distinguished Professor Emeritus of Jewish Studies in the Department of Religions and Cultures at Concordia University, where he has taught for 42 years. He's written, edited, and translated 19 books, including most recently A Kabbalist in Montreal, The Life and Times of Rabbi Yudel Rosenberg, published in 2021. Professor Robinson has also published over 70 articles in academic journals and is past president of the Canadian Society for Jewish Studies, Association for Canadian Jewish Studies, and the Jewish Public Library of Montreal. Today, he will be discussing Yehuda Kaufman Even Shmuel, the last commentator on Moreh Nevuchim.
I first want to thank the organizers of this conference for including me. Secondly, I want to thank them for accommodating my virtual presence in an in-person conference. Unfortunately, my wife's health precludes my traveling to be with you where I really would love to be. Okay, so I am going to share the screen with you and begin talking about Yehuda Kaufman Even Shmuel and his commentary on the Moreh Nevuchim. So Yehuda Kaufman, who went also by the name of Even Shmuel, was born in 1886 in Balta in the Ukraine. He studied in Odessa at the liberal-tending yeshiva of Chaim Chernovitz Rav Tzair. He began studying in Western Europe, in Brussels, London, and finally in Paris at the Sorbonne, studying mathematics and medieval scholastic philosophy. But in 1913, he came to Montreal to be a disciple of one of the most distinguished Hebraists of his era, Reuven Breinin. And also he matriculated at McGill University, graduating with a BA class of 1915. And it is at McGill that he studied Arabic. In Montreal, he was a founder of the Jewish Public Library, the Canadian Jewish Congress, and the founder and first principal of the Jewish People's School, Yiddische Volksschule. So he was a Yiddishist as well as a Hebraist. Here he is at the extreme right of the top row, meeting Sholem Aleichem during his visit to Montreal in 1915. After Montreal, he went to Philadelphia to get his PhD at Dropsy College, that really interesting and path-breaking experiment in higher Hebrew and Judaica education. He insisted at Dropsy on writing his dissertation in Ivrit, and considering that the Hebrew University begins giving PhDs only in the 1920s, his 1919 PhD at Dropsy is arguably the first PhD dissertation ever written in Hebrew. After Dropsy, he went to New York. He was the head of the teachers' seminary founded by Poalei Zion. But in 1925, he had a fateful meeting with Chaim Nachman Bialik, who was visiting North America. And Bialik told him, "You have to come to Eretz Yisrael and be part of Tchiyat Ha'am." And the next year, indeed, Yehuda Kaufman went and became part of Tchiyat Ha'am. He became part of the Tarbut department of the Histadrut, and he later went on to be to the position of head of the Tarbut department of the Vad Leumi. Here he is here he is in the center, and this is Yitzhak Ben Tzvi. He lectured widely in Eretz Yisrael and in the Tfutzot. Here is a lecture of his in memory of his ideal, Chaim Nachman Bialik, whom he literally idolized. When he first met Bialik, he wrote his friend Shlomo Weissman in Montreal, "Zachiti legilui shchinato shel Bialik." In this audience, I don't think I necessarily need to translate. And he involved himself in the leadership of shaping the Tarbut of Eretz Yisrael, and also he did other things. He was the co-editor of the first Hebrew-English dictionary. He was the first editor of the Encyclopedia Ivrit. But now to the Rambam. In the spirit of Bialik, and with the encouragement of Bialik, Yehuda Kaufman, whose literary name was originally Ibn Shmuel, because he knew his name, Yehuda ben Shmuel, is the same as that of Yehuda Halevi. So he originally began in Eretz Yisrael as Ibn Shmuel. But after 1929, and certainly after 1936, it became Evan Shmuel for reasons that you can probably figure out. He dealt with the Guide of the Perplexed as part of Bialik's ideal to gather the greatest of the contributions of Jews in previous generations, which had to include the Rambam's Guide of the Perplexed. So in the 1930s, Evan Shmuel began writing his commentary on Moreh Nevuchim. He did it, first of all, possibly certainly because of Bialik's influence, very likely because of the spur of the Maimonides' 800th anniversary. And he knew that he had to do things because there were, as he put it, mechitzot, obstacles, between Moreh Nevuchim and the Am, the people. for whom he was working. Moreh Nevuchim was was problematic for the modern Hebrew reader. First of all, because there was an inaccurate Hebrew version of Moreh Nevuchim. The addition, Ibn Tibbon needed a variorum or scholarly edition, and he supplied it. And that remains his major contribution to ongoing Maimonidean scholarship. The second obstacle, besides the inaccurate edition, was Ibn Tibbon's language. We need, as he said, a Targum la Targum. We need Nikud. And we need a commentary that will bridge between Ibn Tibbon's translation, interpretation of the Moreh Nevuchim and the Am. He was a very careful, exacting, perfectionist worker. The text, Ibn Tibbon text of Moreh Nevuchim, which was published separately in 1946, was set in type not less than 3 times because the typesetters were not up to his standard. And ultimately, he published 4 volumes of his commentary on Moreh Nevuchim, going up to part 3, chapter 13 inclusive. The first volume was published in 1935, and it was published by Mossad Bialik. But in the end, the project was taken over, and a last posthumous volume 4, up to 313, was published in 1987. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about the fact that he decided to write a commentary. He knows, because he recorded by genre major publications on the Moreh Nevuchim, that the last real commentary on the guide was by Isaac Satanov in 1796. The 19th century scholarship on Maimonides tended to translations and scholarly editions in German, in French, in English, certainly accompanied by notes. And so now Evan Shmuel chooses to write a running commentary. And not merely does he choose to write his own commentary, but he feels it necessary to maintain continuity with the medieval and early modern commentatorial tradition. It matters for him what Caspi says, or Narboni, or Shlomo Maimon. It matters to him what they said about a particular passage in Moreh Nevuchim, as well as it mattered to him what Munk says in his scholarship. He also felt that he needed to take into account philosophy after the Rambam, and particularly the philosophy of Spinoza. One of the interesting things is that he also, and I hope you can see this. When the Rambam is citing Aristotle, he gives in his commentary and in his notes the Greek text of Aristotle along with his own translation. So once again, he is a stickler for accuracy, and the classical tradition is important to him. And here is one anecdote where you can tell the classical interpretation is important to him. He had an only son, Shmuel Asher, who was tragically killed as a member of the Palmach in 1947. And there's a whole story, and I've devoted an article to Shmuel Asher and the relationship with the father. But one salient fact is that as a member of the Histadrut, Tarbut staff, he sent his son Shmuel to the workers' school, but insisted on homeschooling his son Shmuel in two subjects. The first was Gemara, and the second was Latin. And I feel that the spirit of our teacher, Isadore Twersky, Shemerachefet al pnei hakinus, graduate of Boston Latin School, might flicker a smile at Evan Shmuel's insistence on presenting Aristotle to his Hebraic audience in Greek. So now, there is much to say about Evan Shmuel and his spiritual journey, because in his latter years, he became religiously observant and was called by Yitzhak Raphael one of the most distinguished Ba'alei Tshuva of the 20th century. There is much to, but once again, I have just a few minutes, and I am very aware that I stand between my audience and lunch. But I just want to raise a couple of issues. Evan Shmuel has much to teach us about Jewish and Israeli intellectual history in the 20th century. But more particularly, we have to deal with the fact that Evan Shmuel was never had a position where most interpreters of Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim in the 20th and 21st century stood. He was never a university professor. He was always standing outside the university. He was an educator of the public in the largest sense. He was someone who had a hand in shaping the Tarbut of Eretz Yisrael in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, but always outside of the university. He was also not the other kind of person who might use or comment on the Rambam. He was not a rabbi. And yet, he remains very important to consider in the broadest sense of the intellectual development of Eretz Yisrael and later Medinat Yisrael in the 20th and into the 21st century. He began dealing with real issues that were before the Yishuv. How do we teach immigrants Hebrew? This was a major effort of Medinat Yisrael after 1948, but it was something that was encountered by the Yishuv in Mandate times, and it was Evan Shmuel who was instrumental in starting that policy. There are many parts to Evan Shmuel, to whom I have devoted about 3 or 4 articles, and I'm still working on it. But not the least interesting is Evan Shmuel's unfinished, unfortunately, commentary, the last commentary on Mored Nevuchim. And what happens with the material that he absolutely must have amassed for the rest of Mored Nevuchim, 3:14 to the end? My best educated guess, based on my examination of the sources, is that this material is probably there, or at least possibly still extant, in some back room of Mossad Harav Kook, but access to that is easier said than done. Thank you very much.
So let me just say that the Rambam writes that it's very important to distinguish between the impossible and the possible and to know the difference. I'd say it's impossible to teach or think about the Rambam without taking into account Professor Twersky's work. And it's also impossible to think of 2 people who would be more appropriate for this session in which we're discussing Professor Twersky's contribution to the Rambam. One is a longtime colleague, and the other is a collaborator and co-author. I'm going to introduce Professor Bernard Septimus first. Professor Septimus, and by the way, Professor Twersky would have been very happy to know that there'll be one talk on the Mishnah Torah and one on the Moed Nevuchim, and those are part of one single unitary session, and not divided. Professor Septimus, aside from receiving his PhD under Professor Twersky, is renowned for his penetrating works, works that cover history, philosophy, language. If you ever really want to have a great time on a Shabbos afternoon, take a walk with Professor Septimus and ask him, what ha'aras can you give me on recent translations or understanding what anything means? And it's really terrific, a terrific experience. And in that vein, let me announce that right now, his long-awaited book, since the days of Mr. Shalach, I think it was, his long-awaited book, the translation and commentary on the Mishnah Torah, Sefer Hamada, is now in the hands of Yale University Press, which is in production. Is that the right word? I think they'll say it's in production, and it'll be very exciting when it comes up. I got to see it, and let me tell you, it's mind-blowing. It's just fantastic work that I think is going to be canonical, consequential, and monumental. So with that, I'll introduce Professor Septimus and later Professor Schmidt.
And thank you, Professor Schatz, for that gracious introduction. As far as my interest in how precisely to translate words, I have to add my appreciation for what Carmi has done in translating Professor Twersky's English into understandable Hebrew, because in a few difficult cases he brought me into the room, and together we hashed out some sort of understandable Hebrew.
I just must say that whenever I had a translation, my friend Beryl had a better one, more accurate one, and more precise. And his Hebrew is the most elegant that I can think of.
Thank you, Carmi. So one of Professor Twersky's major scholarly achievements, this one? No. One of Professor Twersky's major scholarly achievements, one that's been mentioned here very often, was his demolition of the bifurcated conception of Rambam. That was once quite relevant. We can say that there was Rambam 1, the traditional Talmudist, and Rambam 2, the rationalist philosopher of the Guide, with opinions differing as to which one was the real Rambam. And Professor Twersky laid this view to rest by documenting in eloquent detail the rationalistic spirituality that pervades all of Mishneh Torah. His work brought about a rapid change. It's extraordinary to see the way in which the bifurcated image of the Rambam simply evaporated once people had a chance to read his work. The first blow was his article on non-Halakhic aspects of Mishneh Torah, which then became expanded into this major chapter on law and philosophy in his introduction to the Code of Maimonides. A good example is if you look at the work of Leo Strauss, who was one of the bifurcatees, I guess, I don't know if that's an English word, who very quickly, in one of his last works, published in the Sholem volume, began to give his sort of esoteric readings of Sefer Hamadah. So he, but there's no indication here that he's changing his position. The initial position being that Mishneh Torah was for the masses. That's the lawyer's work for the masses, and the Morah is a different world. I think, though, that a scholar's impact really has to be measured, not simply in terms of the positions that he's established or the positions that he's rebutted, but by the extent to which his work stimulates and fructifies the field. And in this vein, what I'd like to do now is just to take one small random example of the way in which I, as a student, have used Professor Twersky's work to build. Perhaps going back to Detrani's image has a midget standing on the shoulders of giants. The subject of this little exploration, and again, as I say, it's one of many, many possible such explorations is the issue of Rambam's view of the Gentiles and their place in the afterlife, or their lack of place in the afterlife. And this is an issue that has garnered a fair amount of attention. The magisterial chapter on law and philosophy in Professor Twersky's introduction to the Code of Maimonides makes note of what he considered an unresolved tension in Maimonides' thought on the question of moral autonomy versus heteronomy. If you look at the sixth chapter of Shmoneh Prakim, Rambam takes the position that rational, ethical action that reflects one's own inclination is superior to the same action that is performed out of obedience. This, according to Professor Twersky, suggests the primacy of autonomy. To this, he juxtaposed a famous passage in Hilchot Melachim that points to the superiority of heteronomy. And a footnote reference sends you to source number 1 on the source sheet. This comes from the one of the responses of Rab Moshe Alashkar to the criticisms leveled against Maimonides by a certain Rabbi Shem Tov Ibn Shem Tov. Alashkar was an exile from Spain, one of the Spanish exiles, and Shem Tov Ibn Shem Tov is in Spain in the beginning of the 15th century, first years of the 15th century. So Shem Tov in this citation quotes Rambam, who simply is citing Chasidei Umot Ha'olam Yesh Lahem Chelek La'olam Haba. This is in the 3rd chapter of Hilchot Tshuva. And Shem Tov has an interesting reading. He says, well, what Maimonides really means here, what Rambam really means here to say is that any Gentile who achieves a kind of ethical perfection and an intellectual perfection has a share in the world to come, just like, as he says, Shlumei Yisrael. I think that's the proper pronunciation. I assume he's referring to the verse in Shmuel Bet, Shlumei Emunei Yisrael. And of course, he's scandalized. How can this possibly be? How can a Gentile philosopher have a share in the world to come, just like a loyal Jew? Alashkar responds, and he says, look, you've got to read Hilchot Tshuva in the context of Rambam's own clarification in Hilchot Melachim. And what does he say in Hilchot Melachim? In Hilchot Melachim, Rambam says that Chasidei Umot Ha'olam must accept the Sheva Mitzvot on the authority, on Mosaic authority, right? This becomes necessary for them to accept, to be considered Chasidei Umot Ha'olam. It's not enough simply to observe the Sheva Mitzvot B'nei Noach. They have to be accepted on Mosaic authority. And so this seems to run against Shem Tov's interpretation. According to Professor Twersky, this is an example of a passage in Rambam which points in the direction of heteronomy. Now, this reading seems plausible, but when you look at the Rambam's formulation, which Shem Tov quotes, which Al-Fachar quotes, which Al-Ashkar quotes, pardon me, you'll see the Rambam is being a little cagey in his formulation. So look at the end of the quotation that Al-Ashkar brings. Right? Aval im asa'an mipnei hechreya hadat. Supposing we have a Gentile who observes the Sheva Mitzvot B'nai Noach on a rational basis, that is to say, independent of the Mosaic revelation, ein ze ger toshav, he doesn't have status as a ger toshav, ve'eno mi chasidei umot ha'olam, ela mechachmehem. Now, once there was a whole to-do about the correct nusach here, but it's clear that Al-Ashkar has the correct nusach, which doesn't read v'lo mechach mehem, it reads ela mechach mehem, and various other quotations of the passage also do. And I would insert here Agavurcha, that Spinoza, who had the reading V'lo mechach mehem, and gets very angry, very upset with Rambam about it, probably knew the correct reading because in that discussion, he quotes Yosef ibn Shem Tov, who was Shem Tov ibn Shem Tov's son, a work called, is it Kavod? Kavod? Well, anyway, he quotes Yosef and Shem Tov, Kvod Elohim, yeah. He quotes Yosef ibn Shem Tov on something who a page earlier had actually quoted this Rambam in Hilchot Melachim, and Yosef ibn Shem Tov had the correct reading, Ela Mechach Mehem. So in any case, what the passage says is that these people belong to a different category. That is to say, Chachmei Umot HaOlam. They're not Chasidei Umot HaOlam, they're Chachmei Umot HaOlam. But he doesn't say a word about what their status is. So although it's plausible to read him as saying they have no share in the world to come, Rambam doesn't really say this explicitly. So we need a katuv hashlishi here. One possible candidate is a letter that's attributed to Rambam to a certain Rabbi Chistai Halevi of Alexandria, which addresses the issue quite explicitly, and actually quotes Chasidei Ha'olam, Yesh Lahem Chelek L'Olam Haba, and adopts the position of Shem Tov, except instead of considering it a scandalous position, he considers it an appropriate position. Rachman Ali Babai, he says, and Achar Kavanat Halev Hem Hadvarim. So this would resolve the tension if the letter were actually authentic. But the question of its authenticity has not been resolved. Rav Shelat, in his edition of the letters of the Rambam, is highly skeptical. A recent study by Tzvi Langerman is much more receptive to the authenticity of this letter, but as long as it remains talui v'omed, I think this letter cannot be decisive. I think there's a different way to frame this passage that emerges from a source to which Professor Twersky himself called attention in his brilliant paper on religion and law. And I have to insert a little autobiography here. I remember sitting in room G in Widener, the seminar room, when Professor Twersky read, this was even before the public presentation of the paper, in which he read this paper to us. And I think I've never walked out of a class with a greater sense of exhilaration than after that paper, because it was one that really just changed my picture of medieval intellectual history, that experience remains with me to this day. Now, one of the pillars of that paper was the introduction to a grammatical work called Maaseh Ephod by Prof. Duran, who's also now known as Ephodi, because of the title of his book. It's a work that I probably never would have read had Professor Twersky not called attention to it. Now, according to Ephodi, and you can see how this worked into Professor Twersky's reconfiguration of medieval intellectual history. According to Ephodi, there's a broad consensus that outward Halakhic performance is not self-sufficient. Good deeds need to be complemented by wisdom. And there are three main contenders for the wisdom that is necessary. One is Talmudic knowledge. This is the position of the Talmudists. The other is philosophy. And the third is Kabbalah. Each of these claim to be the mode of wisdom that will complement work, that will complement deeds. And Ephodi advocates for the primacy of a fourth, Bible study. But at the beginning of his introduction, Ephodi says that there are some people who challenge this notion that good deeds need to be complemented by some kind of interior intent, some kind of wisdom. And they quote, Chasidei umot ha'olam yesh lahem chelek la'olam haba. Interesting. So, Chasidei umot ha'olam yesh lahem chelek la'olam haba. According to this thesis, he doesn't say who mentioned this, who maintained this, but according to this thesis, Chasidei umot ha'olam have good deeds, but they don't have any kind of correct beliefs. They don't have any kind of deep wisdom. But nevertheless, their deeds give them chelek la'olam haba. And to contradict this point of view, Ephodi quotes the Rambam in Hilchot Melachim. So what does the Rambam in Hilchot Melachim say? According to Ephodi, that in order for someone to be one of the Chasidei Umot HaOlam, deed must be complemented with some minimal level of knowledge and understanding. and accepting the Sheva Mitzvot on the basis of the Mosaic revelation constitutes such a minimum. A Foji doesn't say it, but this leaves open the possibility that philosophy might be even better, might be deeper, more profound. And so on this reading, the Malachim passage is not about heteronomy at all. It's about the necessity of having some minimal inner understanding or intent, which leaves open the possibility that a Gentile philosopher who lives an ethical life and knows God, qua philosopher, can certainly have a share in the world to come. And so we're at an impasse here. How precisely, I think Ibn al-Ashqar's reading of the passage is plausible, but as you can see, there are other ways to understand the passage. Now, Professor Twersky provides us with a Katuv Hashlishi in one of his footnotes on a completely different topic. This is number 3, famous conclusion to Hilchot Shemitah V'Yovel. So, Professor Twersky, in using this passage, highlights it as an expression, and I'm quoting here, of spiritual aspiration which puts all worldly needs into focus. This is a passage in which Rambam says that it's not only Shevet Levi which is devoted entirely to the service of God, but this is a mantle that can be accepted by everyone. Then look at number 4, where I give you a little excerpt of a footnote that Professor Twersky wrote on that passage. Okay, note that I'm leaving out A, which was philological. B, Maimonides has a very special interpretation of Numbers 18:20. That's a little cryptic. We'll get to that in a minute. This state is universal, open to every single individual from among the world's inhabitants. You can see that he is picking up on the Rambam's use of the term Kol Ba'ei Olam. Ba'ei Olam are not just Jews, but they're all human beings. All right? And then something else. The description of this individual whose spirit moved him might support autonomy vis-a-vis heteronomy in the realm of ethical motivation. I would add, though, if you look at the Rambam's formulation, he says not only whose spirit moved him, asher nadva oto rucho, but he also says, v'hevin mida'ato. This is the reading, the manuscript reading that's adopted in Rav Shelat's Rambam Meduyak. The text that we have reads, hevino mada'o, but I don't think there's too much of a difference between them. So we're dealing with any human being who, on the basis of his own reason, devotes himself to an ethical life and service of God. So, as the footnote points out, these points must be considered in any evaluation of the status of a righteous Gentile. Now let me get back to that first note. Maimonides has a special interpretation of numbers 1820. Well, look at numbers 1820 and 5. Right? Vayomer Hashem el Aaron be'artzam lo tincha v'chedek lo yeh lecha b'tocham ani chelkecha v'nachalatcha b'toch b'nei Yisrael. The crucial word here is ani chelkecha v'nachalatcha. Now, when Rambam in this passage says v'yeh Hashem chelko v'nachalato, right? Professor Twersky sees him picking up the language that was used with regard to the tribe of Levi and applying it in this universal way. So Chelko v'Nachalato, the special interpretation that he is referring to, is having God as your inheritance means having a bond, a spiritual bond with God. Okay? But now look at the phrase that follows. Okay, let's go back to Malachim. V'yeh Hashem chelko v'nachalato. What follows? Le'olam u'li'olamei olamim. God will be his portion. That is to say, this bond with God will exist forever and all eternity. Well, if the bond exists with God exists forever and all eternity, then clearly the bonded person also exists for ever and all eternity. And so if you read the passage carefully, it becomes clear that Rambam's position is Chachmei Umot HaOlam Yesh Lahem Chelek LaOlam Haba. Now, I think others have noticed this passage. It may have influenced Ralbag, who in number 6 is commenting on a parallel verse in Devarim, also which talks about Shevet Levi not not getting a chelek v'nachala because Hashem hu nachalato. And what does Ralbag say? Ki mipnei shenityached ze hashevet la'avodat Hashem yitaleh, because this tribe was set apart for worship of God. Hinei nityasher lahasig Hashem yitaleh mipnei shokto b'iyon haTorah. So what do? They study. They become philosophers of the Torah. V'lazeh yidbak b'Hashem yitaleh v'yishaer nitzchi imo. Now this v'yishaer nitzchi imo may have been influenced by v'yeh Hashem chelko li'olam u'li'olmei olamim. So, Agavurcha, I don't know exactly what the history of the El Malei Rachamim is, but the line in the El Malei Rachamim, Hashem hu nachalato, right, is clearly adopting an interpretation that's very, very similar to what we see here in Ralbag. This conclusion accords with Rambam's conception of Olam Haba as basically a natural phenomenon. And this notion appears in a passage to which Professor Twersky called our attention in his Hebrew article on the Rambam's epistemology. And what Rambam says here is, it's my tendency. Everybody knows, he says. He almost says, it's well known about me that I flee as far as I possibly can from the miraculous and try to explain things in a natural way, in a natural mode. Then you can see that he puts his position on Olam Haba, his position on the immortality of the soul, which is the way he interprets Olam Haba, in precisely that context. Look at the last lines that are underlined. This comes from his epistle on Tchiyat HaMetim. "U'mipnei ze nefaresh ha'olam haba u'neva'arehu." The reason that we focus primarily on Olam Haba and explain it is lehei olmo. First of all, because people don't have a good conception of it. They don't know about it well. V'liyoto inyan asher b'teva minhago shel olam. Klomar hisha'er hanefesh. I.e., Rambam thinks that immortality of the soul is part of the natural system. And he actually explains this in Mishneh Torah. Toward the end of the fourth chapter of Yesodei HaTorah, the Rambam takes the position that the mind that becomes actualized, that achieves a certain level of realization, is no longer dependent on the body for its existence, and therefore, even after the death of the body, the mind continues to exist. So this is his, whether you like this theory or not, I remember once reading a 13th century work, Meshiv Nefesh, who actually is a defender of the Rambam, but he points out, he says, well, we've seen people who suffer brain damage, whose mind clearly is dependent upon their bodies. But be that as it may, as far as Rambam is concerned, the immortality of the mind that has fully realized itself is a natural phenomenon. If it's a natural phenomenon, then again, it must be applicable to all human beings. Because, again, human nature is universal. I think what the conclusion that this is Rambam's position does in fact jibe with his general conception of Olam Haba. One can appreciate the delicacy of this issue for Rambam. Rambam is writing in a period when forced conversion is a major problem. And Rambam himself had suffered under the Almohad persecutions. In a period of Shmad, to tell people quite explicitly, you don't really have to be a Jew in order to gain immortality, it might not have been the right rhetorical move. And so I think we can appreciate why Rambam might have been very delicate in his expression of this point of view, while nevertheless letting it emerge to the careful reader. Now, the context in which Rambam puts his position on Olam Haba as a natural phenomenon, the context is a much more general one. It's my tendency to escape as far as I possibly can from any kind of miraculous explanations. This really raises a whole series of other questions about Mishneh Torah, which I can't address now. But if you start reading Mishneh Torah and ask yourself, well, how much of what happens here is actually in accord with the natural order? If I read at the end of the third chapter of Hilchot Talmud Torah that any house in which Torah is not heard at night will be consumed by fire, what is Rambam telling me here? Does he want me to take this literally? Or does he not want me to take this literally? Or is he addressing this on different levels to different readers? These are questions of interpretation that still remain, I think, very much open. Here I've tried to give one small example of how Professor Twersky's scholarship can stimulate new research, and how, in this sense, he continues to be a Kema'ayan Hamitgaber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Septimus. It's now my pleasure to introduce my friend of 55 years or so, Professor Michael Schmidman. Professor Schmidman is the Dean and Victor J. Salmanowitz Professor of Jewish History at the Touro Graduate School of Jewish Studies, and chair, right? Chair of no, not anymore? Okay. And editor of Touro University Press. He received his PhD from Harvard, of course, under Professor Twersky, and he has published and lectured extensively. I once made a mistake of saying someone had published expensively, which is also true of scholars. That too. He lectured extensively and expensively in the areas of medieval Jewish history and Maimonidean studies. Let me mention he was basically a co-author with Professor Twersky of the book Hogut v'Halakhah, Kaveh Yesod b'Mishnato Shel Rambam. And he recently co-authored this book, hot off the press. In fact, it's so hot that it's in a wrapper. He recently co-authored A History of the Jewish Intellectual Tradition, which I'm sure will be a great book. And he was rabbi of the congregation Keter Torah in Teaneck, and editor of Tradition, which was quite an honor. So here is Professor Schmidman.
Okay, thank you, David, for Professor Schatz, for your gracious introduction, and for that cherished friendship of 55, probably plus years. The Mishneh Torah famously commences with the following words: Yesod HaYesodot v'Amud HaChachmot Leida sheyesh sham Matzur Rishon. The most fundamental of basic principles and the pillar of all wisdom is to know that there is a first being. And if I might paraphrase the Rambam, Yesod HaYesodot, the most fundamental principle of the teachings of Professor Yitzchak Twersky's Zecher Tzadik Livracha concerning Maimonides, Leida is to know, Sheyesh Sham Mishnah Achida, to know that the Rambam's teachings reflect an essentially unified whole, a single, remarkably consistent oeuvre, marked by both brilliant insights and striking tensions. All of Maimonides' works, as viewed by Professor Twersky, from the commentary on the Mishnah and the Sefer Mitzvot to the Mishneh Torah and the Guide of the Perplexed to major treatises and letters, all promote the integration, the blending, the fusion of law and philosophy, Halakhah and philosophia. We should not bifurcate Maimonides into Rambam the halachist and Maimonides the philosopher. That would be what Professor Septimus referred to as Rambam 1 and Rambam 2, I believe. But rather view his work as one united entity, thereby opening our eyes to the integral, though often overlooked or ignored, nexus between law and philosophy in the Maimonidean corpus. Professor Twersky's classic studies of the novel dimensions of the Mishnah Torah, its codificatory form, scope, classification, language, literary style, and of course its fusion of law and philosophy, are properly recognized and appreciated, and indispensable for rigorous scholarly examination of the Rambam's magnum opus. His unique contribution to the study of the Guide of the Perplexed, the Moreh Nevuchim, is, I think, less appreciated, and it is that contribution that constitutes the focus of my remarks this afternoon. Building upon what he identified as the Maimonidean fusion of law and philosophy, Professor Twersky approached Maimonides' teachings in the Guide by focusing sharply upon the question of the relationship between the philosophic tradition and the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral law. In so doing, he transformed the Guide's position on this question into what I would describe as an edifice consisting of 5 levels, an edifice housing bold and novel Halakhic and theological positions, an edifice that was to weather many storms, yet continued to stand tall, providing a brilliantly clear window into the intellectual and spiritual mindset and concerns of the Rambam. In constructing this edifice, I rely upon Professor Twersky's oral teachings, written works, especially his monumental Introduction to the Mishnah Torah, and my own experience, as mentioned, in writing a book with him on the Rambam for the Open University of Israel, Halakhah v'Agud Kavei Yesod b'Mishnato shel HaRambam. The first building block of this edifice would be Part 1, Chapter 71 of the Guide, in which Maimonides discusses the history of the philosophic tradition. The chapter commences with the following sentence, quote, "Know that the many sciences devoted to establishing the truth regarding these matters that have existed in our religious community have perished because of the length of the time that has passed, because of our being dominated by the pagan nations, and because it is not permitted to divulge these matters to all people." This sentence already advances us to the first level of the edifice, but it may appear unintelligible without some prefatory remarks. As a medieval Jewish philosopher, Maimonides not only posited that no contradiction exists between the truths of faith and the truths of reason, he also believed that one could apply the truths of reason to better understand faith. For example, utilizing principles of physics to prove the existence and incorporeality of God, or principles of moral philosophy to understand rationales for the mitzvot. Maimonides masterfully engaged in the latter enterprise, both prior and subsequent to Part 1, Chapter 71 of the Guide, including several chapters in Part 1 describing the pedagogically proper order of study of the philosophic sciences that may be used to demonstrate fundamentals of faith. And so, returning to the first line of Chapter 71, when Maimonides states, "Know that the many sciences devoted to establishing the truth regarding these matters," by sciences, he means the disciplines and truths of the philosophic tradition. And by these matters, he means fundamental truths of the religious tradition. And Maimonides is engaging here in an explanation. Why have the truths of reason that could be so profitably utilized to demonstrate the truths of faith perished? Why has the philosophic tradition disappeared from the Jewish community over the centuries? And he proceeds to offer 3 reasons for that disappearance. But this explanation assumes a fundamental premise, namely that the truths of the philosophic tradition were there, existed in the Jewish community before they disappeared. This constitutes what I would refer to as the first level of the Rambam's position as developed by Professor Twersky, i.e., that there was a philosophic tradition among Jews in antiquity, which for several reasons was lost by the 12th century. Is Maimonides' position that Jews in antiquity cultivated the sciences a chiddush, a novel idea? Actually, it is not. As Professor Harry Wolfson already noted, many medieval writers, Jewish and non-Jewish, in an inversion of the standard modern view of the history of philosophy, believed that philosophic knowledge was learned or borrowed or plagiarized by the Greeks from the Jews. And as late as the 18th century, Voltaire, in his infamous entry on Jews in his philosophical dictionary, finds it necessary to polemicize against such a belief. In his words, quote, anyone who claims that the Greeks took their knowledge from the Jews is like someone who claims that the Romans learned their crafts from the inhabitants of Lower Brittany, unquote. Maimonides himself never makes such a claim. He simply intimates that there existed in antiquity a Jewish philosophic tradition independent of the Greek tradition and certainly similar to it, since for Maimonides, Aristotle was ha-philosoph, behei ha-idiyah. So level one of the edifice is that Jews in antiquity cultivated the truths of the philosophic sciences. In the same chapter, part one of the guide, chapter 71, Maimonides now advances his position a stage further to level two of the edifice. As mentioned, he provides three causes for the disappearance of this tradition in the Jewish community: the length of time that has passed, domination of Jews by foreign nations, and third, the esoteric character of this philosophic tradition. He then elaborates upon the third cause by formulating a kal v'chomer. Quote, you already know that even the legalistic science of law was not put down in writing in the olden times because of the precept which is widely known in the nation. And now the Rambam quotes the Gemara in Gittin Daf Samach Amud Bet. Words that I have communicated to you orally, you are not allowed to put down in writing. Continues the Rambam. Now, if there was insistence that the legalistic science of law should not, in view of the harm that would be caused, be perpetuated in a written compilation accessible to all the people, all the more could none of the mysteries of the Torah, Sitrei Torah, have been set down in writing and made accessible to all the people. What are the Sitrei Torah referred to by the Rambam? Clearly, indubitably, they are the truths of the sciences that may be utilized to demonstrate religious principles, as is clear from this chapter, the context of this statement. And it is also clear from Maimonides' formulation of the Kal V'chomer that there are two essential components to the Torah Sheba'al Peh: the legalistic science of the law and the philosophic and scientific truths, the Sitrei Torah. If it were prudent not to commit the first legal component of the oral tradition, the exoteric component to writing, then how much more so should the more esoteric philosophic component of the same oral tradition not be committed to writing? According to Maimonides, therefore, and this is the second level of the edifice, the oral tradition in its broader, original, pristine form included philosophic truths as an essential component. Indeed, Maimonides, in the introduction to the guide, speaks of the science of the law, I mean the legalistic study of the law, and the science of law in its true sense, that is, the truth of the philosophic tradition, as together comprising the two elements of the oral Torah. As Professor Twersky further underscored the nexus between law and philosophy in Maimonides' works by perceptively noting how the Mishnah Torah both confirms the premise of what I referred to as level two, that is, the premise that the Torah Sheba'al Peh's original broader scope included philosophic truth as a major component, and also takes that premise one stage further to level three of the edifice. Specifically, if philosophic and scientific knowledge that could be profitably applied to the understanding of religious doctrine is a component of the oral tradition, then it is logical to conclude that the study and pursuit of this type of knowledge is in fact a part of the religious mitzvah of Talmud Torah. And indeed, that as read by Professor Twersky is precisely the position that the Rambam codifies in Hilchot Talmud Torah, Perek Aleph, Halachot Yud Aleph and Yud Bet. There the Rambam states that, quote, the subject-styled pardes are included in Talmud. What is the definition of pardes? The term designated in the Mishnah in Tractate Chagiga to refer to some kind of esoteric studies. In Hilchot Yesodei Torah, Perek Dalet, Halakhah Yud Gimel, the last halakha of the chapter, Maimonides expressly defines pardes as the subjects discussed in the first four chapters of Hilchot Yesodei HaTorah. Those subjects, in turn, are referred to by the Rambam as Maaseh Merkava and Maaseh Bereshit toward the close of chapters 2 and 4, respectively, of Yesodei HaTorah. What comprises the content of Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkava, according to Maimonides? As is well known, and as is clear from a careful reading of the first 4 chapters of Isadore Torah, or simply from a look at the Rambam's summary statement in the commentary on the Mishnah, Tractate Chagiga, Maaseh Bereshit denotes the principles of physics, and Maaseh Merkava signifies the principles of metaphysics, all of which may be applied to demonstrate principles of faith. And of course, if Pardes equals Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkava, and Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkava equal physics and metaphysics, then ergo, Pardes equals the principles of physics and metaphysics, i.e., principles of the philosophic tradition. And since the Rambam has codified that philosophic study, or pardes, is part of Talmud, hence, philosophic study applied to Yesodei Hadat is a religious imperative, a kiyum, or fulfillment of the mitzvah of Talmud Torah. This, the third level of the edifice, represents quite a bit of religious legitimacy to be granted to the sciences of the philosophic tradition, and as Professor Twersky pointed out, one should not be surprised to encounter some less than enthusiastic responses to the Rambam's position. Thus, for example, Rav Yosef Karo, in his Shulchan Aruch, reproduces most of this section of Talmud Torah verbatim, with the conspicuous omission of the statement that Pardes is included in Talmud, an omission that speaks volumes. The upshot of all this thus far is that originally the Torah Shebaal Peh included the truths of the philosophic tradition. At some point, those sciences fell by the wayside for the reasons mentioned by Maimonides, and Maimonides hopes to restore those truths, whose study comprises an integral component of the mitzvah of Talmud Torah. But how can Maimonides legitimately aspire to the restoration of truths that have disappeared from the Jewish tradition over the centuries? The answer, suggests Professor Twersky, is that these truths represent the universalistic dimension of the tradition, amenable to logical demonstration and rational apprehension, and therefore subject to extraction and recovery from the scientific treatises of the Greek philosophic tradition. Maimonides significantly formulates this notion both in the Mishnah Torah toward the end of Hilchot Kiddush HaChodesh and in the Moreh, Part 2, Chapter 11, toward the end, stating clearly that demonstrably true scientific principles are part of the pristine Masorah of the Torah Shebaal Peh. In advancing to level 4 of the edifice of the Maimonidean position, as we continue to construct it from Professor Twersky's teachings, we advance to Part 3, Chapter 51 of the guide, specifically to the celebrated palace metaphor, Mashal HaArmon, in which Maimonides sets up the image of a king in his palace, the king representing God, with various groups of subjects endeavoring to enter the king's chamber, but only able to advance up to certain points along the way. Only, insists Maimonides, only the person who has progressed beyond the mastery of the law, a mastery that is indispensable and prior, but only the person who has advanced beyond that mastery to become a religious philosopher, only the person who now engages in metaphysical speculation and rational demonstration of religious principles, only that individual can enter the king's chamber and be with the king in his innermost habitation. Again, not everyone would agree with this position, with this hierarchy, with its insistence upon the primacy of rational investigation and demonstration of the principles of faith, with its demand that philosophic inquiry and knowledge are essential to a spiritually vibrant, genuinely religious life and indispensable to the attainment of religious perfection. Nor would everyone agree with the implication that Talmud study and observance of mitzvot alone, though vital, are not sufficient to reach the highest levels of religious attainment. Thus, the 15th century commentator on the Moreh Nevuchim, Rav Shem Tov ben Yosef ibn Shem Tov, that's the grandson of the Shem Tov ben Shem Tov mentioned by Professor Septimus, notes in his parish on the guide, and he's a Maimonidean in his approach, but he notes that many contemporary rabbis go so far as to question the Rambam's authorship of this chapter of the guide and say that if he did write it, it should be hidden away, or better yet, burned. Professor Twersky brilliantly demonstrated that Maimonides advances the very same position, The same hierarchy of attainment in which philosophical knowledge takes pride of place in the Mishnah Torah as well, in the previously cited chapter 4 of Hilchot Yesodei Torah. In that chapter, Halakhah Yud Gimel, as perceptively underscored by Professor Twersky, Maimonides offers an unprecedented literal interpretation of the Talmud's description of Davar Gadol and Davar Katan, as respectively Maaseh Merkava and the deliberations of Abaye and Rava. In lieu of the standard explanation of this Talmudic statement in Tractate Sukkah, as referring to the fact that the future deliberations of Abaye and Rava were perfectly clear, and therefore a davar katan to Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai and the other Tanaim. Here, too, the critical reactions to Maimonides' position are forcefully formulated, with Rav Yosef Karo in his Kesef Mishnah lamenting, V'harambam katav ma sheratzah, v'halvai shelo nechtav. The Kesef Mishnah also cites the Ritva, who reiterated the traditional interpretation of the Ma'amar and Sukkah, while asserting concerning those who interpret differently, V'Elokim yechaper ba'ad. I might add that Professor Twersky's exposition of the novelty in Maimonides' interpretation of this Talmudic passage is characteristic of his insightful uncovering of the novel dimensions, whether explicit or implicit, of so many Maimonidean interpretations of biblical and rabbinic passages. The fifth, final, and critical level of the edifice focuses primarily upon the concluding chapter of the guide, part 3, chapter 54. Here, Maimonides classifies in ascending order 4 categories of perfections: perfection of material possessions, physical perfection, moral perfection, and intellectual perfection, the latter contemplative level of knowledge constituting the highest and only true perfection. He then correlates them with the 4 areas in which human beings glory, as famously crafted by the prophet Yirmiyahu in Perek Tet, Psukim Kaf Bet and Kaf Gimel of his eponymous work, ostensibly concluding with the highest level of Haskel V'Yadoa Oti, that he understands and knows me. At the close of the chapter, also the close of the entire guide, Maimonides then adds the observation that the verses from Yirmiyahu do not actually conclude with the words Haskel v'Yadoa Oti, but rather continue as follows: Ki ani Hashem oseh chesed mishpat tzedakah ba'aretz, ki ve'ele chafatzti no'um Hashem. The interpretation of the conclusion of chapter 54 has, of course, been the subject of much debate. Gutmann had identified a Kantian redirection here, with the Rambam concluding by underscoring the moral dimension to the knowledge that has been so intensely sought. Apparently, the cognitive achievement is not the ultimate goal. Rather, emulation of divine chesed mishpat tzedakah ba'aretz is the eventual goal of knowledge. The goal of knowledge is self-transcending. As Wolfson formulated it, quote, logically, Maimonides could have repeated with Avram ibn Daud that the end of all philosophy is right conduct. Ki tachlita philosophia hama'aseh. Others, Professor Shlomo Pines, for example, rejected. As he writes in his introduction to his translation of the guide, he rejected the notion that for Maimonides, quote, ordinary moral virtues and moral actions are of greater importance and value than the intellectual virtues and theoretical way of life, unquote. In a later essay, Professor Pines does not deny the moral implications of the end of chapter 54, but he tries to restrict them to the prophetic leader. This matter, I recall Professor Twersky once remarking, is Gufei Torah of the Rambam. If you could be sure of this, he said, then the rest of the Rambam falls into place. Often the issue is phrased as the contest between the philosophic contemplative life and the rabbinic active life. For Professor Twersky, it was evident that Maimonides, for all his insistence upon the essential, indispensable role of intellectual inquiry and knowledge in reaching the most elevated religious level, once that level is reached, the individual does not remain in contemplative isolation, but returns to society. The fusion of contemplation with action is the ultimate goal. However, for the Rambam, that meant a life not of ordinary actions, but of action rooted in and informed by intellectual apprehension. In discussions with Professor Twersky on this point, he liked the idea of concretizing Maimonides' position in the form of a circle. The individual begins to ascend via proper performance of God's will to moral perfection, the penultimate perfection described by Maimonides in chapter 54.
And from there to the ostensibly ultimate goal of intellectual perfection, Haskel v'Yadoti, which could also be visualized as the top of the circle. Upon attaining the peak of knowledge of religious metaphysics, the individual in pursuit of perfection now comes back around the circle, directing his efforts toward actions that serve to morally elevate the individual and society. The second time around the circle, however, the actions take on a strikingly new dimension. They now are rooted in and reflect intellectual apprehension. The circle is complete. Acts directed toward moral perfection of the individual and society lead to intellectual perfection. That intellectual attainment in turn facilitates action on an elevated spiritual plane, and that's action that emulates God's traits of kindness, justice, and righteousness. Professor Twersky found support for this interpretation of Maimonides' conception of the ultimate purpose of human striving in other Maimonidean statements. For example, in the Guide, Part 1, Chapter 15, Maimonides analyzes the biblical description of Jacob's dream in Bereshit Kavchet, in which Jacob saw a ladder set on the ground, Sulam Arza, with its top reaching the heavens, and behold, angels of God were ascending and descending it, Olim Dimbo, and behold, God was standing on it, V'nei Hashem nitzav alav. In Maimonides' view, the order of ascent and descent, Olim v'yordim, is both precise and significant. The individual in successful pursuit of the highest spiritual level, the prophet or angel, first must ascend to the level of intellectual perfection. Afterward, and anchored in that wisdom, the prophet descends in order to guide and instruct others on earth, in society, toward an elevated life of action, potentially leading to the ultimate form of religious perfection. Professor Pines viewed this Platonic return as the path exclusively for the prophetic leader. Professor Twersky would ask, why the distinction? The goal of human perfection, the bar set by Maimonides at the end of the guide, is for everyone, at least in theory. Professor Twersky insisted that although Maimonides realized all too well that the Hamon, the masses, might be frustratingly resistant to pursuing the noblest ends, there is no caste system here. The Rambam insists that everyone, men and women, as evident from Hilchot Tshuva Perek Yud, progress in his characteristic phrase, kafi kocho, in the direction of intellectually rooted love of God and spiritual shleimut. There certainly is elitism in the Rambam's writings, but that is de facto. In theory, the Maimonidean goal is open-ended and egalitarian. There will be tension in practice, since you can never achieve egalitarianism in terms of understanding. But the objective, as Professor Twersky put it, is for the teacher to elevate the student to the same level and to follow in the footsteps of the Rambam's own description of Avram Avinu as one shehisig derech ha'emet, and would teach each individual ad she'achsirehu l'derech ha'emet, the same level. As an aside, Professor Twersky was gratified to see Professor Pines veer more toward his understanding of Chapter 54 in a later article published in 1979 in Studies in Medieval Jewish History and Literature, Volume 1. This, I think, completes my reconstruction of Professor Twersky's construction of the Maimonidean edifice in the Guide, housing a unique and characteristic fusion of Halakhah and philosophy, action, and contemplation. And like most construction projects, this one is beginning to go a little bit over time. But if I might conclude with just a few brief allusions to related themes, as my dear friend, Professor Carmi Horowitz, pointed out in a conversation, the Mora is mentioned frequently, hundreds of times throughout Professor Twersky's major work on the Mishnah Torah. By my quick count, close to 400 times. Thus demonstrating Professor Twersky's intimate familiarity with the Guide, a familiarity well known to his students at Harvard, and also further concretizing Professor Twersky's view of the integral nexus between the two works and between law and philosophy in the Rambam's writings. In particular, he turns to the Guide in an extended discussion of Maimonides' views on Tamei Mitzvot, reasons for the commandments, in Chapter 6 of his introduction to the Mishnah Torah, insightfully and dexterously demonstrating the essential harmony between Maimonides' approach to Tamei Mitzvot in Part 3 of the Guide and in Hilchot Me'ilah, Hilchot Temurah, and numerous other sections of the Mishnah Torah. I would note that when apparent contradictions between the two works arise on this subject, Professor Twersky's inclination in most cases was to stress differences of context and emphasis, and thereby eliminate or deflect the apparent contradiction. Thus, for a quick example, the off-cited, seemingly blatant contradiction between Maimonides' reason for sacrifices in the Guide, Part 3, Chapter 32, interpreting korbanot as relative to the historical circumstances of the time, and ostensibly leading to the conclusion that sacrifices would not be reinstituted in the Messianic age, and on the other hand, Maimonides' glorification of the importance of korbanot in the Mishnah Torah, for example, in Hilchot Milah, and his explicit statement affirming reinstitution of sacrifices in the days of the Messiah in Hilchot Melachim, is addressed by Professor Twersky through a careful reading of the order and content of the relevant chapters of the Guide. That reading leads to a distinction of context and emphasis. In the Morah, Maimonides is grappling with the narrowly delimited intellectual/theological challenge of demonstrating the purposiveness of all God's commandments, even in universal categories understandable even to non-Jews. In the Mishnah Torah, by contrast, Maimonides underscores the particularistic dimension of sacrifices, that vital, ethical, and spiritual significance of the experience of the avodah in the religious consciousness of the people of Israel. While different contexts and concerns are evident here, there is no real contradiction. But what of deliberate contradictions within the Guide itself? Maimonides himself expressly states in the introduction to the work that contradictory statements will appear for the two reasons that he specifies, and in accordance with the inevitable difficulties complicating the attempt to formulate in writing interpretations of doctrines involving Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkavah that Chazal prohibited to teach publicly. I recall Professor Twersky pointing to the aforementioned Part 3, Chapter 51 of the Guide as a clear example of deliberate contradiction, with the chapter commencing with the seemingly superfluous declaration that there is nothing new in this chapter, followed much later on in the lengthy chapter with the exclamation that, quote, "a most extraordinary speculation has occurred to me," a red flag, said Professor Twersky, alerting the astute reader to carefully read and compare Maimonides' statements concerning divine providence in this chapter and earlier in Part 3. As Professor Twersky writes in a footnote in the introduction to the Mishnah Torah, quote, "in studying the Maimonidean corpus, there is no need, as we have noted, to attenuate real contradictions or ambiguities, but neither is there any need to seek skeletons in the closet," unquote. In contrast to the Straussian view of the Guide as a quintessentially esoteric work, Professor Twersky preferred the formulation of Gutman in an article in Kiryat Sefer Shana Yud Daled, which notes that although there are places in the Guide that invite both Nigleh and Nistar interpretations, quote, "we do not have the authority to impose upon the Rambam's words esoteric interpretations based upon unfounded assumptions, hanachot klaliyot haparchot ba'avir." In Professor Twersky's view, then, finally, the Morah was not to be read as a predominantly esoteric work. Rather, he focused on the exoteric message, a message so central to Professor Twersky's reading of the Moreh Nevuchim and of the entire Maimonidean corpus, namely the integral relationship between law and philosophy, a relationship not devoid of tension, but one that is clear, consistent, complementary, and for the most part, without contradiction. Thank you.
This morning, we presented in basically capsule form, it was still long, but in capsule form, Professor Twersky's academic profile as a scholar, as an historian, and as a thinker, as reflected particularly in the recent collection of his articles, Law and Spirit in Medieval Jewish Thought, Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, Halakhah v'ruach b'yitziratam shel chachmei yemei habinayim. The conference today, marking his 25th yahrtzeit, has been dedicated to academic lectures that dealt with or were connected to Professor Twersky's academic intellectual legacy. We are now going off the academic beaten track, although we took a sideways in one of the sessions already, and that now coalesces and joins this session. to glimpses of the person behind these academic works. Rabbi Professor Yitzchak Twersky, the Nathan Littauer Professor of Hebrew Literature and Philosophy at Harvard University, who was also the Tolner Rebbe of Boston and also son-in-law of Rav Yosef Dov Soloveitchik. Let me supply some additional biographical information beyond what we said this morning. Rabbi Twersky was the son of the Tolner Rebbe, Rabbi Meshulam Zusha Twersky, who immigrated to the United States in 1925 and was one of the first Hasidic Rebbeim to settle in America. He settled in Boston and established the Beit Midrash Beit David. His son, Rabbi Yitzchak Twersky, born in 1930, the youngest of three brothers, attended elementary school in Boston and simultaneously studied with private Melamdim in early morning and evening. He attended the prestigious Boston Latin High School, then Harvard University, with a break for a year at the Hebrew University. He earned his PhD under the guidance of Professor Harry Wolfson, the preeminent historian of Jewish philosophy and of religious philosophy generally. And while studying, he met and married Atara Soloveitchik, the Rav's daughter, and became a lifelong, keen, astute Talmid of the Rav. Eventually, Rabbi Twersky succeeded Harry Wolfson at Harvard as the Nathan Littauer Professor of Hebrew Literature and Philosophy, established Harvard University as a leading academic center for medieval Jewish intellectual history. Rabbi Twersky was a loyal son of his father, Rabbi Meshulam Zusha, and after his father's passing, filled his position as leader of the Beit Midrash Beit David, which had moved to Brighton, and he assumed the role as the Tolner Rebbe. A fuller biographical portrait is available in English in my chapter in Meir Soloveitchik's Torah and Western Thought, and the expanded version, more than 25% additional material, is in the Hebrew version in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber. Needless to say, this combination produced a unique personality. And we will return to that shortly. Both in the US as well as in Israeli academia, he became recognized as one of the most important experts on Maimonides and as well medieval Jewish intellectual history. He maintained very close relations with the Hebrew University and its Faculty of Jewish Studies. Professor Twersky himself probably would not have approved of this session devoted to him as a person. And I recall, while still a student at Harvard, I once asked him why one never sees articles about him or his program in the press. I said to myself, there's so many lesser personalities, far more well-known than he was. His response to me was brief and resolute. When I see a newspaper reporter approaching, I run the other way as fast as I can. He never wanted and never sought fame. This was foundational to his genuine modesty and humility. I suspect that he felt that fame could corrupt values, could misrepresent, and as a man of truth, all of this repelled him. So you ask, why are we doing it? I believe there is much to be learned from this unique and multifaceted person, not only from his Torah and from his scholarship, but from his persona and from his comportment and from his bearing. We may never fully know all of the various aspects of his persona that he carried, how they coalesced in harmony, in creative tension, with internal tension, contradiction. He most certainly was an inspiring model, a path breaker in many ways, and therefore sharing with you conversations, insights gained from him and his derech hachayim, his path of life, can serve as inspiration for many who seek chachma and dat as well as yirat shamayim. My support I derive from a Gemara in Eruvin. And the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi, Haid mechadadna mechavrai, the chazite le Rabbi Meir me'achorei. V'ilu chazite mikamei, hava mechadadna tvei. Rabbi said, why am I sharper, more astute than my colleagues? It was because I saw Rabbi Meir from the back. However, had I seen him face to face, I would have been all the more astute. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi says that his perception of Rabbi Meir, his understanding of him was imperfect, me'achorei. It was me'achorei. It was partial, not complete. And given that inherent limitation in our case, there is still much to be learned. You will hear from people who knew him in different contexts. You've heard before, and we'll continue to hear now. And there may very well be overlap in our characterizations. And sitting with us is Professor Shneir Lyman, who I need not introduce to this audience, who knew Professor Twersky in many academic contexts. Dr. Kalman Stein was formerly the principal of Maimonidean School in Boston and davened in the Tolna Shul in Boston. He will recollect his interactions and his family's connections with Rabbi Twersky. And then I will follow with some of my own comments and observations. Professor Lyman.
Poschin, Bichvod Achsanya. We are deeply indebted to Yeshiva University, Bernard Revel Graduate School, for hosting these sessions, for commemorating the 25th yahrtzeit of Professor Yitzhak Twersky. And we are especially grateful to Professor Carmi Horowitz for editing the Hebrew version of Professor Twersky's essays in Kema'ayan Hamitgaber, a true labor of love, and one that provides eternity for Professor Twersky's teachings. Professor Yitzchak Twersky, Zecher Tzadik Livracha, in his eloquent essay entitled The Rev, set the agenda, L'Sha'ah U'Ledorot, for how one records the profile of a Gadol B'Yisrael. Professor Twersky wrote in the opening line of that essay, quote, a profile of the Rav, Zecher Tzadik Livracha, should include comments on his persona, his teaching, and his influence, unquote. I view my task in the few minutes allotted to me to view the persona of Professor Yitzhak Twersky from the perspective of an academic colleague rather than from the perspective of a disciple. I did not merit to be a student of Professor Twersky, nor do I imagine for a moment that I was anything more than an extra in the movie of his life. But I was an academic colleague. And even when I make such a claim, it is somewhat ludicrous. I'm reminded of a beautiful Hasidic story about Reb Wolf of Zabaraj in Ukraine. He died in 1822, and he was a son of Rabbi Yechiel Michal of Zlotchev. I'm an anikel of Rabbi Yechiel Michal of Zlotchev, so I can tell the story. Reb Wolf was famous for being an Ohev Yisrael, so much so that he addressed every Jew by the title Tzaddik. When asked how he could justify such a whimsical practice, he cited scripture, Isaiah 60:21, which reads, and we all know it by heart, V'amech kulam tzaddikim. God openly states that the Jewish nation, about the Jewish nation, your people, all of them are tzaddikim. Who am I, said Reb Wolf, to disagree with God? Once Reb Wolf went on a long journey, and he hired a balagola, a coach, and a driver. And throughout the trip, there were conversations between Reb Wolf and the driver. And whenever he referred to the driver, he would call him tzaddik. So as they were traveling and After several hours of traveling, it came time to daven mincha, where Wolf would say to the Balagola, Tzaddik, maybe we could stop here and perhaps we'll find a minyan in this little town and I'll be able to daven mincha with a minyan. They would travel for several more hours and so on, and again, Reb Wolf would say, Tzaddik, maybe there's a kretschma in this area, we could stop here, we'll spend a night in an inn in this particular place. This went on for about 5 days, that was the length of the trip. And finally, Reb Wolf reached his destination at the end of the 5 days, and as he was about to depart from the coach, the Balagola turned to him and he said to Reb Wolf as follows. He said, you know, Rebbe, you're a tzaddik and I'm a tzaddik. And in our conversations, it became clear that you have a son who's of marriageable age, and I have a daughter who's of marriageable age. It's a tzaddik and a tzaddik. Invei hagefen v'invei hagefen. Why don't we make a shidduch? And Reb Wolf smiled and looked at him and explained, it is certainly true that we both are tzaddikim. But what you need to know is that there are different categories of tzaddikim. And you have to make a shidduch with a tzaddik like yourself, and I have to make a shidduch with a tzaddik like myself. And they parted. So I just want to say that Professor Twersky was an academic, and I am an academic, but there are different categories of academics. From 1972 through 1997, for some 25 years, Professor Twersky and I met infrequently, conversed by telephone, and corresponded. So I wish to testify to some of the activities that I witnessed and that perhaps others may not know about, and these shed light on Professor Twersky. In terms of letters, every year, just before Rosh Hashanah, I would receive a beautiful handwritten note written in Lashon HaKodesh, wishing me and my family health, happiness, and continued spiritual, intellectual growth. These notes were always signed in Hebrew with no titles appended, either Yitzhak Twersky or Yitzhak Asher Twersky, as the case may be. From 1972 until the early 1990s, we met annually at the Memorial Foundation for Jewish Culture in New York. We're a small committee consisting of Professors Yitzhak Twersky, Judah Golden, Marvin Fox, David Alivni Weiss, and I would spend some 4 to 5 hours together evaluating applications for doctoral fellowships in Jewish studies. This, by the way, provided us with an overview of where Jewish studies was going or not going through the years. And these applications came from students all over the world. We had a world view, a universal view of what was going on in the field of Jewish studies each year, which is one of the reasons why we never missed a meeting. That was very important. Aside from serving on this committee, Professor Twersky was heavily involved in creating new programs in Jewish studies at the Memorial Foundation. One of those programs, which lasted for a while, I don't know if it still exists, was a program for training rabbinic scholars who were not academics, that would train them to produce critical editions of classical rabbinic texts. I recall one summer in the 1970s when we were both in Jerusalem, and I met with him at his behest in a small restaurant on Rehov Yafo. The discussion wasn't confined to Harvard and Yale. He devoted much time to an overview of what Jewish studies should look like in the United States and Israel. And he viewed it as his, and I guess in this conversation, our task to implement it. We all know that he created strong links between Harvard and the Hebrew University. In fact, he cast his net over a much broader canvas and had grandiose plans on how to upgrade Jewish studies wherever it was taught. He saw it as his responsibility to rectify deficiencies in the training of the next generation of Jewish studies scholars. I was astounded at the breadth and depth of his commitment to Jewish studies. Professor Twersky, when he felt it was warranted, sent me Harvard dissertations for critical review before he would sign off on them. I was not a member of the students' dissertation committee. This was surely an act of tzimtzum, of contraction and humility on his part. He didn't need my blessing for anything he did. Perhaps he was troubled, I don't know, by comments of a member of the committee, the dissertation committee, and he wanted to be reassured. In any event, scholarship was scholarship, and he settled for nothing less than perfection. And here I'll just as an aside say, I wrote long notes for many dissertations and rarely heard from those students. I don't know if he informed them or didn't inform them that some of those notes came from me. But in one case, he did inform the student because I got a thank you letter from the student, long letter saying that he thanked me for all the suggestions and corrections, and he accepts everyone except one suggestion that I made, and that suggestion was, there's no place for invective in a dissertation. Well, you win some and you lose some. Professor Twersky was fiercely loyal to and supportive of his colleagues. And I often received notes of thanks for off-prints I sent him, and sometimes for off-prints I didn't send him. In 1995, someone sent him an off-print of a posting that I placed on the internet, a Jewish response to the Rabin assassination. He sent me a beautiful handwritten note, and I have many notes from him, but this is the only one that I will read, so simply to prove to you that I'm telling you the truth. So he sent me a note, and it reads as follows. Professor Horowitz, you will testify that's the handwriting of...
Yes.
I'll leave out the titles, just Yakiri, Chen al dvarecha hakolim me'inyan hadiyoma. Mechuyavim anu lehodia ulegalot et ha'emet. Ulehatria neged silufim. Yeyasher kochacha b'chiba uvahokara Yitzhak Twersky. Torah and Mada, Torah and Chokhmah, Halakhah and spirituality were binary themes writ large in Professor Twersky's life. In 1979, I was serving then as Dean of Bernard Revel Graduate School. President Norman Lamb felt that the YU community was not sufficiently informed about Torah and Mada, then a motto of Yeshiva University. He asked me to convene a presidential lecture series of 4 lectures, each by a different scholar, devoted to the theme. And I had enough experience as an administrator that I knew what to say. I said I would be happy to do so under 4 conditions. 1, I would be free to select the speakers in consultation with the president. 2, a budget would be approved that included a respectable honorarium for the speakers. 3, the checks for the honoraria would be cut and in my hands a week before the lecture. And 4, that I wanted to be assured that I would have the full support of the president so that all the offices of the university would be at my disposal, publicity, security, and the like. President Lamb agreed, and he immediately asked me who were the 4 speakers I have in mind. And I answered without batting an eyelash, the Rav, Professor Yitzchak Twersky, Rav Aaron Lichtenstein, and Norman Lamb. He agreed. And that's what happened. You have a handout, so I just want to mention before I actually end, I want to I had a treasure in my library. I collect books, and I had a very special treasure, which did not really belong in my library. And it more properly belonged in Professor Twersky's library. And I had great hakaras hatov to Professor Twersky, and I presented him with that copy, with that sefer. I hope the family still has it. It was a Hasidic commentary on the Torah. It's a 2-page handout. I hope you have it. You can look at it. It's not necessary to see it, but at least you'll have a sense of what I'm talking about. It's a Sefer Birkat David. It's a Hasidic commentary on the Torah by Reb David Twersky, the founder of the Tolner dynasty, born in 1802 and died in 1882. The volume was published in Zhytomyr, in Ukraine, in 1862, during the lifetime of the Rebbe, of the first Rebbe. And the copy I owned had 2 title pages. I don't own the copy anymore, so I couldn't make the copies of the 2 title pages from my copy, but I took it from later editions of Birkat David, which simply photographed the original with some slight changes. In any event, you can see 2 pages. Both of them read very clearly, printed in Zhytomyr. Both of them read very clearly. They were published in the year Tivarech, which is the equivalent of 1862, and you can actually see the 1862 under the bottom of the first page. On the second page, which I had only copied from a recent reprint, the reprinters at the bottom of the page put in when they published the Sefer. You can see in Tov Shin Chav Zayin. So 1967 was one of the 5 reprints, or the 5 editions that exist of Birkat David, Ad Hayom Hazeh. And you can see that the printer put at the bottom of the page, he was aware that there were 2 different title pages, and he wrote, Nusach Hashar Harishon Shed Nitpas B'Chayav. That page 2, if you look at the bottom of page 2, was identified in 1967 as the first title page as it appears in the first edition of 1862, which means that the reprinters in 1967 found a copy, an early copy, a first edition of this book, Birkat David, and it had this title page. Notice that the artistic work is different on the 2 pages. And he thought, since he found an old copy, the first edition, he was certain that was the original title page. It was not the original title page. The original title page is page 1. Since I owned a copy with all the title pages, I could see exactly what happened, and I will explain what happened. All I can say is I've now seen 4 out of the 5 editions. A new edition was published in the year 2017 in New Square. Don't tell anybody, Yeshiva University doesn't own a copy, and I don't have access to a copy, so I've never seen the 2017 edition. Perhaps that will say what I'm telling you now. If you get access to that 2017 edition, test it by what I'm going to tell you now. So page 1 was the first title page of this Sefer, and I'm speculating, but I suspect this is what happened. It was then brought the freshly printed copy with the title page was brought to Reb David Talner, to the first Talner Rebbe, for his approval or to look at it. And he looked at it and he was shocked. Because what he saw on the title page is, take a look at the first page 1 title page, compare it to what you see in page 2 as soon as you get a chance. It says, Me'aravam Befursam. And then, when it speaks about his father was Reb Mordechai of Chernobyl, one of the great Hasidic rabbis. It says also, Ben Adoni Mori Rabbi Harav Ham Befursam V'chulei, exactly like it says about Reb David V'chulei. And just like Reb David is listed as Magid Meisharim Dekila Kedosha Tolna, Reb Mordechai is listed as Magid Meisharim Dekila Chavna. There's no difference. Reb Mordechai of Chernobyl was not alive in 1862. He's not even referred to here with the proper blessings. Zichrono livracha, zecher tzadik livracha, something about the fact that he's not alive. He's given the exact same titles as Reb David, and they're both rather short. If you go to page 2 now, you'll see what happened. So The Tolner Rebbe was not happy how his father was treated. And now read it, under Birkat David. Meharav Mefursan V'chulei, Reb David remains without all the titles. It just says V'chulei. Reb David, Shlita, Magid Meisharim, Dekila Gadosha Talna. Ben Admor, that's like the first page, but now it says, Ben Admor, Harav, HaMefursam, Ish Elokim, Rabban Shel Kol B'nei HaGolah, Gadol Mirabban Shmo, etc. Reb Mordechai of Chernobyl. And just to make sure that no one would confuse the two title pages, I'm sure he required the first page to be torn out, and they made a new artistic design around the second page so everyone will know which is the page that should be the title page of this particular sefer. So in case you're a collector and you should come across a copy of the first edition of Birkat David, take a close look at the title page and see whether or not you have two title pages. In any event, the reason why there were two is that one was rejected. That was the first one, actually, and the second one was retained and is found in many copies to this very day. In that famous essay entitled The Rav, printed in Tradition in 1996, it's very interesting, and I'm closing with this. Professor Twersky describes the Rav in great detail. I will cite one passage shortly. But he wisely turns to see how the Rav described his ancestors, Beit Tarav. How did the Rav describe his uncle, Revel, the Brisker Rav? How did the Rav describe his father? How did the Rav describe his grandfather, Chaim Brisker, and so on? And he quotes exactly how the Rav in his writings in various places refers to his own ancestors. And usually, you'll take a look at the article, after he quotes whatever the Rav had to say about Reb Chaim, for example, or whatever he had to say about the Brisker Rav, and he had a lot to say, he would then write in his own language, I don't recall the words by heart, but something to the extent that, and we can more or less say the same about the Rav himself. The Rav said about his uncle that he was Yachid B'daro. We can more or less say that about the Rav also. That's what he said each time after he presented what the Rav had to say about his own ancestors. In one paragraph, an amazing paragraph, and I resonated to it. He describes the Rav in one single paragraph in a way that I've never seen anybody else do, and no one else I've ever seen has captured the Rav as well as Professor Twersky captured the Rav in that one paragraph. And that's in the essay, The Rav, page 16. And I say this because from 1960 approximately till maybe 1983, I had access to the Rav. From the 1960s on, I used to attend the yahrtzeit shiurim. I never studied at Yeshiva University. I never studied at Yeshiva. I was not a student at Yeshiva. I came from the Miri Yeshiva, and I was so happy to come to hear the yahrtzeit drushes. It was an incredible experience, and I'm sure anybody who ever experienced that feels exactly the way I do. It's something we will never experience again. In any event, and I was always looking for somebody who could capture, but that's how I began to see the Rav. When I came to Yeshiva University, and I've been teaching at Yeshiva University for 40 years and more, I suddenly had access to the Rav, especially because of President Lamb when he told me that he wanted 4 lectures. So I had to get the title of a lecture from the Rav. I had 6 separate occasions of yechidus with the Rav, just trying to get the title of the lecture, and we knew each other. So in fact, it almost took me as long to get a title as it took Rabbi Schachter to finish his dissertation at Harvard. This is what the Rav wrote about. Professor Twersky wrote about the Rav. What needs to be emphasized repeatedly and unequivocally is his uniqueness. His extraordinary Torah erudition, together with his wide-ranging general knowledge, his dazzling brilliance, lucid, compelling analysis, phenomenal originality, which did not tolerate the shallow or the commonplace, astonishing intuition, almost legendary preoccupation with Torah, uncompromising honesty, unfailing eloquence, deep-seated sensitivity and lyricism, carefully crafted philosophy or hashkafa, and overpowering charisma, all combined to shape a remarkable Torah personality, unlike others whom I knew. That's one paragraph, an incredible paragraph, and that's what I remember about the Rav. Every word that every exchange I had with the Rav, whether it was in Boston or in New York, this paragraph captured it all. And here, of course, I would like to add, and with this I close, that, and with regard to Professor Twersky, who was Talmud Rebbe, as well as Litauer professor at Harvard, some of this also applies to Professor Twersky. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalman-Stein. B'kasha.
When we first moved to Boston in 1978 and began davening in the Talmud Beis Medrash, we were rather taken aback that most of the mispalim at the Beis Medrash referred to Rabbi Twersky as Professor Twersky. So we were new to Boston. We didn't realize that in Boston, the only higher appellation than professor would have been Rosh Bahag. So it just didn't compute for us that we would call the rabbi of our shul Professor Twersky. So my children were instructed, and we began calling him Rabbi Twersky. And then in 1982, under Rabbi Twersky's direction, it was the 100th Hilula, the 100th yahrtzeit of Rav David Talner. So the Beis Medrash organized a major Hilula for him in the community. And at that Hilula, Rav Aaron Soloveitchik Zatzal was the first one, as far as I know, to refer to Rabbi Twersky publicly as the Talmud Rebbe. And from that time on, first in our family and amongst some of the people in the shul who were closest to him, but gradually for everybody in the shul, we referred to him only as the Rebbe. Both when we spoke about him and we spoke to him directly, it was the Rebbe. The first time I met the Rebbe was in June 1978. I had just been offered the job of an administrator at Maimonides by Dr. Atara Twersky. She should be well. And Rabbi David Shapiro took me to the Talner for Mincha and Ma'ariv to make a courtesy call to meet Rabbi Twersky. So between Mincha and Ma'ariv, and for those of you who remember the Talner, the Rebbe had his seat right adjacent to the Aron Kodesh, and he brought me up between Mincha and Ma'ariv to meet Rabbi Twersky. He introduced me. And for those of you who knew the Rebbe, he was not big into small talk. And I was even more intimidated by meeting with him than I am by speaking to you today. So we sort of stood there and looked at each other. And after a few minutes, when both of us sort of figured it was respectable to part, we both made some sort of parting mumbling, and I went back to my seat and we davened Ma'ariv. I don't think I could have predicted on that day that for the next 20 years, from shortly before my 30th birthday to shortly before my 50th birthday, the Rebbe would be the person who shaped my religious life and my life as a person, and who was going to be the foundation of the religious lives of my three sons. And even more so, that someday we would be made part of his family. So for me, speaking about the Rebbe is like speaking about a very close relative, about my children's grandfather. So I'm going to go ahead 15 years later. I was on a program called Amitei Yerushalayim, the Jerusalem Fellows, funded by the Mandel Foundation. And the Mandel Foundation decided to do a project called HaYehudi HaMechunach, and asked several people to write position papers on what an educated Jew is. And one of those papers was written by the Rebbe. And he was coming to our program to present to the fellows. And the fellows knew that the Rebbe had a reputation as being somewhat intimidating. So they said to me, "No, Kalman, you know him. You ask the questions." So he had presented us with the paper, which was basically Kedarko Bakodesh. It was Rambam. It was Yedias Hashem leads to Yiras Hashem leads to Avas Hashem. Okay? So I was going to be the shegitz. I was going to ask the first question. And I said to him, "Rebbe, what about for the 97% of humanity who can't approach HaKadosh Baruch Hu purely through intellectual means?" He thought about it for a moment, and I'm paraphrasing, and he said, "Ein hachinami, I just don't know how to talk to such people." But that wasn't true. It might have been true in a purely academic sense. It could have been true in terms of what he wrote and what he published. But on a human level, nothing could have been further from true. If one just had observed who davened in the Talmud, and they davened only one reason and one reason only, because of their reverence for the Rebbe. It included people who spoke Yiddish, who not only barely understood the English that the Rebbe was speaking, didn't even realize that some of the words they didn't understand were Latin phrases that ended up in the Rebbe's speech. It included immigrants, recent immigrants from the Soviet Union, and Balei Tshuva, and almost Balei Tshuva, and the whole gamut of the Jewish world who wanted to be part of the shul solely because of the Rebbe. So I asked my boys last week why they thought it was possible for Rabbi Twersky, for the Rebbe, to have that kind of influence and to have such a connection with so many different kinds of people. And they said to me that the Rebbe often mentioned that the major contribution of Hasidus to the world was Avas Yisrael. And I think that was the key to understanding the Rebbe. Just an overwhelming sense of Avas Yisrael and a willingness to reach out to anybody who wanted to be reached out to. So I remember when my oldest son was 4.5 years old, one Sunday morning after davening, he went to Rabbi Twersky. It must have been around the time that they were reading Kitisa and he had learned Parshas HaShavua in kindergarten or pre-kindergarten. And he asked Rabbi Twersky, asked the Rebbe, how did Aaron allow this to happen? How did Aaron get convinced to build the Egel? And Rabbi Twersky, the Rebbe, basically gave him the same kind of answer that he would have given some of his academic colleagues sitting in this room. And my son was 4.5 years old, so there were a lot of things that adults said to him in those days that he didn't understand, so no. And we went home. About 10 minutes after we got home, the phone rings, and I answered the phone, and for the one and only time in all the years I knew him, he introduced himself as such. He said, "Kalman, it's Yitzhak Twersky. When you come back from Mincha, bring Danny with you." So Danny and I went to Mincha that afternoon, and between Mincha and Ma'ariv, the Rebbe had clearly spent some time that day thinking what you can say to a 4.5-year-old boy who has this profound question about the Torah that will help him deal with it at his age. And that was the beginning of a love affair. And the Rebbe had a special relationship with children. I still remember there was a fellow sitting next to me, next to us in shul, who had a son of 7 or 8 years old, and he had a question about the parsha that his father either couldn't answer or didn't want to be bothered with. And I was sitting right there, and I was an administrator at Maimonidean. So he said to this 7 or 8-year-old boy, "Go ask Dr. Stein." And the kid said, "No, I'm afraid of Dr. Stein. I'm going to ask Rabbi Twersky." And that was the relationship he had with many, many children in the shul. I have here, and I'll conflate them, letters that he wrote to my boys when they were all well under bar mitzvah, when we were off in bungalow colonies or they were in camp for the summer. "Dear Danny and Noam, I was happy to get your letter and read about your trip to Niagara Falls. What great fun. I'd never been there." And he asked them about softball, and he asked them about the size of the pool. and he asked them whether my second son would be ready to start saying Anim Zmiros in shul when he got back into the summer, because his older brother did. And he asked them all kinds of questions, and he signed 2 of the letters, Love, Rabbi Twersky, and one of the letters he signed, which he wrote only to my older son at the time that I think he was the only one in camp that summer, Your friend, Rabbi Twersky. And for my kids to write to him was like writing to their grandparents. It was just a natural thing for them to do. And they weren't surprised when their grandfather in Boston sent them a letter in return. They also related to him, and we all related to him, increasingly as a Hasidic Rebbe. So my son told me a story this week that I didn't know. When my mother-in-law was ill in 1995, Mayor Twersky is here, who is very, very kind to my mother-in-law. I used to drive her from Brooklyn up to Boston very often. When my mother-in-law was ill in Mass General, one Monday morning, I didn't daven there on weekday mornings. I used to daven in school, but my boys always made it a point of going to the Talner in the morning before they went to school to daven Shachris. And my mother-in-law was ill, and Jonathan Dubitsky, the regular gabbai, was at the point where he was about to make the Mishberach V'cholim, and the Rebbe walked over to him and put his hand on his shoulder, and that morning, that Monday morning and that Thursday morning, the Rebbe made the Mishberach V'cholim for my mother-in-law. And my mother-in-law recovered. In my kid's mind, this was clearly an intercession of the Rebbe in Shemayim. I don't think the Rebbe would have accepted that. And I certainly think that certainly some members of his family wouldn't have accepted that. I remember one year when he was talked into being the person who did an upsharing in our shul. That Purim at the Purim Suda, Mrs. Twersky, Kedarka Bakodesh, suggested in her Gramin that perhaps they should remove the sign in front of the shul that says Congregation Beth David and put up a sign, Izzy the Barber. But, so there was certainly some skepticism on certain parts of the family. But for us, he was the Hasidic Rebbe. And we saw no difference between who he was as a scholar and academic and who he was as a Rebbe. He spoke to us about law and spirituality. He talked to us about Panimius HaMitzvah. He talked to us about Hachana for mitzvos. He shaped our religious identity day in and day out. And people who came close to him, and he came close to so many people, really related to him as family, which is why there are so many children of young people who grow up in his shul, who are named after him in the years after his Patira, one of my grandchildren included. So just to conclude with the two, I miss him the most, I miss him all the time, but I miss him the most around this time of year. There was no Simchas Torah like Simchas Torah in the Talmud Beis Medrash, with the Rebbe standing there in the middle for hours at a time, surrounded by increasingly large crowds, standing there, singing, occasionally grabbing someone who's going around the circle and dancing with him, always finding a way to dance with groups of children. Even though we sometimes got annoyed, like, it's 11 o'clock at night and we still can't go home to make Kiddush, it was an exhilarating experience. But the most exhilarating experience in the Talmud Beis Medrash was when you arrived there to begin saying Tefillah Zakeh on Yom Kippur night. There was electricity in the air. It crackled. You could feel Kedushas Hayom. It wasn't anything that the Rebbe said. It wasn't anything that he did. It was his presence and what he had created in that Beis Medrash over the years that was just beyond belief. And every year, when I walk into shul, you know, someone made a joke. I live in Teaneck Shenishba, but when I walk into shul on Yom Kippur night, I yearn for that moment. What I wouldn't give to have just 5 minutes of that experience again, seeing the Rebbe sitting there in his seat with his tallis over his head, saying Tefillah Zakeh, and making us all feel that we were part of this incredible experience that almost can't be described. So I thank you, Rabbi Horowitz and Sarah Anna, for giving me the opportunity to say these few words.
And I can confirm that amazing Simchas Torah, year after year, standing there, firm, with dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds in the Beis Medrash dancing around, and he did not leave the spot for hours and hours. It was an amazing thing. When I began to think about this session, I sat down and compiled a long list of qualities of Rabbi Twersky, personal, religious, academic, intellectual, that need to be cataloged and elaborated upon. That, of course, will require at least an hour and a half discussion, and at best we can have some Rashi Prakim, and we'll have to do. We have earlier discussed Professor Twersky's academic scholarship. The two other features require extensive and detailed exposition, but even that, time limitations will permit but a glimpse. As mentioned above, Professor Twersky was the son-in-law and Talmud Muvak of the Rav. His indebtedness to the Rav is expressed in the introductions to his books, where he writes about his father-in-law as following: I repeatedly benefited from his immense and genuinely effervescent learning and was warmed by his unfailing devotion. He has, in short, given me so much over the years that it would be folly to assume that a formal acknowledgement would be fully expressive. His impact on my work and life is incalculable. In other words, not only in the area of learning, of intellectual things, but living, impact on my life is incalculable. Take note, both his intellectual universe and his entire existential being. Professor Twersky's mastery of Talmudic literature was an obvious precondition for his magisterial works on the Ravid and the Rambam. His notion of the centrality of Halakhah, which is mentioned in Jewish history, dovetailed with the Rav's own understanding of Halakhah, but beyond that, a close study of Professor Twersky's academic works, particularly those that deal with law and spirituality, reflect the profound influence of the Rav's ideas and conceptions on the student son-in-law. The Rav's differentiation between Maisa mitzvah, the physical act of the mitzvah, and the Kiyum HaMitzvah, the inner spiritual fulfillment, appears in his son-in-law's works as the fusion of halacha and spirituality, which was a constant theme all throughout Jewish history. His own Talmud Torah was a part and parcel of mitzvah Talmud Torah, a mitzvah that requires every Talmid Chacham to teach others, his children, his grandchildren, his students. And indeed, Rabbi Twersky gave regular shiurim in the Tolna Beis Medrash on Shabbat during the week. His view that halacha was central to all of Jewish history was so because Talmud Torah was central to Jewish life. And indeed, he devoted much time and effort to issues of Jewish education, both as a guide to Maimonidean school in the years after the Rav was no longer able to guide the school personally, and as a participant in organizations such as the Mandel Foundation, which was mentioned, whose mandate was to guide and intensify Jewish education throughout the Jewish community. As the Tolner Rebbe, he was proud of and committed to Hasidic tradition and strictly observed all Hasidic minhagim. In his Divrei Torah, he would often bring to bear earlier sources of Rishonim, drawing consistently on the Rambam that reflected the Hasidic ethos as evident in his Divrei Torah at Shalashudas at the Tolner. His Hasidut expressed itself as well in his own personal acts of chesed. There was a genuine concern for people, as we just heard. And I know stories of chesed only because someone who was on the receiving end of this chesed told me. He himself was careful to cover his footsteps from the public eye. This chesed extended to many young scholars of Jewish studies, enabling them to study at Harvard and advancing their careers. One of the important tenets of the Hasidic movement was its emphasis on tefillah, on kavanah and tefillah. Rabbi Twersky's tefillah, as we just heard, was with silent intensity, an intensity whose fervor and passion was palpable. There was a clear continuity between the deep spirituality evident in his tefillah and the Rav's emphasis and practice of kavanah in tefillah, and with his close analysis of kavanah in the Rambam that Professor Twersky wrote in detail in his scholarly articles. It was all one. He made many personal sacrifices in order never to miss tefillah b'tzibur, and would forego an academic conference totally if there was no minyan that he can go to daven. One of the striking characteristics of the Tolner Rebbe, of Professor Twersky, was his silence. He was a man who chose his words with exquisite care. And if there was nothing to be said, he said nothing. There were times that you expected from him a response, a comment, an answer, and you heard nothing. Or at best, a brief enigmatic comment. At times there was communication through silence. It was a very conscious silence. In the preface to Professor Twersky's introduction to the Code of Maimonides, he concludes with the following. Dedication of the book to my wife Atara is a pale indication of my profound, all-consuming indebtedness to her. Any attempt to articulate it, to comment on her wisdom and probity, strength and sensitivity would inevitably ring hollow. But inasmuch as she is attuned to my silences, she will understand every nuance and hear every resonance. Such a beautiful dedication needs no commentary. It is clear that there's a self-awareness of silence, and there are nuances and resonances of that silence that communicate. In the introduction to the Code of Maimonides, Professor Twersky writes, one must be attuned to the silences as well as to the sounds of Maimonides' writings. And the key to an understanding of silence in his life may be found in one of the yahrtzeit shiurim that he delivered in memory of the Rav during the years after the Rav was niftar. In it, he discusses the Rambam in Hilchot Deot, chapter 2, who writes, Le'olam yarbe adam b'shtika. And I'm reading from the very elegant and precise translation of Professor Bernard Septimus, which was mentioned, which will soon appear in the Yale Judaica translation. And in his English translation, one should be consistently generous with silence, or maximize his silence, speaking only of wisdom and what needs to be said to sustain the body. It was said of Rav, the student of our saintly master, that he never in all his days engaged in idle conversation, which is what most people's conversations are. The sages counseled the saying, whoever talks too much brings sin, and said regarding the business of the body, I have found nothing but silence to be good. The Rabbi Twersky summarized this halacha in his words, even in the areas where you're commanded to talk, to engage in divrei Torah v'chachma, your talk should be measured. Yehiyu dvar divrei adam ma'atim v'inyaneihem merubim. The ideas should be abundant, the words as sparse as possible. And then he cited the continuation of the Rambam. One should always teach one's students with a verbal economy. Then immediately afterwards, the Rambam in the next halacha says, Siag lechochma shtika. So he already said in the halacha above, Le'olam yar be'adam b'shtika. So what's happening here? And in the English translation, silence is a hedge around wisdom. So a scholar should not respond hastily to questions, nor be prolix in his expositions. He should teach his students softly and with finesse. No vociferation, no verbiage. And Rabbi Twersky in his shir added, Shtika, silence, defines chokhmah. It is not something extraneous at all. Here you cannot use the image of a fence or hedge. Here the shtika refers to the way you talk, to the mode of speech, to the structure of speech, to the effectiveness and the impact of speech. Shtika here helps define chokhmah. It regulates its expression, maximizes its effectiveness. It sees to it that the content and the form of chokhmah are commensurate. Rabbi Twersky, I believe, is not merely giving a theoretical discourse. He certainly absorbed and acted in accordance with both rules of the Rambam. La'olam yar be'adam b'shtika, as well siag lechochma shtika, which demands for a person to speak in an effective and focused manner without a uselessness. Here is one example of many in which he has absorbed and assimilated Maimonidean ethical ideals which were transformed to become part and parcel of his very being and thinking. There are many other examples of how Rabbi Twersky assimilated and adopted Maimonidean ideas and principles as his own. Rabbi Professor Twersky was a leader. However, not only did his silence not affect his leadership qualities, to the contrary, everyone knew that when he did speak, there was a reason to listen. And listen they did. His voice was heard in three major areas: academic, religious, and educational. His leadership in academic matters manifested in many ways, and we heard from Shnei Lyman a lot about that. He was active in the Harvard University administrative circles to ensure the maintenance of high academic standards. He felt it crucial to ensure that the university would not condone substandard academic criteria. This was particularly true in the late 60s and 70s. In his specialty of academic Jewish studies, he felt that no serious work could be done in that field without a strong foundation in rabbinic literature in its widest sense. He saw his graduate program in Jewish history with its emphasis on the centrality of Halakhic and rabbinic literature as a model for all serious study of Judaism in academic context. He insisted that scholarship be based on sound philology, textual analysis, and a broad view of historical developments within the Jewish community as well as outside the community. And as head of the Center of Jewish Studies, he saw the importance of the center as a place to create bilateral relationships with academic institutions abroad, particularly the Hebrew University, and as part of his chesed, regularly brought young scholars to Harvard to help further their careers. Religious leadership manifested itself in his inspiration and role as the Tolner Rebbe, as we heard. And as such, the Mitpalalim saw him as a model of religious integrity and fidelity. About educational leadership, we've spoken. In summary, Rabbi Professor Twersky, the outstanding Harvard historian of Jewish thought and culture, was the heir to the brisker tradition of Lamdanut, although expressed in his own way. He was a scion of the polymorphic Chernobyl dynasty, specifically the branch of the Tolner Hasidim, of which he was a loyal devotee and a charismatic leader. These three components melded into a kind of optical fiber which carried this incredible combination of academic acuity, halachic profundity, and religious spiritual sensitivity. Many of you are probably wondering, how did the Tolner Rebbe, Rabbi Professor Twersky, combine these three apparently disparate elements in his identity into a harmonious whole? I have suggested in an introductory essay to the new volume, which is an extended version of an English version of it that appeared in Torah and Western Thought, that Rabbi Twersky identified with the Rambam's use in two contexts of the verse in that Hanan that was mentioned earlier, Ushmartem vasitem ki hi chochmatchem uvinatchem leinei hamim, asher yishme'un et kol hachukim ha'ela v'yamru rak acham v'navon hagoy hagadol hazeh. Take care to keep them, for this will be your wisdom and understanding in the eyes of people. When they hear all these decrees, they will say, surely this is a great nation. This great nation is a wise and understanding people. And one is in the introduction to Perek Chelek, he uses it, where the Rambam rejects the literal meaning of strange Agadot Chazal and claims that anyone who accepts them literally is violating the verse of Ki hi chochmatchem uvinatchem leinei hamim, since the literal meaning violates rational standards. He creates a chilul Hashem by implying that Jews are brainless and half-witted. In other words, the importance of ki hi chochmatchem leinei hagoyim requires us to use our rational facilities and interpret the Torah in a way that brings upon it honor and respect from the outside world. And in a similar way, the Rambam uses the same verse in Moreh Nevuchim when he's talking about Tamei HaMitzvot. There also, the importance of giving rational Tamei HaMitzvot is for Kiddush Hashem le'einei ha'amim. And I believe Professor Twersky was convinced that there was great importance to using universal categories of history and of literature when studying Jewish intellectual history. In that manner, he will fulfill the verse, when they hear all these decrees, they will say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Much more needs to be explicated here, and our time is short. And I would like to conclude with the words of his close friend, Chaver Nefesh, Professor Ezra Fleischer, who speaks of the seeming contradictions in Professor Twersky's outlook. Professor Fleischer, as I said, was a close friend, and in a hesped, which I'm translating from Fleischer's very elegant Hebrew. Professor Fleischer was received Pras Yisrael as a researcher in Piyut, and also as a poet, original poet himself. And here is my attempt at an English translation. Yitzhak Twersky was a man of inner harmony, a great believer in the holistic nature of the human spirit and the fundamental unity of existence. He was at peace with his contradictions and amused by what seemed to our commonplace vision to be the paradoxes that seemed to define his being. Whoever came in contact with him found all this puzzling. He himself never ceased to be puzzled by their puzzlement. Indeed, at lofty heights, apparent opposites reveal their true nature as varied manifestations of a single wondrous unity, while only the small-minded and myopic are still pained by their dissonance. Those heights were Yitzhak Twersky's natural, chosen vantage point. He considered the objects of his scholarly research, each in its particularity, from that vantage point, and with generous regard, perceived our nation's history in all its complexity. His eyes were too pure to see contradictions. The harmonious wholeness of his own refined spirit enabled him to discern the same in our history and to understand the mystery of its hidden unity. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants in this day of study dedicated to Rabbi Professor Twersky's memory, to Adoni Mori V'Rabbi Harav Yitzchak Twersky Zatzal, to his memory and marking the publication of Kema'ayan Hamitgaber. There's still a few copies left if somebody wants to purchase. Again, I thank Dean Daniel Reinhold for all his help and cooperation, as well as predecessor, Professor David Berger, who was instrumental in the original planning of this conference, Professor Ephraim Karnefogel and Michael Schmidman, and Sarah Anna Twersky, and thank all who came to listen and to learn. To you, Bruchim.